Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy. Back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Thought One for All Was Dad? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was only 3 years old when he first asked his mom the question she had been dreading. Mommy, how come Kaken and the other kids have dads but I don't? She paused thinking over how to answer without telling him too much or outright lying. Well, you do have a dad, but he lives far away. His eyebrows scrunched together in concentration. Oh, can we go find him and bring him back? She gave him a big hug. I'm sorry, little guy. He's a very good person, but a lot of people don't like him, so it's not safe for us to see him. Oh. Personally, she hadn't cared about all of that. Back then, she would have followed him across the world as he became the #1 hero. But he didn't want to put her in danger and was afraid of losing her like his predecessor lost her husband. So he ran away to the other side of the world to fight crime in the US while he left her here with their child. Part of her hoped that her son never figured out who his father was. Maybe it was petty of her, but in her opinion he lost the chance to be a father. She planned on telling her son the truth once he was 18 and could make his own decisions. Until then, all she could was try not cry when her son dressed up as All Might, because of course that's his favorite hero. Like father, like son, her little boy loved heroes with all his heart and swore he would be the #1 hero who would save everyone. With a smile that matched the sun, she believed it. That is, until his quirk came in, then things got a lot more complicated. Izuku was at the playground and Kaken was being mean and punched another of the kids during recess. Izuku didn't care that he didn't have his quirk yet and Kaken already had his. He would protect anyone in danger just like All Might. So he stepped in between the two and told his friend to stop. Stupid Deku. The good news was that Kaken wasn't hitting the other boy anymore. The bad news was that Izuku was the one getting hit now. As tiny fists and explosions came down upon him, he felt something weird. It was like he could sense where the explosions were coming from. It was like a ball of fire inside his friend that wanted to get out. The explosions weren't very powerful, but they still hurt and he wanted them to stop. He just wanted that quirk to go away so he could have his nice friend back. Izuku didn't really know what he was doing, but it felt right when he reached forward and pulled. Maybe getting rid of the ball would make the explosions stop? It was like what he saw his mommy do when she pulled things with her quirk. But he wasn't pulling on Kaken, he was pulling on the little ball of fire inside Kaken. Then the explosions stopped. Instead of feeling the fire inside of Kaken, he felt it inside himself. Deku, what did you do to me? He panicked and held up his hands in defense. But this time the explosion came out of his hands, not Kaken's. You took my quirk. Give it back. He nodded. He didn't mean to take it, he just wanted to stop getting hurt. He tried to push it back, but nothing happened. After a few more tries it still wasn't working, but by that point a teacher had come by to see what the yelling and crying was about. Later that day, Izuku, Kaken, and their parents sat in a doctor's office to see what they could learn about the new quirk and how they could get Kaken's back. The nice lady in a lab coat had him do a bunch of exercises that were based around trying to give a quirk. After they tried everything from saying a bunch of words like return to sharing a drop of blood, the doctor came to the conclusion that they'd all guessed from the beginning. Unfortunately, it seems like there isn't a way to return quirks, at least not one that is easy to discover. Typically the release of any quirk is intuitive to the user, so the fact that nothing worked or led little Izuku in the right direction likely means there isn't one. Although, it could just be that the method is very unusual and not something we considered. She crouched and spoke directly to Izuku, who was still clutching his All Might toy. So, if something feels right and you think you know how to give it back, then you should let your mom know as soon as possible. He gave her a rapid nod, he just wanted this to be over. She turned to the Bakugu family. I'm sorry we weren't more successful, I'll have the quirk registry updated. You can make an appointment at the front desk to have someone go over him in more detail and make sure there aren't any other lasting effects. I wouldn't expect there to be, but we like to be sure when it comes to some affected by an unknown quirk. After the Bakugus left, the doctor sat down again and addressed Inko as she pulled out some paperwork. Let's get the quirk registry all set up. Now, I can see how your quirk influenced this, with the ability to attract objects, but I'm unsure as to why he attracts quirks of all things. Can you tell me about his father's quirk? I'm not sure. I simply met him at a bar and things went from there. So I'm afraid I don't know very much about him. Inko was used to telling this lie, because it kept people from asking questions or trying to find out who the father was or that she knew what his quirk was. But it was unpleasant to say every time. She had known and loved that man, but she needed to pretend that he was a drunken one-night stand in order to keep herself and her son safe from the dangerous life he lived. She most certainly did know the father's quirk. In fact, she was one of the very few who did. At first glance there was no relation between All Might's strength and her son's quirk, but it made sense if you knew his real quirk. The power to transfer a quirk combined with the power to pull things to yourself mixed into pulling quirks. She nodded. I see. That can make it a bit trickier to predict any other aspects to the quirk, but hopefully this is the last of the surprises. The quirk registry will now have both his original quirk and explosion. He won't get in any trouble for this since he couldn't have known what his quirk would be before it activated the first time, but please make sure your son doesn't do something like this again. Inko nodded in agreement. She loved her son dearly, but this was not an ability that could be used lightly, let alone by a child. It had been about 10 years since that day and Izuku was still seen as nothing but a villain. He wanted to be a hero more than anything, but he knew he probably couldn't. Even if he ignored everyone's hatred of him, he refused to use either of the quirks he had. Explosion would always be Kaken's, so he wouldn't use it, it would never be his to use. And for obvious reasons he wouldn't use his original quirk either. Which meant people thought of him as both a villain and useless, and that was the worst combination to be. Kaken was determined to become the first quirkless hero and few were brave enough to tell him he couldn't. And those that did tell him to give up were generally punched repeatedly. And since everyone knew that heroes fought villains, no one did anything when Izuku was beaten over and over by his quirkless tormentor. But he refused to fight back. The school was waiting for even the slightest show of violence for him so they could expel him. Because it was absolutely no secret that the teachers didn't want him there, and with his quirk he'd be considered a villain and arrested immediately. It certainly didn't help that many saw Kaken as the real victim who was just getting revenge for his stolen quirk. So, in short, his life was awful and he had no one to blame except his 4-year-old self who didn't know what he was doing until it was too late. All of that built up until one day that was particularly shitty. If you want to be a hero so bad, why don't you take a swan dive off the roof and hope to be one in your next life? Those words echoed in his head as he walked home with his head hung low. Was that really his only way out of this? Would his life be like this forever? As he walked under an overpass, thinking about what his life would look like, he heard a clattering sound behind him. He turned around to see what the noise was when a wave of sludge wrapped around him, cutting off his breathing. He didn't know what to do and just panicked, thrashing against the powerful slime. He didn't want to die, so when he felt the long-forgotten sensation of his quirk, sensing the other's quirk as a ball of morphing slime, he started to reach for it. He hoped his mom and the police would forgive him. Before he could grab the man's quirk, he was cut off by the familiar shout of "Detroit Smash" echoing through the tunnel. The slime was peeled away, leaving Izuku coughing and gasping for breath on the ground. After too little time, All Might crouched down to jump away, but he couldn't let him go without asking him something. Which led him to where he was now. Standing on a roof with a skeletal-looking All Might telling him to be realistic, that he couldn't be a hero without using his quirk. You need a quirk to survive as a hero, and if you don't feel comfortable using yours then no, I don't think you'll be able to make it as a hero. He had gotten down from the building and walked down the street when he heard a huge fight happening nearby. Izuku's curiosity got the better of him and he ran towards the sound. But when he arrived it was frozen at the horror he saw. The sludge villain that had just tried to kill him was now fighting heroes again. The heroes seemed completely overwhelmed and couldn't attack back because of the hostage he'd taken. But the most terrifying part was who the hostage was. Trapped in the slime was Kaken, his friend, turned victim, turned bully. None of the heroes were able to do anything and Izuku could tell he was running out of air. They locked eyes and it seemed like he was calling out for help. His quirk had ruined his friend's life, but maybe it could save it too. So Izuku took a deep breath and raised his hand and focused on that slimy and slippery quirk. "Don't worry, Kaken, it'll be okay." At those words his bully and former friend looked both horrified and relieved since he knew exactly what was about to happen. Then, for the first time in a decade, he pulled. The massive slime man quickly shrunk in size and he began to shift from the dark green color to a more pale hue. But something went wrong. As sludge, he had been spread out and twisted in shapes impossible for a human body. But the worst issue was that he wasn't all in one place. Throughout the fight, parts of sludge had been knocked away in an attempt to get Kaken out. And now, instead of being able to put himself back together, he was a normal man with half of his head resting on the ground 10 feet away from him, and nearly every bone was twisted and broken in a macabre pile. But as he saw Kaken take a deep breath of air, it was all worth it. He knew it would always haunt him, but if he had to choose between killing a killer and letting Kaken die, then he knew what he would regret the least. He couldn't bring himself to worry as All Might placed cuffs around his wrists and arrested him for vigilantism. Kaken would live, and even if this is the price he had to pay for that, he would do it again in an instant. Even if his life was ruined, at least he was able to save one person, able to do one good thing with his cursed quirk. It wasn't until they had nearly reached the police station did it really sink in of what he'd just done. He killed a man. Oh God. Everyone was right, he was a villain. All he wanted to do was help people. He just wanted to save Kaken. Now a man was dead and he would be going to jail. They led him inside the police station and placed him in a holding cell to sit with nothing but his thoughts and a pair of modified H&D CFFs that keep the user from moving their hands, since that's a common quirk activation requirement. Not that he was going to try, all he did was stare at the wall as he tried to process what he'd done. Toshinori was nervous, and after decades of hero work, he wasn't easily shaken. A civilian saw his true form. Not good but manageable. Then that same civilian used his quirk to save a friend that was dying. Also not good. So, we already have a kid who's okay with vigilantism and knows his secret. Very not good. While saving his friend he accidentally kills said villain. A vigilante teen that is willing to kill and knows his identity, borderline disaster. Then to really top it off, he has the same quirk as the man who killed his mentor and nearly killed him. This is way past disaster and all the way to a waking nightmare. Did All for One have a son? Was this his unintentional debut? How many quirks did he already have? Now he really wishes he got the kid's name when they were on that rooftop, but he's out of time for the day, so he has to leave any questions to his friend Tsukachi, who will hopefully figure this sheet out and give him all the information later on. After pacing back and forth in his apartment for far too long, he finally gets the awaited call. "Nemeso, what's going on? Calm down." He's not in contact with All for One, doesn't even know who the guy is. Toshinori gave a sigh of relief. But they have nearly the same quirk. The kid's quirk is even worse since he doesn't need physical contact. He just reached out and took it, who knows what the limits are. So, if it isn't All for One, what kind of quirks do his parents have? Yeah, that's where it gets dicey. He has no idea who his dad is. Apparently his mom refuses to tell him much more than the fact that dangerous people were after his father, so he stays away from them to keep them safe. And that brought them right back to being nearly positive they were looking at the supervillain's kid. But him not knowing his dad gave them a chance. Alright, maybe we can salvage this and try and keep him away from villainy. Can you tell me about his mother? Is she a villain as well? Not from what I can tell. Her name is Inko Midoriya, and the only thing that sticks out is just how clean her file is. But I wouldn't rule it out of the question. She already threatened to remove my teeth with her quirk if I didn't let her talk to her son. Duh. You okay? Did you say Inko Midoriya? Yeah, have you heard of her? Oh God. The kid's name. I never even asked. But please tell me it isn't Izuku. He felt like he was going to vomit. Yeah, how'd you know? It took him too long to respond as he considered how massively he'd messed up. Toshinori? What's wrong? Do you know this lady? Yeah, you could say that. Remember how I told you I had a kid I'd never met? All I knew about him was the name we'd agreed on. I left them because I was scared I would put a target on their back, like with what happened to Nana. We haven't spoken since before he was born. I never knew what his quirk was or what he looked like. Tashinori, I need you to calm down and breathe. It wasn't until he heard that did he realize he was hyperventilating. I met my son today, and I told him he couldn't be a hero, then I arrested him for defending his friend. But how would your son have that quirk? The ability to transfer your own quirk mixed with the ability to attract things. You get a boy who can attract quirks. Tsukachi paused for a moment. Well, I guess it makes a bit more sense now on why Ms. Midoriya was very, how do I say this, insistent that she speak to you. After all these years, this is how they talk again? Alright, let her know I'm on my way. Inko was kind and friendly whenever possible, but she was also not someone to be trifled with. She marched into that police station like a woman ready to go to war and defend her little boy. But when she heard that All Might was the one who arrested her son, she was prepared to tear that building to the ground. The man FS off for 15 years and decides to come after her child and try to put him in jail over a quirk accident? Oh, that fool is going to regret returning to Japan. As she understood it, the heroes weren't doing their jobs. Her little Izuku was watching his friend die and used his quirk out of desperation, which didn't go as planned since that was only the second time he'd ever used it. That wasn't a villain, that was a frightened child who needed a hug and some hot cocoa, not a prison cell. Maybe she was biased, but her point stands. Then after having the FING audacity to arrest Izuku, All Might decides to up and leave. She was starting to think that Tashinori was allergic to the consequences of his actions, because he sure as hell avoided them like he was. For some idiotic reason she isn't allowed to see Izuku yet. She wanted to scream at them that he was a minor and that she would see him now, but she knew that becoming a villain, in their eyes, meant pretty much all rights disappeared. So she demanded to speak to All Might. After the 5th time she was told no, she decided if he wasn't here in the next hour she'd explain to that head detective exactly how he related to this case and why he needed to get his butt to the station. Or at the very least, tell her where he is so she could drag said butt to the station herself. She was getting ready to fight every single officer that was in her way when the idiot finally showed up. She didn't even give him time to speak, just grabbing him by the shirt and dragging him into an open room. After basically forcing him into an empty conference room, she realized he was steaming. Toshi, why is your body smoking? It only does that when you're way over your limit. His iconic smile dropped and he hung his head. Please don't freak out. She was about to ask why she would freak out when he deflated into a skeleton of a man. Inko had been familiar with his quirk and knew that he had both an All Might form and his Yagi Tashinori form, but it was nothing like this. The shift between the two forms was slight, an inch or two of extra height and a bit more heft to his muscles. It was more like flexing than anything else. Nearly all of her rage melted away into concern when she looked at his disheveled body. Oh God, Toshi. What happened to you? She wanted to stay angry, but she couldn't just make herself not care about the oaf, at least not while he was injured in front of her. He sighed and lifted up his shirt, showing his old wound. I got hurt really badly 6 years ago. I lost a lung in my stomach and now I'm only All Might for 3 hours a day. You idiot. Only you are stupid and stubborn enough to not retire after getting your organs ripped out. I couldn't stop being the symbol of peace. She sighed deeply. We can argue about this later, or maybe never. Your choices aren't my business anymore and haven't been for a long time. What's important is that my little boy is locked up and no one will let me even talk to him. So what you need to do is go out there, give them a heroic smile, and get me into that FING room because he just went through something really traumatizing and needs his mom. Yeah, I can do that. I probably won't be able to get you in there alone, but I'll make it work. He went back into his hero form and they started walking over to the holding cell so her idiot ex could talk some sense into the guards and let her in. Before they even got halfway there, Detective Tsukachi ran up to them with a panicked look on his face and gasping for breath like he had sprinted to them. He's gone. Someone with a warping quirk just teleported him out of his cell. Izuku was barely aware of his surroundings as his thoughts continued to spiral, thinking about everything that just happened. He had been sitting in the cell at the police station, then there was purple mist, and now he was in a warehouse of sorts. But it was still a significant struggle to get out of his own head and pay attention to what was going on. I believe it is reasonable for him to be so out of sorts. From what I understand, that was his first kill. The HNDCFFs were taken off of him, and he looked up at his 3 rescuers. A man made of purple mist and wore a nice suit, a very tall man in a suit as well, sitting in a chair hooked up to life support, and a younger man who was dressed casually other than the hand on his face. Who are you? The man with the helmet spoke up. We are the League of Villains, you may call me Sensei. These are my associates, Shigaraki and Kurojiri. But I'm not a villain. 2 of them laughed a little while the smoke man stayed quiet. I don't mean to be rude, but what do you consider a person who kills someone else on live television? I just wanted to save my friend. I understand. Unfortunately, the law sees little difference between villains, vigilantes, and anything in between. However, that's not the main reason I brought you here. You see, I've been alive a long time, and you are the first person I've found with nearly the same quirk, so you can imagine my intrigue. Izuku paused as he processed what the odd man was saying. You have a quirk like mine? Yes, although there are a few differences. I require physical contact from the holes in my hands to the other person's head to take a quirk, and I can give the taken quirks to those without one. From what I read in your file, it seems like you can only take and you don't have any physical mutation like I do. He held out his hands, showing the small hole in each palm. Everything started to make sense. He's wondered for pretty much his entire life who his father was, and his mom gave him barely any information on him. However, he had pieced together a few facts over the years that were suddenly very relevant. First was what she had told him years ago, that it was dangerous to be a family and people were after his father. Dangerous enough that she would tell everyone that it was a drunken one-night stand even though that was obviously a lie and she knew his father very well. Secondly, he figured he had a quirk that would logically create his own when mixed with his mother's since she didn't seem particularly confused at what his power ended up being. This was the most important one since it's a pretty unique quirk that he hadn't heard of anyone else having, and his mom's reaction proved it wasn't just a totally random mutation. Third, his mom told him once that his father was incredibly tall, and let slip that it wasn't because of a quirk mutation. Finally, he had very light-colored hair. The hair thing didn't help right now because of the helmet, but it was good to keep in mind. The last 2 he'd learned when he was about 8, and there had been an art project to draw who you thought your future self would look like. He'd been asking about what his dad looked like for reference, and she hadn't seen any harm in giving those little details to make him happy. And now he was talking to a villain who had a near-identical quirk and seemed to be at least 7 feet tall. Are you my dad? All for One was having a great day. He had been bored watching the news with a quirk that let him interface with screens when he saw footage of a boy stealing a man's quirk, resulting in a fatality by pure bad luck. Within minutes he had found his identity and quirk registration and decided that he either needed this boy to join them or die, because he knew firsthand just how powerful dangerous his quirk can be. The last thing he needed was to be challenged by someone who could actually match his strength. It took essentially no effort to find out where he was being kept, and he had Kurojiri bring the boy to him. But now he was standing over a very overwhelmed-looking child. Which he supposed was reasonable. A lot had happened for him in very little time. He had just killed someone and now would inevitably have to choose between prison and villainy, so he was expecting any number of things. Tears, violence, insults, a mental breakdown, the list goes on. What he was not expecting was for this panic-stricken boy to ask him if he was his father. "Excuse me?" The boy responded with nearly incomprehensible mumbling. But with the assistance of enhanced hearing and a minor mind-reading quirk, he understood what the boy was trying to explain. He had to admit, although the kid didn't know a lot about his absent father, enough things matched up for All for One had to take a moment and ask himself if he had unsafe SEC around 15 years ago. Tamura and Kurojiri were struck completely silent by the question and had no idea what to do. "Kurojiri, please take Tamura and yourself to the bar." Kurojiri nodded, but the boy didn't agree so easily. "Are you kidding? There's no way I'm leaving after that dialogue." "Tamura, I am not asking. I would like to speak to Izuku alone for now. Kurojiri, if you would." The man nodded once again and created a portal that Shigaraki reluctantly followed him through. "All right, I'll go, but I want to hear more about this later, Sensei." He sighed and shook his head. He didn't have the patience to deal with this situation and Tamura's moods at the same time. Looking at the confused but hopeful child in front of him, he pondered how to approach this. After a few moments, All for One decided he should simply tell the truth, since that would lay a good foundation for having this child remain loyal no matter where this ends up going. Well, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't know. I know you wish you had a definitive answer right now, but all I can tell you is that I might be. But how could you not know? It feels like a simple question. My mom's name is Inko Midoriya. She looks a lot like me. Ring a bell? In response, the supervillain removes the large and bulky mask, revealing a heavily scarred face with sockets that had no eyes. You see, about 6 years ago I was in a brutal fight with none other than All Might himself. I nearly had him too, but I got cocky and for that I received his full strength. It is no exaggeration to state that he punched away a good portion of my head. It took quite the combination of quirks just to keep me alive. A consequence of this is that my memories of anything before that are splotchy at best. So, believe me when I say that I truly have no idea, and just because I don't remember your mother does not mean I didn't know her. Izuku nodded slowly, taking in everything. But, know this, even if you aren't my son biologically, you will have a place here. I will admit that this is a surprise for me as well, but no matter what the truth is, I'm glad I was able to find you before those idiot heroes locked you up. At this point the boy was sobbing and his words came out as nearly a whisper. No one's ever wanted me around before, other than Mom. He gently placed a hand on the boy's shoulder. I understand. I truly do. I was not wanted either. The fear and hatred that once people know about what we can do, what we're capable of. Society tells everyone that their worth is determined by their quirk, which means people like us terrify them. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about, people turning on you once they know what you can do. The green-haired boy nodded, a deep sadness in his eyes. Whether or not this kid was his kid, he needed to convince him to join his side, because the other option was less pleasant while there was a chance that this was his child. When I was your age, I didn't want to be a villain either. I actually started out more as a freedom fighter. I fought against an anti-quirk government, but they decided my very existence was villainous. So, since people refused to let me be anything but a villain, I decided I might as well embrace it. He had dropped a lot of information on him, so he gave the boy a few minutes to process that. That I still want to help people. If I can't be a hero, could I at least be a vigilante or something like that? All for One smiled. Of course, I didn't bring you here to force you into anything. If you ever want to leave you can, and if you want to stay you are more than welcome to. That I don't really have anywhere else to go. I'll try not to be a bother though. If I thought you would be a burden, I would not have brought you here. Now, before we move on and get you settled here, I was curious about your quirk, specifically the ones you've taken so far. Oh, I only have 2, the sludge one from today, and an explosion quirk from when my quirk manifested. It, lets me sweat nitroglycerin out of my palms and ignite it. But I won't use the explosion quirk since that belonged to my friend and I didn't mean to take it. The ancient supervillain nodded. Well, if you ever would like more quirks, I have numerous that I can no longer use due to my current state. For example, laser eyes is useless to me for obvious reasons. But that is something that can be handled another day. For now, Kurogyri can show you to your room and we can speak further tomorrow. I know there is much we still need to talk about. The next day, Izuku sat in the bar with a burner phone his father gave him. Things felt like they couldn't progress until he knew for sure whether or not they were related. Sure, there were other important things to do, like decide what he was going to do now that he was on the run from the law, or training his quirk after suppressing it for a decade, but this took precedence. He wished he could just call his mom and make sure, but as the friendly bartender explained, it was probably a bad idea since she was under police surveillance. So he needed to call someone else that knew who his dad was. With the caveat that they weren't currently being watched by heroes and police that could and would track the call, that narrowed down his options to one person. Mitsuki Bakugu. She was his mom's confidant and the only other person he knew for sure had that information. He'd asked her once if his mom had told her, and her response had been, "Told me? I was there when those idiots met, but that doesn't mean I'll tell you anything, you little brat." Your mom has good reason for making you wait until you're an adult. As the phone rang, he hoped he could finally get a straight answer instead of just trying to guess. It kept on ringing, and when it went to voicemail he hung up and called again. Calling was already risky, but leaving a voice message would be outright stupid. After a few rings he got through on his second try. Who the F is calling me over and over at 8 am on a Saturday? If you aren't dying or worse, you're about to be. He laughed a little, not realizing how nice it would be to hear the voice of someone he knew after all of the craziness that had happened over the last 24 hours. Hey Auntie. There was an audible gasp over the phone. Holy shit, is that you, Izuku? I thought you were still locked up. Which is bullshit, by the way. Thanks for saving my brat's life. Thanks, Auntie. Well, I was in prison, but I was broken out. Who did that and where are you? Well, you see, that's why I'm calling actually. I'm pretty sure the person who broke me out is my dad. She started laughing loudly, her voice losing the serious tone. Yeah, that sounds like something he'd do. That man isn't really one for subtlety or small gestures. And you called me to make sure he is who he says he is? Yeah, it's honestly a bit hard to believe. He didn't want to share around the fact that his dad had serious memory issues, so he didn't mention that his dad had no idea either, and they were both guessing. Well, I can see why they didn't share your daring escape with the news then. Because if law enforcement has any idea that your dad was involved, then they're gonna have to handle this very carefully. Hell, they might just ignore it completely and decide it's not worth it rather to go up against him. Okay, so she did know how big of a deal he was in the underworld and how much of a threat he was. Yeah, I could imagine it would be kind of a mess if they sent heroes to arrest him. She laughed loudly again. Kind of a mess is an understatement, but you're not wrong. Well, even if he is a bit of an idiot in my opinion, you'll be safe with him. I don't know his real name, since he's touchy about that sort of thing, but yeah, even if it's hard to believe, your dad really is all dash. The phone disintegrated as Tomura grabbed it from him. Hey, why'd you do that? Because you were talking with some NPC about Sensei like some sort of traitor. The heroes think he's dead, and if your little friend there starts telling people that he's very much alive, then they will start hunting him again. Izuku hung his head. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Where did you even get a phone? That shouldn't be in your inventory. Oh, Dad gave it to me so I could call him or Kurogiri for help in an emergency. And you use it instead to put everyone in danger. You must have forgotten to put any stats in intelligence, but from the looks of you, you're not exactly a fighter class either. So what good are you if you're both dumb and weak? The best defense he was able to muster was a mumbled, "Shut up." Sure, you caught Sensei's attention when you killed a guy, but he just found your quirk interesting. You don't belong here and I won't let you take my place. Shut up. Izuku could feel the control on his quirk slipping. Tomura's quirk felt like swirling dust that would destroy anything it touched, and he could tell it was focused in his hands. He had gone an entire decade without using his quirk once, but now that he had, it was like Pandora's box had been opened. Is that all you're able to say? It had become easy to ignore before the incident with the slime villain, but now that he'd given in once, it was so much harder to contain that desire to take all of the cool quirks he saw. And besides, he was already considered a villain, so why should he keep holding himself back? Shut up. And with that he made a swiping motion with his hand, as if he were snatching something out of the air. They both went silent as they felt the quirk change owners. Hey, give that back. My quirk doesn't work like that. I can't give quirks, only take them. That's so dumb. What if you take a quirk you don't want? At first he wasn't sure why Shigaraki wasn't more upset, but then he remembered that they had access to someone who could transfer quirks, so maybe it wasn't as big of a deal here since his dad could undo this. Well, your quirk can't be undone either. What happens if you destroy something you didn't want to? Yeah, but I want to destroy everything. Does that mean you want to take every quirk like some shitty klepto rogue? Not all of them, and I don't think that I would actually want to follow through most of the time. I just think quirks are super interesting. I see a cool quirk and I just really want to try it out and experiment with it. Ugh, you're such a nerd. He stomped over to the television in the bar like an angry child. Sensei, your dumb brat took my quirk. The monitor crackled to life. I am aware. I've been listening since before you entered the room, Tamura. If the situation had been truly dire, I would have intervened, but I appreciate your loyalty and commitment to my secrecy. Shigaraki normally would have peened at the compliments, but was a bit too focused at the time. I want it back. I see. Kurogyri, please warp both boys to my location so we can remedy this issue. Within moments a swirl of purple mist surrounded them and dropped them off in the room he had been in before, with the life support equipment and many monitors. The old villain waved them over to his chair. They both walked over silently, not wanting to cause even more of a problem. He then reached out and placed a hand on each of their heads before activating his quirk. Even though it didn't hurt, he certainly didn't like the feeling. The closest thing he could compare it to was having a toy taken from him before he finished playing with it. He wasn't a greedy person by nature, but quirks were just so interesting, and what better way to study one than to use it yourself? He still had questions and ideas for the disintegration quirk but had to give it back anyways. He then heard his father laughing. Oh, I know that expression, but I've never seen it from the outside before. Giving back quirks is never as much fun as taking them, is it? Izuku simply shook his head, feeling embarrassed at being called out. How can you see me? Is it a quirk? The man smiled. We can discuss that in a moment. Tamura, Kurogyri can bring you back to the bar now unless you wish to join our conversation on quirk applications. Yeah, I'll go. With another swirl of purple mist, they were alone again. So, unless I misheard your conversation in the bar, you've confirmed that you truly are my son. Izuku nodded. Yeah, I was talking to my mom's best friend. Apparently she knew you as well. In the future I would have preferred that you talk to me before doing something like that. As Tamura already stated, it could have put us in danger, but in this case I believe it was warranted. Yeah, that makes sense. Do not look so guilty, there is no shame in such a simple mistake, simply talk to me first next time. Now, with that out of the way, let's talk about more interesting things. The main way I see is with a quirk that is called surveillance. It lets me hack into cameras and look through them as if they were my own eyes. Oh, so that's why you always have that monitor on in the bar. You use the camera on it to see what is going on. Correct, it allows me to go about my day without too much issue. I also use an infrared quirk that allows me to sense heat signatures. Those two along with enhanced hearing prevent me from being hampered or weakened by not having eyes. Izuku's face had lit up with joy as he contemplated all the ways those quirks could work together. Can you sense heat signatures through the cameras you hack into, or do the quirks have to function separately? Would it be possible to regrow your eyes through a regeneration quirk? Never mind, that wouldn't work unless you had the quirk prior to your injury, since it would only ever heal you to the state you were in when you got the quirk. His father's smile matched his own. You're correct on both counts. A regeneration quirk wouldn't help, and I can use the infrared quirk through the cameras, even if they aren't equipped with infrared capabilities. Now, I have something for you to look through. He handed a book to Izuku that was filled with laminated pockets for cards to be stored in. As he looked through it, he found that every single card had the name and description of a quirk. These are all quirks you have? Yep, I store the information like that so it's easy to keep track of what I do and don't have. I'm glad I wrote it down instead of relying on my memory. The last thing I needed was trying to figure out all of my quirks through trial and error. Izuku nodded slowly and spoke softly. You really forgot that much? Yes. I'm over 150 years old, and there are entire decades that are completely blank. I never kept a journal or anything, and I kept myself out of any public records, so it's likely that I'll never actually know about large portions of my life. All because that bastard All Might took it from me. You really hate him, don't you? How could I not? Could you imagine the pain of finding out that you had a child and a woman you loved, but can't remember a single thing about them? Do I have other children? Other past lovers over the years that I've forgotten existed? He took my loved ones from me in a way I hope you never have to understand. I raised Tamura since he was barely 4 years old, and when I woke up from being put back together I barely recognized him. Oh God, that's awful. That man has not exactly been kind to either of us. He sighed briefly before composing himself. Let's not worry about that for now, We can focus on making new memories instead of grieving the ones lost. The reason I wanted you to look through that is there are plenty of quirks I can't use anymore, as I mentioned before. Since I've been trying to stay under the radar the last few years, I haven't had a way to get rid of them without gaining attention, so I've simply held on to them. So, anything with a black X at the bottom that you want is free for the taking. He chuckled to himself. Even if it isn't marked, I'm sure I can part with a few quirks that you find particularly interesting. Consider it a replacement for the many birthdays I've missed. Izuku was ecstatic. There must have been hundreds, maybe even thousands of cards in the book, each of them a unique quirk. He was like a kid in a candy shop as he analyzed every single one in the book and threw question after question at his father. I know you're having fun, but you need to take a break. What? How come? Well, you've been sitting on the floor flipping back and forth between those pages for about 4 hours and it's lunchtime. What? No way, it hasn't been that long. He looked over at the clock on the wall and found that it in fact had been that long. Oops. I just got distracted. It's fine, nothing wrong with it. But I'll have Kurogiri warp over a sandwich for you. What about you? Wouldn't we have lunch together? I haven't eaten food in quite a while. I have a photosynthesis quirk. As long as I drink water and get enough sun from the skylight I put in, then I don't need to eat. He looked down at the green-haired boy who nodded but seemed a little disappointed. But you make a fair point, even if it's less convenient, I think it would be lovely to have lunch together. Only a few hours away, a very stressed Inko paced back and forth in her living room. Mitsuki sat on her couch, having thought she was bringing good news. What do you mean he's with his father? It's like I just told you, he called me to make sure the guy he was with was really his dad, and I confirmed that his dad was All Might. Did he explicitly say he was with All Might? She thought for a second. No, I don't think he did, but it really seemed like we were talking about the same guy. What's the issue, Inko? We're clearly not on the same page. The issue is that All Might isn't with Izuku, he's hiding in the kitchen because you intimidate him. Which leaves me to wonder, who the hell has my son? Jiren was surprised at the request he received, mostly because of how little he had to do. Normally when he was called upon he had to arrive with information, recruits, equipment, something that warranted his services. However, no matter how odd it was though, he would never ignore the call of his primary patron. Especially since that patron was one of the strongest people in the world. He quietly made his way into the warehouse that housed the supposedly dead king of the underworld and was shocked when he heard an unfamiliar voice inside, a very young voice at that. The man's very existence was a national secret, so what was a young boy doing here? As he walked further into the building, he came across a very odd scene. There was a teenager who couldn't be older than 14 sitting with the symbol of evil, and they seemed to be playing some sort of card game. Even more shocking was seeing the deformed man with a genuine smile for the first time. Jiren took a few steps closer, remaining out of the child's view, since he wasn't sure what was going on yet. While said child was distracted going through a binder, All for One looked up and raised a single finger to his smiling lips. He supposed that meant he was to watch, but not to let himself be noticed by the boy just yet. It also meant that him walking in on this meeting wasn't an accident. He was meant to be watching this for some reason he didn't know yet. So he got as close as he could without risking detection and glanced at the cards laid down. Both had a binder filled with cards, but not a type of card that he recognized. In between them was a single card that read, "Eye lasers," and smaller script underneath the title that he couldn't read from his distance. Each of them laid down 2 cards with great consideration, then flipped them at the same time. All for One spoke. My combination is Bending Sight, which lets the user essentially curve their vision to see around corners and such, along with Bird's Eye View. All 3 together would create a laser that could be shot from the sky anywhere the user is familiar with and chase the target. I think I'd call it something fun like the Sky Sniper, or something like that. The boy nodded and pushed his 2 cards forward. Oh, that's definitely a great idea for taking out a single target. As you said, it's like a sniper rifle. I present to you the nuclear bomb equivalent of laser eyes. There was mirth and joy in their voices as they teased and tried to outdo the other. Oh, do tell how you managed that? That is quite a high bar for a quirk as simple as this one. First, we add in the quirk, extra eyes, giving the user the ability to grow additional eyes across their body, though the limit is around 25 eyes in total. On its own, that is a powerful quirk combo, but not nearly enough. That's where the other quirk comes in. Not enough? What hypothetical situation are they considering where 25 laser shooting eyes is treated as so underwhelming? One for All picked up the second card and seemed to ponder it for a moment, confusion on his face turning into pure joy. That is absolutely brilliant, Izuku. Using a dragonfly mutation quirk to give the user bug eyes, which would cause laser eyes to become far more devastating. I have only ever used this quirk for the flight aspect, not even considering the advantages from the peculiar eyes of an insect. Izuku. Where had he heard that name before? He felt he had heard news about an Izuku. Recently. Well, you certainly beat me this round. Though I still support the merits of my more focused usage, yours was far more creative and has the advantage of absolute destruction. As always, your prize is a quirk of your choice. Wait, what? He figured out quickly that the point of this game was to create the most powerful combination of 3 quirks, where both parties had to work off of the same base quirk, in this case laser eyes. But he hadn't realized that they were gambling with quirks on the line. The boy reached out and moved his hand as if he were sifting through something only he could see before making a grabbing motion and pulling his hand back. That's when it clicked for him. This was the boy in the news the other day who had been caught after seeming to take a man's quirk and kill him in the process. Oh, interesting choice. Was it simply because of this round, or had you had your eye on it already? I had wanted a flying quirk anyways, but the realization about the eyes really sold this particular one. For dragonfly wings sprouted from the boy's back, ripping through his shirt, and his eyes pushed forward and shifted to have typical insect qualities. These new eyes must have given far more peripheral vision because Izuku suddenly spun around and took a rookie fighting stance. The old villain laughed loudly. Izuku, this is my good friend Jiren, there is no need to worry. The boy dropped his stance and the new insect features slowly retreated into his body as he looked awkwardly between the two men. Jiren, this is my son Izuku Midoriya. He had lived with his mother most of his life for his safety and to keep his existence a secret, but recent events have made it safest for him to stay with me now. He had most certainly not been expecting this unassuming boy to be the son of the most powerful man he'd ever met. Sure, their quirks were similar, but it was hard to imagine someone like All for One with something as normal and domestic as a family. He supposed the story made sense though, no one would be checking the suburbs for the son of the king of the underworld, but that safety and anonymity would be completely gone after that news report. Hi, it's nice to meet you, Mr. Jiren. No need for the Mr., just Jiren is fine. I saw that on the news the other day. I'm assuming you weren't planning on making your big debut so soon. Izuku looked a bit sheepish. He'd have to learn not to hide his nerves if he wanted to follow in his father's steps. Yeah, I wasn't really thinking ahead. That guy was going to kill my friend, so I just sort of acted. Nothing wrong with that. Now, was there anything in particular you needed me for today, or did you just want me to meet the kid? Well, it's never too early to start making connections. But before we get into anything, Izuku, I want you to tell me what his quirk is by using what we talked about. The small green-haired boy looked at him with an appraising eye, but it was almost like he was looking through him. He reached a hand out as if to grab something invisible, but instead of pulling back and taking his quirk, he just observed. It was an incredibly odd feeling, as if someone were holding his soul. It wasn't hostile or aggressive, but very much like being in the cave with a lion that isn't hungry. This boy could rip him apart with only a thought, and the only thing stopping him is that he didn't want to. It was a less than pleasant experience, but he was too good at his job to let any sort of fear or negative emotion show on his face. Izuku put his hand down and looked over to his father. It feels almost hazy, like a thick fog that settles around your head. Does he have a smokescreen quirk? Jiren shook his head. You're definitely going in the right direction, but that's a bit too literal. Think more dash. All for One raised a hand. Don't help him yet, let him figure it out on his own. Jiren only nodded. Who was he to get in the way of a man teaching his son? The boy seemed to be deep in thought. It's like seeing something in the corner of your vision, but when you look nothing is there. Is it something that blocks perception of you so you go unnoticed? Or maybe it blurs the memory of your face? No, that's too specific. It blurs memories of you. That's it. DMN, that's impressive. Yeah, my quirk is called murky. It makes it hard to remember exact details within a few minutes of when my quirk is on. For a brief moment Izuku looked at him with a mix of curiosity and desire, with his hand twitching forward slightly. All for One stepped in by gently tapping his son on the back of the head. It's okay to look, but don't go trying to take something. Unless you suddenly become able to give back quirks on your own, there are serious consequences to you taking an ally's quirk. So that was the drawback. The kid could take any quirk he even looked at with a simple swipe of the hand, but he couldn't give back anything he took, and he'd be stuck with it if he grabbed a bad one. It was also a show of trust by openly speaking about the nature of each other's quirks, a means of subtly reinforcing his previous statement of friendship and trust. Speaking of my son's sticky fingers when it comes to quirks ... Izuku made a noise of indignation and general disagreement, but All for One ignored him and continued. I wanted to discuss with you procuring some quirks of his own rather than just sharing my underused ones with him. Sure, I'm guessing you want to go about this the usual way? I send you the quirk information of people in the morgues we paid off and have him come visit if there are any worth taking. Yes, that will work just fine. Just find one or two to start so we can verify that Izuku's quirk works on corpses the same as mine does. Inko rolled a large whiteboard into her living room where Mitsuki, Masu, Tsukachi, Gran Torino, and Tashinori were all sitting. Okay, let's get down to business in trying to figure out exactly who Izuku is with by pooling together what we know. Since he thinks he's with his father, we just need to work backwards and figure out which traits of Tashinori's he knew about and then see what villains have them too. All Might scratched his head. Well, on the plus side, I'd like to think I don't have too much in common with the criminals of the world, so hopefully it won't be too long of a list. Inko ignored him as she wrote the first few lines. Somehow knows who Izuku's father is. Very tall. Light-colored hair. Dangerous people are after him. Mitsuki and Gran Torino both laughed at him. Oh yeah, I'm sure no villains have those traits. Tsukachi walked over to the board and wrote down the few things that their investigation had found. Has or has access to a warp quirk. Izuku did not recognize them as an immediate threat. Inko turned to him with a questioning look. Why do you say that? The cameras were only knocked out for a couple of seconds. I'd imagine if someone he knew for a fact was a dangerous villain, he would have fought back at least enough for it to take more than the 4 seconds to capture him. The other reason I say that is if he was truly frightened, then we would likely have found a quirkless individual instead of an empty cell. Everyone in the room nodded along, finding that to be a logical conclusion. Has access to police information. Likely part of an organization. The reason for these last two are due to how quickly he was able to find the exact location of the holding cell and the number of different people and quirks needed to pull this off in so little time. This is all we have so far that is concrete, so I'll hand it over to you, Mrs. Bakugu. Sure, don't know how much more I got than you two, but I'll write down what he said himself, or what I said and he didn't argue against. Was surprised at who his father was. Very powerful, a legitimate threat to heroes. Is treating Izuku well. Her husband pet his head slightly. I'm not a hero like these guys, so I wouldn't know, but is that last one really relevant, or even something we can be sure of? If we're looking through villains, is nice to children, would definitely eliminate a few. Plus, it means they're in it for the long game. We've known Izuku his entire life. Hell, I was the one holding Inko's hand during labor because someone wasn't there. All Might cowered under her glare. I know what that boy sounds like when he's scared, and he didn't sound the least bit frightened or nervous, and it doesn't exactly take a lot to make him nervous. Gran Torino spoke up. Shouldn't we account for his quirk? Only include villains that have a quirk that messes with quirks or something? Mitsuki shook her head. Look at his biological father. If super strength led to this, then why not some other unexpected mutation? Quirks are a confusing as F-. If lotion skin can lead to explosion hands, then just about anything could lead to Izuku's. Inko sighed as they bickered on who should or shouldn't be included. Am I the only one that's going to say what we're all thinking? This sounds like All for One. Misoro raised a hand tentatively. I wasn't thinking that. Who is he? Right, everyone except the Bakugas. All for one is the reason this oaf left me and Izuku in the first place. Long story short, he's as old as Quirks, very hard to kill, very evil, can steal and give quirks, and has a tendency to kill the families of any hero that goes after him. To me it sounds like he matches our description, and this is definitely his MO. The old retired hero laughed. Yeah, that's one way to sum the guy up. But the reason he's not on the list is, 'cause Tashinori killed the BSTRD 6 years ago. Inko seemed to cycle through multiple emotions before settling on barely contained anger. So, this man is definitely dead? Yep. He punched off the top half of his head and everything. And there wasn't anyone just as powerful who took his place? Gran Torino clearly didn't see where she was going yet, as he had a big smile of pride. Nope, we took down just about everyone that followed him and tore his empire apart, even with the big guy here on bed rest for a few months. She turned and glared at Tashinori with a deep sadness mixed with anger. So why didn't you come home? The big bad man who killed families was why you left, and I understood that. I could understand and agree with that choice even if it hurt. But why didn't you come home when it was done? He glanced around, unsure if he wanted to have this conversation in front of their friends. I couldn't stop just because he was gone. There was so much that had to be done. 6 years, Toshi. That's nearly half of Izuku's life where you weren't here. Not because of some supervillain only you could defeat. No, that half of his life was entirely because of you. The times I had to comfort a young old boy who thought his father hated him were because of you. Those tears are on your conscience and no one else's. I hope it was worth it, to put being a hero above everything else, no matter the cost. Inko wiped the tears from her eyes and walked away into the kitchen. I need a break. Make sure you look into shapeshifters who could pretend to be this idiot while I stress bake some cookies. It took nearly a week to make a break in the case. There weren't any candidates that fit all of the criteria once they were looked at with any level of scrutiny. Muscular was correct physically and dangerous enough, but he wasn't the type to be a part of any sort of scheme. He was a brute, not a manipulator. Hekijitingai was also the right height and hair color, and certainly the type to scheme with an organization, specifically the Yakuza he was part of. But he wasn't dangerous enough. He was a lackey with shield quirk in a small Yakuza group. All for one, of course, still hit every mark, but was too dead to be seriously considered. However, since there was never a body found, Tsukachi didn't agree to take his name off their unlikely but possible list. There was the shapeshifter Skinwalker, but they were a mercenary who lived on the other side of Japan. Finding and hiring them would have taken far longer than the time between the arrest and the kidnapping, but the existence of the warper added them to the unlikely list. Illusionist was another option, but she primarily did corporate espionage, not kidnapping. There was Jiren, an information broker, but no one knew enough about him to know if he really fell into these categories. Gunfist was an arms broker who could be their man, but primarily worked in China. The list went on and on. About a week or so later, Tsukachi charged into Inko's house, which had become the unofficial meeting place since there was likely a leak in the police department. We got a hit. I had set up a program to ping if facial recognition picked up your son, and we finally got a hit. Within a few minutes, everyone from their group was at the house, sitting in the living room. Tsukachi laid a printed picture on the table. Someone had taken a selfie, not realizing that these two were in the background, and posted it on social media. In the corner of the photo was a fairly clear image of Izuku walking down the street next to a middle-aged man, likely in his 30s or 40s, standing at about 6 feet tall, and with very light gray hair. Tsukachi walked over to the whiteboard that had become a fixture in the living room and circled Jiren's name. That man is one of the most influential information brokers in all of Japan. He has a non-physical quirk and isn't dangerous on his own, but he has connections to nearly every organized crime group. The man is well known and well liked among criminals and corrupt heroes. Going after this man would be an absolute disaster. The detective kept going, barely taking a breath as he explained his theory. We know he has some sort of memory quirk which could easily explain how he would know that he fit Izuku's mental image of his absent father. He is definitely both smart enough and manipulative enough to take advantage of that and any other weaknesses he can find. Jiren fits every single category, and with this photo image we can be reasonably sure that he is our kidnapper and the man pretending to be Izuku's father. Tsukachi took a deep breath after that rant. It was the most they'd ever heard him say at one time. The man looked rightfully proud. He had finally made progress and they now knew who they had to go after. Inko gave a teary smile. "Don't worry, baby boy, we're coming to get you." Izuku sat with his dad in the warehouse as they watched the news on the television that they had set up. At Izuku's insistence, the area was much nicer than when he had first arrived a few weeks ago. There was actually furniture now, like couches, chairs, and tables, along with a lovely rug instead of the drab and cold concrete floor. They also added way more lighting, because while dim lights in a warehouse are a great ambience for a villainous monologue, it's really annoying and inconvenient for everything else. Izuku, you'll want to pay a bit of attention to what is coming up next since it relates to you. Izuku looked over with confusion, not sure why the news would be about him. He hadn't exactly done anything noteworthy since he had left home. Huh, what do you mean? Well, the police tried to put it off as long as they could, but they are doing a press conference on your daring escape from your holding cell. This will actually be a good lesson for you on how to use the press to your advantage. Oh, do you have someone you work for there to try and spin the story? Yes. Well, technically she works for a colleague of mine, but he was kind enough to have her help on this. Which is good because she truly is one of the best at what she does. Izuku scratched his head. And what is she going to be doing? I'm honestly not sure what the goal here is for what we want people to think. The ancient villain smiled, clearly enjoying getting to explain the varying methods of manipulation. Well, I gave her 4 general tasks. First is that we want you painted as a good person who was forced into a bad situation. Secondly, if they give any indication of thinking you are with me or another group, we want to push them towards thinking you are working alone. I suppose as an addition to that last one, if they act like they think I'm involved, convince them that I am very much still dead. And finally, we want the police to look as foolish and unfair to you as possible. Why those things in particular? You tell me. How would we benefit from the general public thinking this way? He paused and thought carefully on it, remaining silent for a solid minute before speaking up. People won't turn me in. If I was seen as malicious, then people would turn me in to stop me. If I seem kind but was taken by a criminal group, then people will turn me in to rescue me. By presenting me as kind but working alone, people on either side of the law would be way more willing to interact with me without turning me in. And making them doubt the police's ability to handle my case just makes that work even more. All for One laughed loudly like rumbling thunder as he ruffled his son's hair. Ha! That's my little mastermind. Tsukachi made his way to the podium and took a deep breath. This one was going to be a doozy, but hopefully it would come out okay. They had been trying to keep Midoriya's escape quiet, but he only had so much pull in the precinct and the information had gotten to the public. So now he had to convince the masses that everything was fine and that they would resolve this quickly. He had the advantage of All Might and a few other heroes standing behind him, which hopefully would give his words more weight and would distract from how little they knew. He nearly swore out loud when he saw who was walking up through the crowd of reporters. A blue-skinned woman that every other reporter stepped out of the way for in a mix of respect and fear. She was known to be absolutely ruthless and could tear anyone apart with a friendly smile by staying true to her name. Curious was exactly that, and wouldn't stop until every secret was revealed. Thank you all for coming here today. As you know, we are here to discuss the case of Izuku Midoriya and his escape from a holding cell. He is currently wanted for his initial crime of vigilantism and homicide, along with the crimes associated with his escape, such as evading justice. Because I'm sure you all will ask, yes, he does possess a quirk that allows him to take the quirks from others and use them himself. There was quite a bit of clamoring at that, but he managed to keep the press conference moving forward regardless. In the time he has been on the run, we have not found any evidence of him taking quirks from people. However, we do have evidence supporting the theory that he has been removing quirks from corpses, with multiple morgues having reported that bodies have been found missing mutations that were previously there. This seemed to satisfy the crowd that there wasn't a quirk-stealing maniac on the loose who was going to come for all of their previous powers. At the same time, he could tell that more than a few were unnerved that he had the ability to take quirks from the dead. At this time, there are many details that we are looking into, which is one reason we decided to wait this long before bringing the case to the public's attention. What we do know is that on April 17th, Izuku Midoriya was broken out of prison by a criminal organization and has been held by them. We do not know if he is with them by choice or not. He pressed a button on a little remote. He was given, and the picture of Jiren and Izuku walking together was projected onto the large white screen behind him. It was a bit blurry, since it was from security footage, but it was clear enough that he had been able to figure out who the man was. This man was seen with him and is an information broker named Jiren. Based on this evidence, we believe it is possible that Midoriya is being kept by Jiren, but not by force. If anyone sees either of these individuals, please contact the police immediately as both are considered dangerous. The moment he finished speaking, Curious stepped forward as close as she was allowed to without being stopped by security. Detective, do you have a more clear photo of this Jiren figure? That photo is quite grainy, and I'm concerned that a lot of people would match the vague image that this gives us. He didn't know where she was going with this, but he had a feeling he wouldn't like it. We unfortunately do not have any other photographs of the man. Because we don't know his actual identity, it is difficult to acquire more clear photos. I see. Since you don't have any photographic evidence of his appearance, how do you know that this Jiren matches the man in the photo? Saying no comment would really undercut his entire argument and make it sound like they just made up a description, so he told the truth without giving too much information. I have seen him myself during an investigation but was unfortunately unable to arrest him. I see, and roughly how long ago was this? About 5 years ago. Curious smirked for a moment, clearly getting what she wanted from him in the response. In your line of work, you must know how unreliable eyewitness reports can be. So, I would ask you, how credible do you really think your statement is? You said that the man in the photo is this information broker with such certainty, but you don't have anything to back it up. What I see is a blurry photo of Midoriya happening to walk near a middle-aged man with no obviously defining characteristics and apparently looks like a man a single detective briefly saw 5 years ago. He tried to formulate a response but was cut off by her next question with a sea of suddenly doubtful and suspicious reporters backing her up. Now, another thing I would like to clarify is that Midoriya was broken out of your precinct by a criminal organization. Which organization would this be? She really was pointing out all the holes they hadn't filled in yet. There was a reason he didn't want this to go public yet. We are currently unsure exactly who orchestrated or participated in the breakout. The reason we believe it to be an organization would be that too many different quirks would have to have been used at the same time, and used together well enough that random strangers would not have been able to exhibit the necessary timing. Curious stared at him like he was a fool. And from that information you deduced that it was some criminal organization, rather than the boy in that very room, who has the power to have and use multiple quirks? He paused for a brief moment as he contemplated how to explain that they were sure he didn't without revealing the details of the phone call Izuku had with Mitsuki. From your expression and silence, I'm gathering you really didn't consider that, which probably should have been your first conclusion. You see, while you're painting the picture of a young boy being turned into a villain by some secret villainous organization, I'm hearing a very different story. A young man grows up an outcast and is treated like a villain because of his quirk. Obviously, he can't take the quirks of his peers, so he trains secretly, taking quirks here and there from morgues. Then one day, a schoolmate is on the verge of death, so he steps in to try and help, no matter the cost to himself. But it goes terribly wrong and he is arrested after saving a life where the heroes around him failed. Now, scared, alone, and branded as a villain and a killer, he uses his acquired quirks to escape without detection and goes on the run where he continues a life of making sure not to harm others and only taking quirks from the bodies of people who can't use them anymore. She smiled, knowing that she had gotten to everyone watching, hook, line, and sinker. Of course, that's all speculation. But from the sounds of it, it seems to have as much evidence as what your department had to offer. Even if it was just a story she'd made up, it was what the people of Japan would believe just as much if not more than the official release. Tsukachi took a deep breath before continuing. I can assure you that we have been working diligently to find Midoriya. All Might himself has been taking point on this case in order to help locate and arrest him as quickly as possible. Any discussions of his guilt or exact methods are better suited for a trial. All Might stepped forward, taking his friend's place at the podium. The detective here is correct. I will be assisting wherever possible, and this case is currently my highest priority. And to you, Curious, there is one thing I agree with you on. I do not believe that this boy is evil or some nefarious villain, simply a child who has made a few mistakes. So it is imperative that we bring Midoriya in before he has the opportunity to slip into the villainy I hope he has yet to be tainted by. He gave his trademark grin and looked directly into the cameras. And to you, Midoriya, if you are watching this, know that I will not stop until you are found. While All Might being on the case brought hope to many, it brought nothing but fear to one person in particular. His last statement in particular would have been the perfect thing to hear for someone who needed saving. But since he was technically a villain, it sounded a lot like a threat. Izuku had begun pacing back and forth anxiously. Oh God, All Might is coming after me. I can't beat the #1 hero. Oh no, oh no, oh no. This is very, very bad. Izuku, calm down. You'll be okay. Izuku still had panic in his eyes but tried to breathe a bit more. You're right. It'll be okay. If he actually finds me, I can just take his quirk. Which isn't ideal since he's a hero and I don't want to take quirks from people who are using them for good. But he's been a hero for a long time anyways, so what if he has to retire a year early? Yeah, I'm sure that won't have any societal ramifications. Actually, we can't take his quirk. He finally stopped pacing and spun to look at his father. What? Well, it's a bit of a long story. But essentially All Might has the only quirk that can't be taken by force. He immediately returned to his panicked pacing. Oh God, I'm gonna die. He nearly killed you and now he'll definitely kill me. Dying doesn't sound fun at all. Especially dying by a giant punch to the face. He's going to punch my head off and mount me on a wall like a hunting trophy. He was suddenly grabbed by the shoulders so he would be still for a moment. You'll be fine. I won't let anything happen to you. I try not to include you in anything villainous I am up to because I know you aren't interested in that, but just know that I already have plans to deal with All Might. And even if I didn't, you'd probably win in a fight against him. How could I ever be stronger than All Might? He even beat you? I'll be honest, he defeated me because I was overconfident. I thought I had killed him when I tore his organs out, so I had started to walk away. That allowed him to get a surprise hit in at full strength. So as long as you don't turn your back on him, you'll be fine. And remember, he hurt me like that when he was at his prime. I'm pretty sure that he is much weaker now because of what I did to him. Izuku was nervous for a moment, because he never planned on sharing the information, but now that All Might was actively hunting him down, he spoke up. Actually, All Might is really weak right now. He can only use his quirk for about 3 hours a day and start steaming whenever he is running out of time. His father paused. That's incredibly helpful information. How did you learn about such a thing? He told me before the fight with the sludge guy because I saw him transform into his tiny form. I didn't tell you before because he's still a good hero even if he was mean to me. But I really don't want to die or have my face punched off. He was wrapped in a massive hug by his father. Thank you for sharing. Now don't you worry, I won't let him get anywhere near you. You are the most important thing to me in this world and I refuse to let that bumbling fool take you from me. Izuku sat nervously in the small circle of people. He wasn't really sure this was a good idea, but his dad assured him it would be. So it would probably be fine. Even if he was very anxious about this entire situation, he understood what his dad meant about how he would have to take this step eventually. There were 11 people there other than him, including the 2 people who seemed to be in charge. One of the 2 in charge stood up to get everyone's attention. She had short brown hair and purple eyes that seemed to scan the room as they flicked from person to person. As she spoke, it seemed like it was just slightly too fast, like a video set on 1.25 speed. Hi everyone, it looks like there's a few new faces today. and I'm so glad you could all make it. For anyone new here, I'm Sakurai. I'm the president of this small branch of QIDD, or Quirk-Induced Disorders and Disabilities Support Group. As she spoke, her hands moved with the same urgency as her words, in what he assumed was sign language. As always, this is a judgment-free space where we can talk about any difficulties in life, asking for advice, or even just how your day went if that's what you need. And what you hear and say here stays here. I'll get us started. My quirk is called Speed Read. It's a mental quirk that lets me think faster. So, it doesn't make me smarter, but I process information very quickly. The big drawback is it's nearly impossible to pay attention to anything that is going at a normal speed. She smiled and tapped a previously unnoticed earbud in her left ear. Which is why you'll usually catch me listening to audiobooks and podcasts about obscure bits of history at double speed anytime I'm talking to someone. While I could talk all night about my coworker who thinks listening to things at work is disrespectful and is the slowest talker I've ever met, I'll pass to my wonderful vice president so that we'll have time to hear from everyone. The person to her right spoke up. He was an older man, probably in his 60s and sitting in a wheelchair. His reason for being there was a bit more obvious than Sakurai's. From the knee down he had what seemed like rockets instead of legs, which from what Izuku could guess, would be great for flying and awful for everything else. Name's Kinoshita, like she said before, I'm the vice president here. I also do social work, mostly with kids and a focus on those struggling with difficult quirks. The only thing I really have for today is that I'm also glad to see new faces here. It's always good to see people reaching out. Alright, who'd like to go next? After seeing a hand raise, he nodded to a middle-aged man who stood at about 2 or 3 feet tall and had purple-tinted fairy wings. Alright, the floor is yours. Thanks, my name is Sano and today was some bullshit. I know she meant well, but some lady asked me where my parents were and if I was lost. Do I really look like a DMN child? I was in my work clothes too, so what? Did she think that was a child in a business suit who ran away from home to eat his lunch in a park? It's just so frustrating. Can't these people just mind their DMN business and let me go about my day without some well-meaning comment or demeaning attitude? The next person to speak had a spray bottle for a head. Izuku was so curious if it actually worked or if the quirk was purely aesthetic, and if it did work, what would it spray? It looks like I'll be moving pretty soon. I'll definitely miss you all, but I got a job opportunity out in Daika and it seems like they'll be super understanding about quirk stuff. Some people remained silent like Izuku was, but most shared something positive or negative that was going on in their lives. Noguchi was getting ready for the UA exams, which was particularly impressive since his quirk left him blind and deaf, instead relying on his quirk where he could feel everything within a few meters of him, including things as intricate as sign language. Physically, he had a head that looked like a Lego and had faced plenty of discrimination, but that hadn't stopped him and he was on his way to UA for the support course. After just about everyone spoke, the vice president looked over to him. Is there anything you want to share? There's no pressure, you've just looked like you're thinking awfully hard for a while now, and this is the perfect place to get it off your chest. His initial reaction was to say no. He wasn't here to talk about his feelings, he's here because his father sent him as a place to train taking quirks from the living and thought that Izuku would have luck getting this particular group to consent to that. But on the other hand, his father didn't say he couldn't also talk about his feelings. I never really used my quirk until the last couple of months. Before that, I'd never used it since the time it manifested when I was a little kid. I was always scared I would hurt someone and my mom agreed, so I never used it once. But now I'm living with... Izuku scrambled his brain for a term that wouldn't reveal his father's existence while still letting him tell the truth. A father figure, and I use my quirk many times a day. And I'm kinda scared sometimes because it feels really good to use, maybe too good. I'd gone about 10 years without giving in once to that feeling of want, but now it just seems so much stronger after giving in. There were at least a couple of people that seemed to understand completely and were nodding along. They probably already guessed since his face was in so many places recently, but it was still a leap of faith in a sense to see how they'd react. My name is Midoriya and I can take quirks from people. A few people made sounds of surprise, but Kinoshita just looked like he was thinking something through. Out of curiosity, was coming here today your idea, or was it this father figure? It was his idea. He wanted me to start taking quirks from living people, and we compromised on finding people who would want their quirks gone. Correct me if I'm wrong on any of these, but here are a few educated guesses. You'd never really interacted with this man before your initial arrest. He lives a life that is dubiously legal at best. He showers you in the affection and acceptance that you wished you received when you were young. He's currently your only source of food, housing, and communication. And finally, he has been slowly pushing you further and further beyond what you were comfortable using your quirk for. How did you know that? That feels really specific. More than one person sighed and gave him weak smiles in what seemed like sympathy. Midoriya, I don't know this man, so this isn't a guarantee, but it unfortunately sounds like you're being groomed for villainy or at least manipulated for this man's benefit. Well, that's ridiculous. Hi's father had been nothing but kind, and there was no way he would do something like that to him. Right? He tried not to think about Tamura and how he was basically the definition of being groomed for villainy. Surely he was different from Tamura? He was actually his son. Would he really manipulate his own child for power? Then he thought of how he raised Tamura and gave him his last name of Shigaraki. How was that anything other than adopting Tamura as his son and then raising him to be little more than a weapon? The man wheeled his way over to the green-haired boy. Midoriya, I can see that you're panicking and probably spiraling in that head of yours. I'm not saying you need to do anything right now, just think about it and maybe look at things from a new perspective. Just make sure you don't consider him to be your only available option. I know myself and probably a few others in this room would be happy to take you in while you figure yourself out. But I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I know there's a warrant for me. Bah. Warrant schwarrant. Who cares about that? You're not the first here to have some issues with the law on accident, and you won't be the last. Kids with volatile, discriminated against, and especially addictive quirks tend to get forced into bad spots. That's just how it goes, and unfortunately it sounds like you got stuck with all three. He put a hand gently on the boy's shoulder and looked into his eyes seriously. Now, you be honest with me, kid. Would this mysterious man taking care of you be mad if you went back without any new quirks? That wasn't something he had even thought about before. But after thinking for a moment, he realized that even when Tamura messed up badly, he was never met with anger or violence. So Izuku shook his head. No, nothing like that. He'd probably be disappointed, but not angry. Okay. Sorry for all the questions, I just don't want you in a bad situation, and I'd rather ask too many questions when they aren't needed than ask too few when someone needs help. One person who had been pretty much silent the entire meeting spoke up. She had a wyvern-based mutation, meaning she had scales, a tail, and horns on the back of her head rather than hair. But most noticeably, she had wings where arms normally would be. Just so it's out there, I'd really appreciate it if you went home with a quirk, specifically mine. I never use these demon wings, and having hands sounds amazing. Izuku wiped away the tears that inevitably show up whenever he is emotional and nodded. Are you sure? My quirk only goes one way, so I can't really undo it if you change your mind. After a very enthusiastic agreement, he swiped his hand through the air, pulling the ball of light into himself. The woman quickly lost her scales and tail, short black hair bursting from her once bald scalp, and most importantly to her, her wings shrunk and reshaped until they were a regular pair of arms with completely usable hands. She ran over to the president and gave her a big hug and then quickly moved on to hugging someone else. Ooh, I'm gonna hold so many things and give so many high fives. Thank you so much, Midoriya. No matter what the cops say, you were my hero today. By the end of the meeting, he had that wyvern quirk, one that turned his spit and sweat to nitric acid, a mutation that gave him a minor strength enhancement and tough blue skin but had the drawback of not having eyes, and finally, a snail quirk that gave eye stalks and the ability to generate protective shells but lost the ability to hear. He'd try to find a way to use them, but if they couldn't match up to what he'd gotten from corpses, he'd just ask his dad to transfer them into a body so that no one had to hold on to them anymore. Once the clock struck 8 and signified the meeting was over, people started filtering out. Kinoshita wheeled over to him as he was getting ready to leave. Hey kid, if you're able to, I'd like to see you come back next week too. I'm guessing you have a quirk that lets you go unnoticed if the heroes catch on to why people are showing up without quirks. Izuku nodded and briefly activated the surprisingly useful quirk, chair, which allowed him to turn into a folding chair identical to the one he had just been sitting on. DMN, that's nifty. Well, I'll send you off with some homework of sorts. I want you to ask yourself what direction you want your life to go in. Don't worry about what me, your mysterious father figure, or anyone else wants, just figure out what you want first and then we can make a plan from there. Izuku nodded and thanked the man for all his help before leaving. That night as he laid in bed he realized that what he wanted to be hadn't changed at all, and those words had been a good reminder. He wanted to be a hero. He wanted to go out into the world and inspire hope and make people feel safe. He'd still visit with his dad when he could, but would need to make it very clear that he could no longer be complicit in any crimes he was committing. No more working with Jiren or other criminals just because it was easier or how his dad did things. He would make his own path and he wouldn't let anything stand in his way of becoming a true hero, whether he had a license or not. Izuku tried to be confident and hype himself up as he warped over to where his father was. It was line-of-sight teleportation, which was why his father was willing to part with it, but it still let him get to the warehouse in just 2 or 3 jumps. But the cool quirk wasn't the point. The point was that he was going to approach his father and discuss his plans to be a hero one day. Well, right now his plan was to become a vigilante, but from there he wanted to look into one of the vigilante rehabilitation programs. They weren't very accessible, but if you were powerful, beloved by the public, and hadn't committed crimes beyond being a vigilante, then it was possible. It was a long shot, but he never let that stop him before. He would need to distance himself from criminals and become a renowned and loved vigilante. And that meant he couldn't keep getting involved in his dad's affairs, because that would get him branded as a villain immediately if it was known about. So he made his way up to his dad, prepared to make his arguments and explain his case. Then he saw his dad's wide smile and his confidence began to wane. "Hey, kiddo, did you need something?" Not really, sheet." That's not what he meant to say at all. "Well, if you're free, there's someone I wanted you to meet. I know you like studying quirks, but you haven't really had a chance to actually test them, and this guy would be perfect for helping out with that." "I'm sure." "Who is he?" "He's an acquaintance that I've had for a long time. Not the brightest bulb, but he's the most powerful and loyal individual I've ever worked with. He's called Gigantomachia and he was my bodyguard. I guess he still would be if I needed him to do something like that." "Yeah, I guess we can do that. But I don't want to hurt him or anything. These quirk combinations are pretty strong." His father chuckled lightly. "I will be truly impressed if you can hit him hard enough for him to even register it as pain. He's essentially indestructible. Even I would have a hard time outdoing him in terms of physical power." "Oh wow, I didn't think anyone was stronger than you." All for One gave a booming belly laugh. "I appreciate the compliment, but it's a big world out there." He pressed a button on his desk. "Kuro Jairi, open a portal for me to Gigantomachia's location." He turned back towards his son. "Maybe when we get back we can talk about whatever you actually came to talk with me about." Tashinori took a deep breath as he knocked on the door in front of him. After a few seconds the door opened and he was met with Inko giving him a confused but not unfriendly look. A look which had softened greatly over the couple of months of them working together. "Toshi? What are you doing here? Did something happen with the case?" Not particularly. We've mostly just been hitting dead ends." She looked at him slightly suspiciously, unsure what he would want if it wasn't case-related. "Alright, well come on in then. No point having you stand out in the cold. I'll get some tea started while you settle in." He sat down and tried to collect himself within the minute or so he had before Inko returned with a few cups of tea. She walked over and sat down across from him after setting down the tea on the table between them. "So, are there any updates? Are we any closer to bringing Izuku home?" He shook his head as he looked at the ground. "We haven't made much progress. We're running into a big issue where we know where he visits and who he's interacted with, but every single person covers for him. They all deny ever seeing him and refuse to consent to Tsukachi's quirk, which is their right to do, but it makes everything harder. If you know where he is, can't you just send heroes in and get him? Where is it anyways?" The last few weeks there have been a lot of updated quirk registries. People with unpleasant or damaging quirks are suddenly becoming quirkless. We can tell he's been contacting these people through support groups and offering to take their quirks, but whenever we show up or try to use surveillance, he just switches to a different meeting. And as soon as we leave one, he goes back to it. So it's pretty clear that the people there are tipping him off. I tried going myself, and I get less hostility from most villains than I did there. After he finished explaining, she smiled a little. I know it's technically bad for the investigation, but I'm glad he has people looking out for him while I can't. Does him using his quirk to help people add to his charges? He sighed, not liking every part of the system he enforced. Yes, every time he uses his quirk on someone is another charge of illegal quirk usage. I see. Well, I hope we can get him back sooner than later so we can help him before it's too late. All Might wasn't really sure when too late was. Even if it wasn't pleasant to think about, there were very few scenarios where Izuku didn't go to jail after they found him. But that's not what you came here for, is it? He shook his head. No, it isn't. Inko, I came here to apologize. I don't mean to be rude, but you'll have to be more specific. You've hurt me many times and in many ways. I know, and I'm sorry for that. I wanted to apologize specifically for not coming back. Until you had gotten angry at me about it, I had never even considered that it was an option. I suppose I had always assumed I wasn't welcome back, and I'm not exactly the man you had loved. I'm quite literally half of the man I used to be, and I doubted you wanted a skeleton like me around. Inko wiped away the tears that began forming. You stupid, stupid man. Of course you would have been welcome back. Sure, I would have still been upset and yelled at least a little, but I always understood why you chose what you did. But I'm a bit hurt that you thought I was so shallow that I cared about how you looked. Let's be honest here, no one likes All Might for his brains. It's a good thing I never cared about All Might then. The man I cared for was Toshinori Yagi, not that hero persona you put on for the public. You really thought my affection was based on how muscular you were? Sure, you being strong was a benefit, but it was never important. You can't eat most food, your health is awful, and you're as skinny as a beanstalk, so what? I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't think many would agree with you. I know I'm well past my prime. He was about to continue when he was cut off. Of course you are. You're coming up on 50 years old, you're not supposed to be in your prime. I'm not exactly as fit as I used to be either. Just know that no matter what you say, I truly don't care about your health issues, and I would have accepted you back without question. Yagi nodded slowly as he thought over his words. I think maybe I need to rethink some things then. Because I also assumed you would want me out of your lives again once Izuku was brought home to you, but after what you just said I'm not sure. Toshi, stop being an idiot. Sure, it's been very easy to be mad at you for the last 15 years, but every major issue we had was based on you not being here. I've always wanted you here and being a part of our lives, but if you're going to be here at all you need to commit 100%. No backing out or neglecting this family. Because he doesn't deserve that, and honestly neither do I. There was a spark of hope that he hadn't completely ruined his chances with the most amazing woman he'd ever met. Inko, could I take you out for lunch at some point? She paused and had a conflicted look on her face. Ask me again once our son is safe and sound. I know I'm not thinking straight right now and I'm certainly not at my best. So, I think it's best that any big decisions should wait until then, because I don't want to do something I'll regret later. Well, that wasn't an outright no, so he nodded and agreed and hoped that maybe one day they would be able to put their shattered family back together. Izuku flew through the air as quickly as he could using the dragonfly quirk he had come to enjoy greatly. He zigzagged between trees before shooting straight up, a few hundred feet behind the massive giant that is Gigantomachia. He could only use 3 quirks at a time consistently, but he found that he could push it 4 for a couple of seconds. He flew as fast as he could toward his opponent before dropping the dragonfly quirk and quickly pulling forth 3 new ones. Stone Golem was a simple and self-explanatory quirk. It was a mutation that made the user very stone-like and incredibly durable. He had gotten it from someone who didn't want it anymore since it prevented almost all sense of touch. Gigantification was a common quirk that usually came with other mutations as well. This one let the user grow to about 40 feet tall and gave ape-like qualities, which was why it was registered as King Kong. And finally, he activated Kali, which gave him the physical attributes of the Hindu deity Kali: blue skin, increased strength, and most importantly, 8 arms. Since both Kali and Stone Golem included subtle mutations making the user taller, with all of them combined he stood at a little over 50 feet tall with blue-tinted rock skin and 8 arms. And with his momentum carrying him forward, this massive form of his slammed into his sparring partner with a deafening boom that shook the forest they were in. They both rose to their full heights and Izuku was dwarfed by the giant, but by far less usual, since at least now he was over half of his opponent's size. Izuku was launched backwards by a punch that hit his 8-armed block. Even if he knew his opponent was holding back, it still put his defenses to the test. The teenager charged back in and activated Exponential Punch. Each punch would be 50% stronger than the last one as long as they were in quick succession and uninterrupted. If he paused for more than 5 seconds or received a hit in return, then the quirk started him back at regular strength. This paired incredibly well with Kali by punching with 4 arms at a time. The 2 4-arm swings seemed to barely phase Makia, but the third actually knocked him over. Because by that third swing, the last fist to land was doing over 80 times what it usually would, but those 3 swings were as long as he could hold for quirks, so he had to drop all of them in exhaustion, but he was happy with those results. The giant looked down at the now normal-sized Izuku and cheered loudly. "Good job, little lord. That last one made my arm achy for a few seconds. You're so strong. Just like Lord." He found it super weird that he called his dad Lord, and by proxy called Izuku Little Lord, but he had come to accept that Makia was like a giant puppy in attitude even if he was a walking mountain. "Thanks, Makia. You did great too. Thanks for practicing with me." The giant lumbered over to where his father was. "Little Lord is good. I will squish everyone who is mean to him." "Thank you, Gigantomakia. Your loyalty is always appreciated. I care about him greatly and feel much better knowing you would protect him." All for one looked over and smiled as he saw Izuku drag himself out of the forest, looking absolutely exhausted but definitely proud of himself. "You did great, Izuku. Combining Exponential Punch with Kali was an excellent idea." Izuku slumped down next to his father. "Yeah, but it really wiped me out. I wish I could use 4 quirks without getting so tired. You're able to use like 20 quirks at once, so 4 really isn't that great." "Nonsense, you're making fantastic progress. You've only just started training, surely you didn't think I mastered my quirk all at once. It takes years of training and practice, but you'll get there. I'm sure you'll far surpass me one day since you're already far stronger than I was at your age." "You really think so?" "Of course, quirks naturally get stronger with every generation, and with your predisposition for taking it seems like you should be able to hold more quirks than I ever could. One day my mere 1,000 quirks will pale in comparison to your collection. But that's enough for now, let's head back so you can get cleaned up and we'll talk about whatever's on your mind." Izuku nodded and they were warped back home after he said his goodbyes to Makia. After a shower and a quick lunch he sat down with his dad. "I want to be a hero. I always have and I still do. And that means I can't keep helping with anything criminal or meet with any allies of yours. And when I start as a vigilante I won't be able to ignore any illegal things and I'd stop anyone doing illegal things, whether or not they work for you." "Izuku, it's fine, I completely understand. To be honest, I always anticipated this. I knew you didn't want to join me in villainy. From what you're saying, it sounds like you're aiming for the vigilante rehabilitation program. That'll be tough since you typically only see that clause enacted once every couple of years or so. You'll essentially have to become so popular that the general populace will refuse to stand by your arrest. But if anyone can pull it off, I think it would be you." Izuku started to cry a little and hugged his dad tightly. "You really think I can do it?" "I think you can do anything you put your mind to. But there's one thing I won't budge on. I won't have you homeless while you run around fighting crime. Even if you want to function separately from me and my allies, I want to handle your housing so you don't have to worry about trying to set that up as a minor with a warrant. And I like knowing where you are, just so I don't need to worry too much." "Yeah, of course, Dad." He rubbed at the back of his neck. To be honest, I didn't really have a plan for that. One last thing on the subject, no matter what's going on or what situation you're in, if you need help in any way, I will always be there for you. I trust you and believe in you, but also know that you're not alone and that I'll have your back whenever you get in over your head. He gave him a big hug and tried not to get tears all over his suit. Thanks, Dad, I don't know what I'd do without you. This entire situation would be so much harder if you hadn't rescued me. After Izuku had left and warped back to where he was staying, Garaki, his trusted doctor, walked into the room. I thought your plan was bringing him into villainy? But this situation must be approached much differently than with Tamura or anyone else for that matter. He is one of the few people on this planet that could probably challenge and will one day outshine me. So I intend to play the long game. How long are we talking here? He would be a devastating opponent if the heroes gained control of him. I have already given him some potent healing quirks and one of my longevity quirks. So, it could take 50 or even 100 years and that would still be fine. Itchem, I suppose, but couldn't you just force him to join you? You're stronger than he is right now, and you could keep him from getting stronger than you. Doctor, have you ever read the works of Machiavelli? He has been misquoted many times, but he was quite the intelligent man, especially for his time. He is famous for saying it is better to be feared than loved, and many use that as an excuse to rule with brutality since a people's love is fickle while fear is more easier to create. But that isn't the entire quote. His true words were, "It is better to be feared than loved, but never be hated." I'm not sure I follow you. How is that relevant here? Well, if I were to simply overpower him and break his heroic spirit by force, he would bow to my will in fear, but his hate for me would grow and fester. And with that hate, the moment my guard was lowered, he would strike me down. However, if I let him leave and the heroes break his spirit for me, then his hatred will be pointed towards my enemies. And then, if I kill those who harmed my son, now he knows to fear me by witnessing my brutality, will love me for protecting him, and will not hate me, for I will kill the heroes involved before they can tell him I was the one who orchestrated the entire thing. I see. I suppose my intelligence lies in manipulating the bodies of man, not his mind. Perhaps that is so. But regardless, he will be joining our ranks soon enough. I must simply be patient and allow him to come to me, while keeping a watchful eye, of course. Izuku hovered from rooftop to rooftop as he patrolled the city at night. His outfit wasn't really that special looking, it was mostly just a green tracksuit, so he could move freely. He was comfortable relying on quirks for defense rather than putting the effort into getting and maintaining protective gear. Even though it looked bland, it was actually something pretty special. His dad had gotten it made with Izuku's DNA woven into it so it would transform with him, that way he wouldn't be left naked the moment he used a gigantification quirk. It was a really cool process too, but unfortunately was pretty expensive. If it was cheaper then he'd want to have all his clothes like that, so he'd be able to use his quirks at any time without concern. He continued to look around the city from above as let himself get lost in thought during his quiet patrol. Since his focus was more petty crime rather than big-time villains, he'd mostly been relying on a few trusty capture quirks rather than anything combat-based. With most of his quirk strain coming from switching quirks or using multiple at one time, he just kept 2 active for patrolling and kept a few others in mind for the villains. Airwalk and Enhanced Senses were for patrolling, while Paralyzing Touch and Spiderweb were for fighting. Paralyzing Touch sounded way scarier than it was, but any other accurate names sounded super lame. All it did was cause cramping in the muscles surrounding wherever you touch. So, even if it was a bit misleading, Paralyzing Touch sounded so much cooler than instant cramps or crampy hands. The previous user had gladly given it to him since it had a tendency to activate randomly whenever she had any strong feelings, positive or negative, and since it worked through clothing there wasn't much the previous holder could do other than just not touch people. Just like Airwalk and Enhanced Senses, Spiderweb was exactly what it sounded like. He shot spider webbing from his fingertips and used that as his primary way to restrain people until the police arrived without needing to stick around. That said, he still enjoyed using lots of different quirks to apprehend criminals so he could experiment and practice with them all. For the last few weeks, he'd been making a bit of a name for himself as a vigilante in the slums that were neglected by most heroes. He had broken up a couple of gang fights and stopped a handful of muggings and robberies. He knew he wasn't able to fix the systemic issues that had led people to commit these crimes, but he was still doing whatever he could to make things a little bit better. That was the neat thing about helping as a vigilante rather than as a hero. There weren't any rules restricting how he could help people. Sure, he still fought crime when he saw it, but a good portion of his time went to just helping around town. He used a quirk that let him shoot tar from his mouth to patch up potholes in the roads. It tasted awful, but he was happy to help. And another called men to make repairs to anything else broken he found. There was a mostly abandoned park that he made beautiful again through green thumb and plant manipulation, turning the weeded and honestly gross area into a community garden that could help provide food for those who needed it. He stood on the edge of one of the taller buildings in town, overlooking the area. He smiled to himself. Even if he couldn't fix everything, he was proud of himself for all the work he'd put into making life better for those living here. With his enhanced hearing, he suddenly heard, "Help!" called out from a few blocks away. He quickly turned and used his teleportation to get most of the way there by estimating how far it was. He still had enhanced senses on, which left him a little overwhelmed by all the alcohol smells the man in the alleyway was putting off. The only other person there was the woman who had cried for help and was being held in place against the brick wall. He couldn't use his spiderweb quirk since it would hit both of them and would stick the victim to the wall as well. He dropped his current quirks and brought forth silk and touch-based telekinesis, which let him shoot over 50 feet of a thick silk scarf and also control it with incredible accuracy and precision. It wrapped around the man and yanked him back, but it wasn't nearly enough force to knock him over. He realized belatedly that he should have brought forth a strength enhancer or something like that. The man turned his legs to springs and leapt up to the roof the Izuku was on. Suddenly getting closer, the scarf went slack and the man escaped his binds. It took multiple minutes to finally get the spry man wrapped up again. The moment the man was immobilized for even a second, Izuku activated a third quirk and slapped him on either leg, letting paralyzing touch give the a-hole bad cramping in both legs. That would keep him from running off while he checked on the lady and made sure she was okay. He activated air walk after dropping the other quirks and was about to drop to the ground when he heard a voice behind him. "You really need to work on your spatial awareness." Izuku made a very undignified squeak and spun around at the words that came from right behind him. He flailed in surprise and fell off the building, which would have been bad if he didn't have airwalk active at the time. Which meant he was now sitting down in the air, an act that felt very weird since his brain instinctively wanted to panic at not having any physical thing between him and a 40-foot drop. He finally took in the man that surprised him and squeaked a second time. "Eraserhead? It took you 4 seconds to get your bearings. Unacceptable. What are you doing here? Your patrol route isn't anywhere nearby." The man huffed in response. "I find it a bit concerning you know my patrol off the top of your head. But the first priority is getting this situation finished up. I notified the police not long after you had arrived at the scene, so they should be here any second now." The hero grunted as he threw the criminal over his shoulder and started to descend back down to the street level. "I'll handle it from here, but I want to talk with you afterwards. Wait a few minutes, I'm sure you can camouflage yourself." Izuku knew it would be safest to just run away now. There was nothing he could do to stop him. But also, he was really curious about what the man was going to say. If he really wanted to arrest Izuku, he would have erased his quirk and restrained him before he even noticed the hero. Worst case scenario, if the hero does try to catch him, he would just need to wait until the man blinked before teleporting away. After deciding to stay, he transformed into a lawn chair, the kind someone might put on their roof for stargazing. It wasn't his best disguise, but he doubted anyone would really think about the random chair too much. He decided to pretend that the decision to stay was completely based on logic and had nothing to do with how cool Eraserhead was. He was one of the only heroes that fought essentially quirkless and completely relied on his own skills. Now that he knew All Might kind of SE, Eraserhead was definitely a strong contender for being his favorite hero. After about 10 minutes or so, the underground hero returned, looking around the roof for the vigilante he had left behind. Then he stared suspiciously at a lawn chair that he was pretty sure wasn't there just a few minutes earlier. Midoriya, did you turn into a chair, or am I just going insane and talking to outdoor furniture? He reverted to his normal form. Yep, it's honestly becoming one of my favorite quirks. Aizawa simply grunted in response. To answer your earlier question, I'm so far from my usual patrol because a few of my informants told me there was some brat with a bajillion quirks causing problems, and I thought that description was probably you. Are you here to arrest me? Izuku was suddenly very nervous. Was this a setup? He activated enhanced senses and X-ray vision to scan the area for other heroes, but when he didn't find any, he calmed down a little and kept listening. I'm not. And from how your eyes just glowed for a few seconds while you glared at the buildings around us, you can tell I didn't bring reinforcements. This is just a conversation. He paused in thought for a moment. Not that there are any reinforcements to bring. There are very few heroes that would actually try to arrest you. People like myself who think you're a good kid in a bad situation. Don't want to, and the ones that think you're a villain are too scared that you'll take their quirks. Izuku tentatively nodded. Okay, what did you want to talk about? Well, if you recognize me and know my patrol route, I'm guessing you know I'm a teacher at UA for the heroics classes. Izuku nodded again. Well, the reason I'm a teacher is pretty straightforward. I don't want kids to get themselves killed while they try to save people. So, when I see some 14-year-old brat jumping around town and fighting gangs with some of the worst form I've ever seen, I felt the need to get involved. And tonight only convinced me even further. You should have beaten that man in seconds with no issue, and that's not accounting for whatever quirks I haven't seen you use. His eyes went wide. You want to train me? Yeah, calm down. I just want to teach you the basics so you can keep yourself alive. And since I'm guessing I can't talk you out of being a vigilante, I can at least connect you with some like-minded people so you don't try and do this stuff alone. That lone wolf martyr bullshit will take you out faster than any villain. He pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Izuku. Here's a list of phone numbers, including mine. I expect you to use them. Based on how you look and smell, you're not living on the streets, which is good. I won't push on where you're living, but if there's a problem I know people who would make sure you have food and housing. Izuku was already crying by the time he finished. Why are you doing so much for me? You don't even know me. Did you have to know that woman in the alley to help her? It's really not that complicated. You're a kid who needs help, that's enough reason for me. Izuku wiped his tears away and smiled. Thank you so dash. Before he could finish, there was a whistling sound of something approaching at rapid speeds and a deep booming voice. I am here. Aizawa turned and expected to see the same expression he got when he greeted the kid, which was a mix of hero worship and surprise, but no real fear, probably because the kid could teleport away whenever he needed to. But this time, the kid's face was pure unbridled terror. And not just fear of capture, that was the look of someone who feared death. Before the hero landed, he quickly whispered to the kid, "Run." He didn't need to know why he was scared to respect that there was probably a good reason for it. What Aizawa didn't know was that his teleportation honestly took a lot out of him, and he'd used way too many quirks tonight to get far enough to evade someone that fast. The other problem was that he couldn't pull quirks up instantaneously. It took a few seconds for a quirk to go from his reserves to something he could use. So he turned on the one quirk he still had on standby. Eraserhead was expecting the kid to disappear into thin air, but instead he turned into a lawn chair again, with the underground hero blocking him enough that All Might didn't see the shift. Less than 2 seconds after they heard the shout, the massive hero landed on the roof and looked around for Izuku. "Hello, sir. I'm looking for a young man, about this tall." He held his hand barely above his elbow in height. He's got green hair and might have been seen using multiple quirks. I've also been told that another hero is on the scene, if you could point me in his direction. Eraserhead scoffed. I am the hero you oaf. And I was talking to Midoriya before you scared him off. What? If he was here, then why didn't you capture him? I prefer not to harm non-violent children, so I used my words instead. Not all of us punch first and ask questions never. How did you even get here so fast? I can't imagine you arrived by accident. Since I'm the lead hero on the investigation, the police notify me whenever they get reports of him. And since you made note that the villain was captured by him, they gave me a call immediately. Well, he's not here now. I see that, so I shall be on my way. Please call my agency if you run into him again. And with that, the hero jumped back into the sky, leaving the two alone on the roof. All right, kid, do you want to talk about whatever the hell that was now, or some other day? Izuku returned to his regular form and looked badly shaken. Later, please. I want to go home. Okay, do you need any help, or are you all set to get there on your own? Izuku wiped his tears away. Don't worry, I'm fine. He then transformed into a crow and flew off without saying anything else. Aizawa doubted that he was anything close to fine, but knew better than to push. He still needed to build trust with the kid, though it was alarmingly easy to get the young vigilante to start trusting him. He really hoped no one was taking advantage of his honest and trusting nature. On top of all that, he still needed to figure out what the hell was going on that made All Might act so intense about bringing in some random kid. Normally things like wanted vigilante children are firmly in his wheelhouse, not a spotlight hero like All Might. This was even weirder because Midoriya had only harmed someone once and it was clearly unintentional. All that raised the question, why was the number one hero involved? Was it just fear of his quirk? Whatever it was, Aizawa had a feeling he wouldn't like the answer. Somewhere, multiple cities away, a teenager was typing away vigorously on his computer and pressed the post button with a small satisfied smile. The post in question was on a conspiracy theory page, with less than 100 followers and an author by the name of Endeavor Sucks. He explained in incredible detail why the increasingly popular villain vigilante by the name of Izuku Midoriya was actually the secret love child of a hero. The hero in question was known as Eraserhead, a secretive man with the ability to erase quirks temporarily. What made this particular theory go beyond just a quirk coincidence was a handful of blurry photos of the hero talking to the vigilante in question and the two not looking aggressive at all, just chatting there. He personally felt that he had cracked the code and uncovered a deep secret, and a scandalous one at that. Little did he know his revelations would be read by a journalist who thought he might be onto something and that his idea made sense and would look to see if she could make a story out of it. Izuku suddenly appeared in the large open room. It seemed like it could have been an airplane hangar based on the size of it and how empty it was. Aizawa glanced up at him from where he had been sitting, grading papers at a small desk in the corner. Oh, you're a few minutes early. Start by doing some stretches and warm-ups, and then we're going to do an apprehension test, once without quirks and once with. That will give me an idea of what we're working with. And with that he went back to ignoring Izuku and going through the papers in front of him. Eraserhead? Are you sure I'm allowed to be here? I didn't realize it when you gave me the coordinates, but we're in the middle of UA, and that just feels like a dangerous place for a vigilante to be. Stop wasting time and get started. I would never purposefully put you or any other child in danger unless I had no other choice. If the rat didn't want you here, then you wouldn't be. As long as you don't leave this building, then no one will care or do anything. The man hadn't even looked up or paused in his work, which was kind of impressive and also intimidating in a way. Yes, Eraser-sensei, I'll get started. After a few minutes he walked back over and was handed a clipboard and an electronic reader. Do these 10 activities, one try each, then write down your results. Don't do anything that will break the building. I'll be keeping an eye on you, but I'm already too busy as it is, so I'll have to be more hands-off than I am with most my students. It took him a few minutes to get through them all, but he had quirks that were relevant to all of them, so he thought he did pretty good on the quirked version. The quirkless version was less impressive. Aizawa walked over and looked over his results. As I expected. Compared to my class last year, you outdid everyone by a massive margin when using quirks. But quirkless you would have been in 18th place compared to how they did. This probably isn't relevant, but why did you compare me to your previous year's class rather than this year? Easy, that's because this year they gave me nothing but failures. I expelled all of them and I only plan to re-enroll half of them. Comparing you to my current class would be an insult to your skills. Wow, so you think I'm doing a good job? No. You still did awful, they just did even worse. Your first task will be to build up a solid base of skills and strength. It doesn't matter what quirks you have if you don't have the skill to use them. We're going to focus on you building strength, stamina, and agility. Once you've got that down, I'll teach you the basics of combat, and only then will we add quirk training into the mix. Oh, wow, that sounds like a lot. Should I not be doing my vigilante patrols until we're done? The tired man scoffed and waved him off. No, but mostly because you'd break any promise of stopping as soon as you saw someone in trouble. Just be careful and try to stick to the whole community service thing while staying away from the big fights. Got it, that makes a lot of sense. Can I use a quirk that would help me reach the first goal faster? It's called Physical Peak. It's basically a passive longevity quirk that keeps you at your physical peak, which you probably could have guessed by the name. So it would basically make me mature and grow stronger about twice as fast, but I also won't really age past my late 20s. His trainer buried his head in his hands. Damn it, kid, that is not the kind of information you should share around without a care. You don't just casually tell people you're immortal, and certainly not in a place that has cameras. You can use the quirk, but only on the condition that you keep your mouth shut about it. A lot of people would not react well to knowing an immortal vigilante is running around. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Izuku was getting ready to leave when they both heard Eraserhead's phone go off with an emergency notification. Damn it, what is it now? The tired hero looked down at the beeping phone and scowled. There's an A-rank villain called Muscular Rampaging. The heroes there are struggling, but luckily there haven't been casualties yet. This isn't his first time either. He'll show up, kill as many people as he can, then disappear once he's satisfied. I know you just told me not to jump into big fights like a minute ago, but could you give me those coordinates? Aizawa scowled at him. Alright, but remember, I'm training you to be a hero, not a martyr. Fight smart and don't hold back against people like him. Izuku nodded and activated two quirks, Bird's Eye View and Blink. That was the actual name of his teleportation quirk. His eyes went foggy as he became blind to the world in front of him and instead saw through the semi-translucent eyes that were now floating a quarter-mile above the location he was just given. It looked like a war zone. Cars were smashed, multiple buildings had caught fire, and in the middle of it all was a tall man with blonde hair and arms covered in skinless muscles. Izuku teleported about 100 feet above the man, activating Stone Golem and Acid Touch. The villain had been about to throw a chunk of concrete at a pair of injured heroes but was interrupted by the cannonball that was Izuku. Not only was he knocked into the ground with enough force to create a dent in the street, but there was also a hissing sound as his now acidic sweat ate at the quirk-created muscles. This had seemed like an easy win, or at the very least a very good start to a fight. His opinion on that shifted as he was thrown down the road like a stone skipping across a lake. He came to a stop when his back hit, and badly dented, a police car that was maintaining a perimeter. With a loud groan, Izuku rose back to his feet. He dropped the acid part and added a hyper-regeneration for a few seconds to get back in fighting shape. As he ran towards Muscular, he dropped the healing and added Exponential Punch and Kali to his Stone Golem. 2 solid swings, totaling at 8 punches, pushed the man back and caused him to turn back around to face the foe he'd assumed was defeated. You seem a bit small to be one of the heroes. Not that it matters, you'll show me your blood all the same. He then quickly found a big flaw in practicing his quirk combos with Gigantomachia. The giant would gladly let him throw punch after punch without interrupting, but with this villain he struggled to get even 2 swings in, let alone the 3 or 4 needed to end the fight quickly. This led to them trading blows back and forth, which would have been fine except for the fact that this man hit like a DMN truck. As the villain pulled back his arm and wrapped his body with even more muscles, he suddenly paused as spears of water rained down on him. The 2 heroes had gotten up and were providing backup. He recognized them as the water hose duo. Both of them had water quirks, one produced water and one could control it. That turned the fight a bit more in their favor, preventing him from keeping his attention solely on Izuku or the remaining heroes. But the villain clearly didn't like this shift in the fight as he roared loudly and picked up a car and reared back to throw it at Izuku. It would have been easiest to just teleport away, but he knew that there were people hiding in the building behind him. Dodging would probably cause the building to collapse and kill dozens of people. So he dropped his offensive quirks and brought forth Tough Skin and Snail. His stone body was reinforced by Tough Skin, and Snail let him create a hardy spiral shield just before the projectile car made impact. After blacking out for a second, he found himself, unsurprisingly, underneath a smashed and flaming vehicle. His legs and ribs felt broken, plus he was tired. He didn't have the time or energy to heal right now, but he also couldn't bring himself to run away. He craned his neck to the side so he could see the sky. He then teleported one last time so he was right where he had begun the fight. He dropped all of his defensive quirks and tried to ignore the agony that came from suddenly dropping Stone Golem, which had been dulling his pain so far. As he began to fall, he brought forth Dragonfly. Muscular, this is your final chance to surrender. He had to give the man one last chance. Then Extra Eyes. That's funny, kid. I'd like to see you try and bring me in. Then Bending Sight. Very well, all civilians and heroes should avert their eyes immediately. Then Laser Eyes. And with that, he released the full might of the quirk combo he had come to call Death Ray. A single laser was strong enough to cut into concrete within a few seconds. Two were a formidable quirk. With 25 eyes, it would devastate anything in its path. With Dragonfly Eyes, it was multiplied by about 30 and would rip apart large swaths of the mountain he practiced on. And with Bending Sight, he could focus all of that onto a single target. When Muscular saw the many eyes glow, he pushed his quirk as hard as he could, creating a sphere of dense muscle around himself like a protective shell. Those nearby who didn't heed his warning to look away were blinded for hours afterwards, and even people from cities away had seen the pillar of red light that struck the ground. After about 5 seconds, Izuku couldn't hold it any longer and fell from the sky with his bloodied shirt in tatters. Before he could hit the ground, he was caught by a massive hand made of water that gently set him down. He was more than a little lightheaded as he looked up at the two battered heroes. "Hi, my name's Izuku." They both laughed, then winced because of their injuries. "Yeah, we sort of guessed that. There's not really anyone else who can do what you just did. And thank you, if not for you we probably wouldn't have made it home today." After that moment of kind smiles, the smell reached him. After his attack landed, the street had begun to reek of burning flesh. He turned and looked at the source, which unsurprisingly was the spot that he had targeted. There was a perfectly circular hole in the street that was about 4 feet wide. It was hard to see how deep it went since steam and smoke was rapidly rising out of it. The place where the attack had landed, and everything within a few feet of it, had been melted down into molten rock. It seemed unlikely that he was still alive, and the attack was almost definitely excessive. In his defense, though, nothing else was working against the villain. However, that did mean he now had a second unintentional villain death on his hands, which he was sure would impact him more once he was home again. After he let hyper-regeneration do its job, he started helping the wounded however he could and moving people towards the nearby ambulances. After a minute or two, the woman he was helping suddenly lurched forward and fell to the ground. A red-hot piece of broken rebar speared through her. Izuku spun around in panic to see a smoking and disfigured man crawl out of the molten hole in the road. All of his hair was burnt away, along with half of his face. One of his eyes was little more than a smoldering socket, and his entire body was covered in severe burns. "Dim, I was trying to hit you, not that random lady. You're tougher than I expected, but you really should have made sure I was dead before turning your back to me. Rookie mistake." Izuku struggled to pay attention to anything other than the woman who suddenly died in his arms. How could he think when her blood was coating his hands and her vacant stare seemed to burrow into his very soul? Then, the world seemed to pause as his shock turned to rage. With a swipe of his hand, the villain's quirk was ripped from him. With a much more gentle touch, though it didn't matter anymore, he pulled the quirk from the woman in his arms. Izuku's voice was quiet, but every word resonated with power. "But what reason could you possibly have to cause so much pain? You must have had some reason to cause all this death and destruction." "Same reason you came to stop me." "Because I wanted to." Roots exploded from the ground and pulled the now quirkless villain to his knees. He pulled forth the quirk he had just gotten from the woman who died. He wished that he'd at least known her name. He didn't really know what it would do, but he could feel it had something to do with your emotions and light. From his hand, a pitch-black blade of solid light formed as the manifestation of his rage and sorrow in that moment. He held the tip against the man's throat as he stared down at the defeated villain. "Does that mean I should kill you?" Because I want you to pay for what you've done. I want you to die by the quirk of someone you needlessly killed. You ain't got the nerve. Izuku drew his arm back and aimed the blade at his heart. Try me. As he started to move the blade forwards, there was the sound of what seemed like a small jet engine. He quickly turned to the side to see a man in a wheelchair quite literally flying down the street at him. The white-haired man he knew from the Quirk Disability Support Group came screeching to a stop right in front of Izuku. Kei Kinoshita, what are you doing here? I'm here to smack some sense into ya. Because from what I saw, you were about to kill an unarmed and captured man. So you've better put that sword away before I beat your butt myself. But he hurts so many people just because he wanted to. He has to pay for his crimes. And I'm sure he will. But unless you forgot to mention getting a job as a judge, it's not your call what the punishment is. I know it feels like it will help, but killing him won't make the pain any easier. All you gotta do is walk away and let him be arrested properly. At this point Izuku started weeping openly. It hurt so bad though. Why'd she have to die? Why couldn't I save her? If I had just taken his quirk as soon as I got here, she'd still be alive. Kinoshita opened his arms. Come here. It's okay that it hurts. If it didn't hurt then you wouldn't be you. But you have to know this wasn't your fault. You did the best you could and things would have been a lot worse without you. Your mercy and kindness isn't a weakness, it's what makes you strong. Izuku threw himself into the man's arms and cried into his shoulder as the man gently pat him on the back. There you go, get it all out. I'm gonna bring you home now, or at the very least get you out of this area. With that he flew away from the approaching heroes with a sobbing Izuku in his arms, leaving the remaining heroes to take away Muscular for his many crimes. Izuku sat across from his father while they both looked through their respective card books. Izuku felt a sense of pride that he now had his own quirk binder that had a fair amount of quirks in it, even if most weren't of the same quality as his father's. He took out 2 cards that represented quirks he'd gotten within the last few weeks and slid them across the table. I'll offer you poison quills and muscle augmentation. What can you offer in terms of resistance quirks and capture quirks? They both had a lot of fun pretending that the deal was far more serious and official than it was. It was a fun game to trade quirks between them as they tried to get the best deal as possible from the other. Those are some good quirks, but what use would I have for those? I already have strength enhancement and poison quirks, and the size increase that comes with muscle augmentation is a hassle. Well, that's because these quirks aren't for you. But they would be perfect for your zombie super soldiers. All for One groaned. I told you we're not calling them that. They are called NUM. And the acronym ZIS just sounds like you're hissing at someone. I just think it's an apt name. You take dead bodies, reanimate them, then stuff them full of quirks. It's gross but honestly a cool idea, plus I'm sure I'll convince you on ZSS one day. At least say ZSS. That way it sounds like an acronym instead of a poorly done snake impression. Don't worry, I'll wear you down eventually. Now, what about the trade? You do have a good point, both of these are good for mindless Numo. I'll offer these 2 in return. He slid conjured chains and cursed blood across the table. Izuku picked up the cards and read them over. The chain quirk lets the user create and control up to 10 chains, each one connected to a metal ring on a finger. Cursed blood was a weird one though. Whenever your blood was exposed to open air, it would burst into a black flame that could burn through anything. However, the blood flame would go out as soon as the blood cells died, which was usually less than a minute in open air. Offensively, it was only useful in very specific situations. The real benefit was that it came with an unrivaled resistance, near immunity, to fire. Also, the conjured chains can theoretically nullify a quirk if they are wrapped around the target, but I never put in the time to figure out how to activate that ability since I would just take the quirk instead of suppressing it. You've got yourself a deal. He reached out and they shook hands, allowing the quirks to flow between them before exchanging the cards and putting them into their respective trading card binders. He heard a chuckle from Jiren as he walked into the room. Ding, it'll never stop being weird to watch you 2 give and take quirks like that. All for One glared lightly at Jiren. You're late. Yeah, but it looks like you still made use of the time. Plus, One of my customers was a bit jumpy and kept needing to be convinced this wasn't a trap. But it all worked out, so if you're ready, there's a handful of villains that are ready to give up their quirks. This was a setup that Izuku was willing to have with Jiren since it gave him more quirks and allowed more people with quirk disabilities to live a freer life, even if they were villains. Jiren benefited since he charged a finder's fee for anyone who came to him looking for Izuku. Even though Izuku didn't want to get involved with criminal activity, he felt in this case it wasn't a problem since he was still taking quirks from villains. Jiren would lead them into his little impromptu office for the sake of privacy, then he would take their quirk and send them on their way. It usually didn't take more than a minute per person, maybe more if they wanted to discuss how it worked. His dad was only there because he was a worrier that didn't like Izuku meeting with villains without him nearby as backup in case it was an ambush. The first person was a woman with a full-body cheetah mutation. She was known as the cat burglar. Izuku could admit that the pun made him laugh. She was a career criminal and had been a thief for over 2 decades, putting her in her 40s. It was honestly impressive. Very few were able to be active that long with ending up in Tartarus. He wasn't one to push people on why they wanted their quirks gone, but he could admit he was curious why she would want to give up a top-tier quirk like cheetah, especially since it was so vital to her career. It acted as a speed quirk along with enhancing most senses and giving the user other benefits like night vision and claws. Like many animal-based quirks, it can be summed up as, she can do anything the animal can do. She gave him a wide smile filled with feline fangs. I'll let you in on a little secret. I hit it big. Enough to retire and live a comfortable life without ever having to lift a finger again. But as I'm sure you can guess, it's tricky to get a new identity when you've got a face and reputation like mine. Oh, that's actually really clever. No one will be looking for you as a quirkless person. Well, as long as you don't think you'll regret it, I'd be glad to help, but remember that I can't give quirks back, so this is permanent. She nodded and shivered at the odd sensation of all her fur receding along with any other mutations. Thanks, Broccoli Boy. I'm out of here. He also took the quirks from a few people that had pretty obvious reasons for being there. First, there was a lady with a quirk that let her create and control wooden spears that looked sort of like roots. The drawback was pretty significant though, since it gave the user these wooden horns instead of eyes, leaving them blind. Since they weren't really immersed in crime, it was worth it for her to give up that power in return for getting her vision back and being able to start a new life. He'd trade this one to his dad later since he was already blind. The other person was a teen who wore a full-body suit to prevent any physical contact, purposeful or accidental. His quirk was that his touch caused a rash similar to poison ivy. It couldn't be turned off at all either, since it was a mutation that gave his skin the same properties as the plant, which just sounded like an awful quirk to have. The last person was a man with badly burnt skin. Even from a distance, Izuku could feel that his quirk was probably the strongest flame quirk he'd ever seen or felt. The reason he was coming to Izuku was obvious just by looking at him. It clearly didn't provide much if any fire resistance along with those flames. I'll be straight with you. I didn't come here to have my quirk taken, at least not yet. I just didn't know how else to contact you, and I can't think of anyone else who could help with this. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Okay, maybe the reason he was there wasn't as obvious as he thought. I can't promise I can help with whatever this is, but I can listen. Well, the reason I have such a shitty quirk is I'm the failed product of a quirk marriage. But since my father is a powerful man, he's never faced consequences for what he's done. And what do you want me to do? Izuku had a guess but didn't want to assume. I want you to go all vigilante on his butt and steal his quirk for buying my mother and abusing his entire family. I'm not sure. Usually I just try to contain villains until a hero or the police can arrest them. That's the FING problem. He's the number 2 hero, so he's not exactly going to arrest himself. Izuku just whispered quietly. Holy shit. This was much bigger than anything he had planned. Look, even if you don't believe me or don't care about me, my little brother is still in that house and probably getting beaten to shit every day. So do your thing and stop a criminal. Izuku thought for a moment. He really didn't want to just go off of this guy's word before doing something as significant as taking down Endeavor. Before I make a decision, I want to verify what you told me. Do you have the coordinates for his house? The man just laughed. His coordinates? Do I look like someone who memorizes coordinates? I can find it by looking up his address though, give me 1 second. Once he had an idea of how far it was, he teleported as high as he could into the sky without suffocating and then used blink again to get as close as possible. It took a couple minutes to get to the house, but once he'd been there he could spy on it with bird's eye view whenever he wanted to. Once he got back he sent Jiren away and sat down with Dabi, explaining his plan. With a combination of bird's eye view, X-ray vision, and vision video, he was able to observe and record Endeavor's abuse without having to leave their base or risk getting seen. They sat together, not saying much for about an hour until they got what they were looking for. Though it was kind of horrifying that it only took an hour. Izuku solemnly downloaded the video onto his computer so he could release it to the public. Not to judge, but did you just turn your finger into a USB? Maybe, but that's honestly pretty tame when it comes to my quirks being weird. Anyways, I'm going to post this on the internet, and if heroes don't do anything about it, then I'll act on it. Does that seem fair? Dabi sort of grumbled. Yeah, I guess so. But they aren't going to. Well, it's still worth it to share it so people know why I'm taking his quirk. After a moment Izuku spoke up again. Hey Dabi, if the heroes don't arrest him and I go to take his quirk, do you want to be involved? He looked over. Hell yeah, I'd love to give the flaming bee a piece of my mind. Honestly, I had this whole elaborate plan for getting revenge, but then I realized this would be even better than killing him and way easier. So, the more dramatic the better since I won't be doing my original revenge plan. Izuku laughed nervously. I'm glad you've chosen to not kill people, no matter the reasoning. Well, let's call it good for now and see where it's at tomorrow. Burnin was making her way back to work after the absolute PR nightmare that had been going on the day before. Someone had filmed and released a video of her boss beating his son, and it wasn't exactly easy, or completely possible, to get it taken down everywhere it popped back up. All while making sure it was spoken about as a training session in the media and as nothing else. It honestly didn't sit right with her, but going against Endeavor would be a bad idea for her career and probably her health. It didn't escape her attention that the video was taken in such a weird way. It seemed to be taken from above and through multiple walls. The whole thing indicated that this wasn't something to be taken lightly and that they would be hearing from this mysterious person again. She was about to enter the building to face the disaster once more when she heard shouting behind her. She turned and saw what seemed to be a massive dragon of sorts flying across the sky. It had to be at least 70 feet long if you included the tail. It had bright green scales and gleaming eyes of the same color. It had powerful-looking limbs and wings instead of arms, which she supposed meant it was a wyvern not a dragon, but the middle of a wyvern attack wasn't a good time to debate the difference between the two. One odd trait was that it seemed to be covered in green fur as well as the scales and had a much shorter face, almost like an ape and a dragon got mixed together. It landed atop the hero agency, perched on the roof as if that was the perfect place to land, which might have been true due to the helicopter pad. Then, just to make sure it had really gotten everyone's attention, the massive beast person shot a stream of fire from its mouth into the sky. Even the dragon hero herself couldn't compete with this thing between the size and fire breath. And if all of that wasn't alarming enough, she suddenly realized there was a person riding the wyvern. Anyone who shows up on a terrifying dragon was definitely bad news. Said person pulled out a megaphone and began speaking loud enough to be heard by the growing crowd that was very interested in what was going on. Oh Daewat, I'm back. I know you thought you killed me, but you only managed to permanently scar and disfigure me. So now I, your eldest son Tuya Todoroki, have returned to wreck your sheet. Well, with the help of my friend here. Before she had a chance to process all of that, her boss came shooting out of the building like a flaming comet that flew directly at his son and the giant mythical beast. The massive blast of blue flame that intercepted his path confirmed that it was almost certainly Tuya. Hey Dad, how's your day going? Because mine's been great so far. Cease this nonsense at once. You're both under arrest for illegal quirk usage and damaging a hero agency. Dabi looked down at the building below them, which had a few scratches on the roof from Izuku's landing. Both of us? You hear that big guy, he thinks he can arrest you. You think they even have cuffs in your size? Besides, this building is barely damaged. Izuku then stomped 1 foot down on the roof, causing the steel beams to bend and shattering every window on the building. Okay, now we've damaged the building. But anyways, we're here to provide you with options, you flaming shitbag. Either you turn yourself in for trying to kill me, abusing your family, and buying my mom, or you can fight us and you will never be a hero again. How dare you mock me like this? My son is dead and you will be joining him soon enough. Dabi looked Izuku in the eye as the flaming hero came charging at them. I have the odd feeling that he isn't going to turn himself in. Well, take him out then. Izuku jumped off the building and flew towards the man while roaring loudly. With a wave of his hand, which is currently a giant wing, Izuku pulls Endeavor's quirk from him, causing his flames to immediately sputter out. As he began to plummet to the ground, Izuku dove after him and grabbed him in his claws before setting him on the ground. The once powerful hero stared at his hands in shock and confusion. Where's my fire? Why can't I feel it anymore? What have you done to me? Dabi scoffed as they began to fly away. You'll never hurt another person with those flames. You sacrificed everything to become powerful, to show everyone you were better. Now you'll live the rest of your life completely normal and powerless. After stripping Endeavor of his quirk, Izuku flew off in the direction of his house before he realized he still had a passenger. He looked over his shoulder at Dabi, who was holding on tight to keep from falling. Maybe he should invest in a giant dragon saddle if this was going to become a common occurrence? Where do you live? I can drop you off in the general area if you don't want to share the exact spot. He knew a lot of criminals were very secretive of where they lived, and for good reason. I don't have one. I'm sorta definitely homeless and have just been bouncing around. So you can drop me wherever, won't really make a difference. Well, that wouldn't do. You're staying with me tonight. I'm not letting you sleep in the streets when I have a guest room. Once they were close enough, Izuku dropped his quirks and activated enhanced senses and had Blink ready to go. He suddenly went from being a massive wyvern back to a regular human, much to Dabi's concern since they were still very high up in the air. He grabbed Dabi by the hand before they could fall too far and enhanced his vision enough to see right to his very distant front door. He nearly collapsed on his couch in exhaustion as he stumbled inside. He was not expecting flying around to be such a workout, but it made sense. Regardless of how reasonable it was to be sore, his back muscles hurt in places he didn't know existed and his arms felt like jello. And on top of all that, he used Blink to teleport a second person, which was a huge strain on the quirk. It was really only efficient for moving one person. Dabi was currently collapsed on the floor and catching his breath. Never do that again. Why would you just turn back into a human without warning? Izuku did look a little ashamed and embarrassed. Well, I couldn't teleport us while I was huge. I hope you don't mind that I sort of just decided you'd be staying here for a bit without waiting for your input. After a moment of silence, Izuku looked back over at Dabi to see how he was doing after everything that had just gone down in the last half an hour or so. Said man was currently crying while laughing maniacally, so that was definitely a good sign. You doing all right over there? In response, he got more of the laugh crying. Ha! He's gone. He's actually gone. It's finally over. Yeah, it is. He won't be able to hurt anyone else now. You know, I always planned, or at the very least expected, to die while killing my father. I always knew my fire was hot enough to overwhelm his resistance, but by the time he died there was no way I'd recover from using my quirk that much. And I was okay with that. I was going to go out in a literal blaze of glory and it would all be over, for both of us. Well, I'm glad you're still here. That man is a piece of shit and isn't worth dying over. Dabi had flopped down into a chair and stared at the wall for a bit. Izuku wasn't going to interrupt his process for working through the very sudden shift of his abusive father becoming powerless. It was obviously a very emotional time for him. After a few minutes, Izuku had nearly drifted to sleep when Dabi suddenly spoke up. I want you to take my quirk. I guess I can, but how come? Mostly because it melts my skin whenever I use it. The only reason I didn't ask for you to take it before was because I wanted to be able to kill my father with it. It was quickly seemingly like most of his plans or thoughts had been based around killing his father. Izuku was quickly wondering what he would be doing if he wasn't spending all his time working toward that goal. Yeah. If you're sure. If this is an impulse, then I suggest waiting and thinking it over. If you've wanted this for a while, I can do that for you, but please remember I can't give it back if you change your mind. Dabi gave him a vicious grin. Don't get me wrong, I'm still a fan of being able to light people on fire. But I'm willing to do it the old-fashioned way so that my skin stops burning all the DMN time. Yeah, that makes sense. I can take your quirk and heal up a good amount of your injuries. Dabi fully paused and looked over to him. Wait, you can heal me? Mostly? I can make it way better than it is now though, and you won't need the staples anymore. Hell yeah, I'm so ready for a life without staples. I can take your quirk now, but I'm exhausted, so the healing will have to wait for tomorrow. He pulled the volatile quirk and felt it slip into place. It was so similar in feel to Endeavor's, but more wild. It was like having a purebred show dog and a feral street dog side by side. Dabi's destructive power was far greater, but that was a double-edged sword. That same power meant it couldn't do the same pinpoint accuracy as Endeavor's. He could already tell that using them together with his new fire resistance quirk would truly live up to the name, Hellfire, that had been given to Endeavor's quirk. He heard Dabi start laughing again, but it was less maniacal this time. Holy shit. Do people feel like this all the time? I always felt too hot no matter what I did, and it was so hard to regulate my temperature. I thought that was just how people felt. This is amazing. Izuku smiled at seeing the man finally experience good things in his life. Do you have any plans on what you want to do from here? Not really, I figured I'd just follow your lead. You know, help you do that vigilante sheet and bring evil people to justice no matter who they are. What? You want to work with me? Sure, it can't be that much of a surprise. I respect the hell out of what you're doing and I owe you more than I could ever repay. So I'll do whatever needs to get done. I saw how you freaked out over the whole muscular thing. You clearly don't want to get your hands dirty, so I'll do it for you. Izuku didn't want to think or talk about what had happened with muscular. Didn't want to think about the light leaving that woman's eyes while he held her. What do you mean by dirty work? Like I said, I'll do whatever needs to get done. You're going up against some powerful people with the path you're on. There's no way you can do that on your own or without spilling blood. Anyways, we're both tired as hell and we can figure out the rest tomorrow. Izuku laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, his clock showing that it was 4 in the morning. Unsurprisingly, going to sleep in the afternoon completely wrecked his sleep schedule and now he couldn't fall back asleep. He didn't want to start the day yet, so he was laying there, bored as hell. On top of that, he was still processing everything that had happened the day before. That's when he had an idea on how he could spend his time and hopefully get some direction on everything going on. He fumbled for his phone and called his dad, who he knew would already be up since he had a quirk that made it so he didn't need much sleep. Izuku? Are you alright? Yeah, sorry for calling at a weird time. I couldn't fall back asleep and figured it would be a fine time to chat. No need to apologize, it's always good to hear from you. Is it fair to assume your mind is lingering on your fight from earlier today? Sort of. He paused for a moment as he thought it over before rapidly falling into a mumbling ramble. The fight itself was fine, but I may or may not have taken Tuya, his son, back with me. Well, his name is Tuya, but he likes to be called Dabi. He said he was homeless and it felt wrong to help him stop his abuser and then immediately ditch him to the streets. His quirk is strong and really cool, but it lights him on fire, which isn't cool at all, so I took it from him. But he asked me first. I wouldn't take his quirk without asking even if it was hurting him. So I took his quirk and said I'd heal him, which I will, and now he's offering to do dirty work for me. I'm not even sure what that means in this case, probably murder, but it's still kind of vague. I just don't know how I got here and now have someone who wants to kill in my name and dash. He was cut off from further rambling with a low chuckle from his amused father. You don't need to worry about this so much. This is a totally normal part of being powerful, especially when you have publicly known ideals. It sounds like this Dabi fellow is looking to be your henchman and help wherever he can. My henchman? Oh no. That feels like a really strong term. And it's certainly nothing that official yet, I just met him today. He could imagine his dad nodding thoughtfully. That's completely fine. This sort of thing can have whatever title feels right to you both, whether it's minion, follower, lackey, underling, or even something you make up for a specific cause. It sounds like a lot of responsibility. It sounds nice, but what if I mess it up? Getting your first henchman can be a bit overwhelming and stressful, but it's a completely natural thing. Powerful people almost always attract followers who want to join something bigger than themselves. Even if you are a little younger than I was when I had my first henchman, I don't think you have anything to worry about. You really mean that? I do. And this Dobby fellow seems like a great option for your first one. He sounds like he'll be loyal and competent, and those are the most important traits in any henchman, or whatever you end up calling it. I'm sure you'll have entire spy networks before we know it. The next day, Dobby walked into the kitchen to find Izuku making breakfast. Okay, I gotta ask, why on earth are you so trusting? I thought about it all night and I can't figure out why you would let some homeless villain you just met into your home, especially while you're alone. And from what I could tell, there really aren't any safety measures in place that would keep me from stealing your sheet or attacking you while you slept. Good morning to you too? And to answer your question, you haven't given me a reason not to trust you. Tia was blown away by the simplistic logic that would get the kid killed one day. Really? That's it? He seemed to blush a little and look at his feet. Well, there's another reason, but I don't know how to say it without sounding like an a-hole. Just spit it out. It's just, you probably couldn't kill me even if you tried. A couple of passive defense quirks on all the time. So, even in my sleep, it would take quite a lot to even injure me, let alone kill me before I wake up. He was overstating it a little bit, but the combination of physical prime and tough skin covered most of his bases, and 2 passive quirks didn't wear him out to leave active while he slept. Dobby seemed to pause in thought. That's actually a fair point. I'd probably be more trusting too if I had godlike powers. Izuku just shrugged, not really sure how to respond to that, and went back to finishing up breakfast. A few fruits were telekinetically pulled in through the open window from the yard where his garden was. Izuku grabbed a floating apple before tossing it over to Dobby. Why are you throwing fruit at me? And why is the apple glowing? That's the healing quirk I have. It's called Enchanted Fruits and Vegetables. Anytime the user touches a fruit or vegetable, it gives an effect to it depending on what plant it is. Apples accelerate healing a little. 1 apple is enough to heal a minor injury like a scraped knee or bad bruise. So, you're going to have to eat a lot of fruit for this to make a big difference. Dim, you got some weird quirks. You take down the BSRD with your ape dragon move that turns into a straight-up kaiju, and now you're healing me with magic apples. Yeah, sounds about right. Got this one from an old guy who wanted to enjoy all those foods before he died. A lot of the effects are negative, so he had to be super careful with what he ate, plus a side effect is that the quirk drains it of all flavor. Dobby had already taken a bite while he was talking and nearly spit it out. Oh God, it's like biting into styrofoam. I can see why he was willing to give you such a powerful quirk. That was awful. How many of these things am I going to have to eat? If it makes you feel better, most of it will be in smoothie form. Bleck, I guess we'll see if that's better or not. Out of curiosity, how many strong quirks do you actually get? Because it seems you mostly only get quirks people want gone. For quirks that are strong on their own, maybe a couple a week? I get a fair amount of the better quirks from corpses, but once someone dies, the success rate of taking their quirk drops fast. The sooner you get to them the better, but usually it's a 50-50 shot if you can get there within a day or so. Because if they've been embalmed, then the chances are basically 0 because it disturbs the body too much and replaces too many things with synthetics. Wow, that was a lot of unexpected but very interesting rambling. Why not just take a ton of quirks from all the villains you catch or go shopping for quirks in a prison? I'd imagine those things would be a buffet for your quirk. It just feels wrong to take them without consent. I don't know how to put it into words, but quirks are a part of a person's body, so it feels like I'm an organ harvester, ripping parts of people out for my own benefit. I refuse to use it as anything but a last resort, because it should never be taken lightly to do that to someone. That makes sense, I guess. I never felt that way with mine, It always felt like a burden and a curse rather than some part of me. But that's probably more to do with my shitbag of a father and the fact it kept lighting me on fire. Izuku nodded as he put chopped up fruit into a blender. Once it was done, he filled a very large glass that was placed in front of Dabi. Dabi stared at the drink, which was glowing with an alarming kaleidoscope of colors and had absolutely no smell, then back up at Izuku. "What's this gonna do to me?" It will accelerate your healing, numb your pain receptors, increase your energy, heal burns specifically, reduce scarring, prevent infection, and remove any toxins currently in your body. Holy shit, kid, that sounds like a fucking miracle drag. Yeah, I know there's the downside of it's nasty and I'll need a bunch of it, but still. It's weirding me out that you just give this sort of thing away for nothing. What's in it for you? Would you believe me if I said I was just being kind? Not in the slightest. If you were giving this out to every bum on the street, maybe. But why just me? Well, I have the notes from the previous user of the quirk, and he noted what plant did what, which is super helpful. But he didn't make any note of how potent things were or how they worked when combined other than the fact that the fresher it is the more powerful the effect. Gotcha, you needed a willing guinea pig to experiment on who was already severely injured so you could test different things and monitor the results. Izuku stared at the floor. Experiment sounds so mean though. More like a trial run, or just think of it as free food that will do something that's almost definitely good, we just don't know how much good. Hey, don't get me wrong, I'm totally fine being your test subject, I just don't want to agree to something before I understand it. After taking a large gulp, Dabi had a very unpleasant expression. How is it? Imagine water that's way too thick, has a grainy texture, and is sticky. So, overall it's pretty terrible. Well, I put in ingredients for their effects not based on the consistency and texture. Within a few minutes, Dabi was staring blankly at the ceiling. Was one of the things in the smoothie magic mushrooms, because I feel high as hell. Oh, that would be the kiwis. That's what is numbing you so I can remove your staples without excruciating pain. That's neat. I'm a big fan of not being in pain. Destaple me, you tiny green god. I think that's a compliment, but I'm definitely not a god. Please don't start a cult around me. Let's head outside so we don't get blood all over the house. Dabi followed him into a fenced-off backyard, while he kept sipping at his nasty smoothie of health. Oh, you should take out any piercings so we don't wreck those. After a few seconds, Dabi had taken out his many piercings and nodded at Izuku. With the activation of his weak telekinesis quirk, every staple went flying out of Dabi's body at once before his skin could heal over them. Even with the numbing effects, it definitely still hurt, as was clear by Dabi shouting out, "Motherfucker! Sorry. We needed to get them out, and it seemed best to get it over with quickly." Yeah, it makes sense. But ding, that hurts like a beach. He stared down at his damaged skin that was already beginning to heal over the tiny pinpricks that the staples left behind. You're lucky this nasty but smoothie is actually really impressive. You rest and keep drinking it, I'm gonna get some more fruit for the next one. Izuku walked around his yard, which was more like an orchard at this point. He let his mind wander as he took care of the various plants and picked the needed fruits. He was glad that Dabi was going to be helping him, but having him do any fighting would be problematic since he was used to having a powerful fire quirk. If only he could give him a new quirk. It was so frustrating that he couldn't give them like his father. He thought about the whole henchman thing his dad had talked about. He would want his henchman to be as strong as possible, right? At the very least he should give him a weapon to compensate for the lost quirk. It would be nice if he could stay with the fire motif, since it would be weird if a guy named Cremation was using an ice spear or something like that. He ran through his quirks in his head and wondered if any of them could let him create a weapon that could stand in for a quirk. After a few minutes he had a great idea and ran back over to Dabi, who was very shocked to see Izuku sprinting towards him. Dabi, what are your feelings on swords? I guess they're cool? I'm not sure where you're going with this. Okay, I'm going to make you something really cool. If I pass out, you just have to make sure the blade doesn't touch anything. What? What does that mean? Why would you pass out? He shushed Dabi with a wave of his hand. Quiet, I need to focus. He made sure to plan everything out beforehand since he'd only have a few seconds at most. He'd need cursed blood, blood spikes, preserve, stone golem, and detachable limbs. Most of them were pretty self-explanatory names. Blood spikes let you make spikes out of your blood. Preserve let you take dead organic matter and prevent it from decaying. The effects were long enough that the limit hadn't been found. Detachable limbs let you detach body parts at will, and was given over to him because they also come off with a hard tug and take a week to regrow. He activated the 2 blood quirks first and created a spike made of blood coming out of his palm that had a black flame coming off of it. It was a little over 2 feet long and was shaped like a very thin pyramid, with flat sides and came to a sharp point. He closed his hand around the blade that was still attached to his palm and activated stone golem and detachable limbs. He pulled off his now stone hand at the lower wrist. Normally, all of the active quirks on the detached limb would disappear within a minute as the hand died. But before that happened, he activated preservation, which luckily worked because the hand wasn't attached to a living creature, even if the cells hadn't died yet. For the first time, he managed to use 5 quirks at once and was incredibly proud of himself. Well, he was proud for about 3 seconds, then he was proud and unconscious from overuse. Izuku felt himself rousing to the feeling of being kicked while hearing his name shouted. Izuku Vanji Midoriya, if you don't get up this goddamn second, oh good, you're awake. What the hell, Dabi? Why are you yelling at me? Oh yes, clearly I'm the a-hole here. You gave me a lightsaber made of blood. Which is cool as hell, but I noticed something super interesting about it. It doesn't turn off. What? It's not a lightsaber. Actually, I guess it sort of is since it can burn through anything, and the shape is pretty close. Except my design is more of a pyramidal shape, rather than conical or cylindrical. Plus the fire isn't actually that hot. It's just that the quirk spreads regular flame to whatever it touches, so it wouldn't be able to slice through metal dash. Izuku, focus. I've been holding this thing for over an hour and trying my best not to burn anything else down. He gestured to a few trees that were burnt husks of what they were when he'd closed his eyes. I didn't think that far ahead. Give me a second. He needed something completely fireproof that could hold a sword. The first idea was something made from his body with cursed blood activated, since that was his only real go-to quirk for completely fireproofing something. Oh, it's not perfect, but this should do it. He focused for a second before pulling a length of silk from his body. He held it out to Dabi, who tested it by poking it with the problematic sword. Luckily, it didn't burst into flame like everything else had. So after a moment of wrapping it up in the protective cloth, Dabi fell back into a chair. Holy shit, I was so scared I was going to light myself on fire on accident. Why did you even make that? Well, it was a gift for you. You don't have a quirk anymore, so I thought a powerful weapon would be a helpful replacement. So you gave me an improvised lightsaber? Not complaining, just working through your thought process. Yeah, that was the idea. Dabi looked over the weapon now that the dangerous part was covered. I just want you to know this is the most badass thing I've ever seen. The handle is literally a human hand turned to stone. Weapons made of human body parts weren't my thing before, or even something I thought about, but this is absolutely my new aesthetic. Izuku activated regeneration for a few seconds to grow his hand back and replenish the blood he used to make the blade of the sword. Thanks. I'm glad you liked it. I'm gonna go take a nap in a bed instead of the dirt. Yeah, I can confirm that the dirt isn't the best place for naps. I might follow your lead. Where should I put the definitely not a lightsaber? Just leave in the living room if you want. It's yours now. Dabi smiled as he looked over his badass weapon. That was when he noticed it didn't hurt to smile for the first time in nearly a decade. It wasn't a big difference yet, but his scars were a little lighter and he didn't need staples to keep his perpetual wounds closed. Things were definitely starting to look up for the arsonist. Izuku teleported into the UA gym where he met Eraserhead the week before, so it seemed like this would be their consistent meeting place. Eraserhead was already there waiting for him. It looked like he was grading papers and reading essays that were heavily marked in red pen. He was excited to keep learning from Aizawa. They hadn't met up since the week before, so he was looking forward to showing off his new quirks and getting more lessons. Since Aizawa was an expert in capture techniques, He was probably the best teacher for the job too. He quickly jogged over to the tired-looking man. Hey, Aizawa-sensei. What are we going to work on today? I got this new chain quirk and I thought you might be able to teach me how to use it as a better version of the silk scarf I'd been using before. Izuku quickly pulled out the chain quirk in question to show what he was talking about. His teacher just pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed loudly, as if Izuku's very presence gave him headaches. Nope. I am not dealing with you while you have this much energy. You're going over there and lifting weights until you can't keep going. Then you're going to run until you can't keep running. And no quirks but physical peak for either. Once you've done both of those tasks, you'll come back over here and we'll actually start the lesson. Izuku paused for a moment. That was certainly not what he expected for today. Did I stutter? You're too energetic and are still pretty scrawny, so consider this two birds with one stone. Now, don't talk to me again if you still have the strength to stand. As Izuku started to make his way to the weightlifting machines, he heard Aizawa call out one last time. That said, don't forget to stretch, pace yourself, and take water breaks. If you get injured during training this simple, you're expelled. Izuku was very tempted to point out that the threat doesn't work if he isn't enrolled, but decided not to test his luck. After over an hour of lifting things and running laps, Izuku was panting while sitting on the ground near where Eraserhead's table was. Good, now that we are at the same levels of energy and general exhaustion, we can have an actual conversation. He dragged over a chair that Izuku was very thankful for. It's been 6 days since I last saw you, and in that time you've created more chaos than most people do in multiple lifetimes. I'm not saying you were necessarily wrong, but we are going to have to address it. Izuku nodded and remained quiet for what was clearly going to be a lecture. The first thing we need to discuss is your fight with Muscular. He paused when he saw Izuku flinch at the name. I can tell this is a hard topic, but we can't just ignore it. I told you not to hold back against him because he was a dangerous threat. I should have been more clear in my expectations. When I said that I thought it was clear, I meant that you should take his quirk immediately, rather than get into a slugfest with him and fire giant death lasers. He sighed and sat down next to Izuku, speaking much more softly. There's no nice way to say it. Someone died because you drew out the battle. Izuku was nearly shaking at his words. I'm not angry and I don't blame you. I've made decisions that killed innocents on many occasions. All you can do is learn from it and focus on the people you did save. Izuku wiped away his tears and nodded. Well, that's enough emotions for now. The other thing we need to talk about is taking Endeavor's quirk. Good job, kid. I always knew he was a piece of shit. Izuku gaped up at him in shock at his words, not expecting him to agree with that choice so quickly. Only one thing that needs to be brought up is, why didn't you call me? I gave you my number for a reason. If you ever plan to do more than a basic patrol, contact me. I want to look out for you, but I can't do that if I don't know what's going on. Okay? Izuku definitely looked nervous and stared at the ground. I know you're helping me and probably won't turn me in. But what if I told you I was going after someone and you told other heroes about it? You're a hero and I know that means you have split priorities. I understand. I hope in time I can prove that you can trust me. I'm not upset with you for being careful. Izuku nodded. Thanks. For everything. Yeah, you DMN problem child. Now that we've covered the talking stuff, you're going to learn how to do better knots. He then spent the next 10 minutes going over the correct knots to use in order to restrain a criminal so that they couldn't escape, but also didn't injure them. Cutting off circulation can cause serious issues, especially if your opponent is unconscious or can't communicate the problem. So you need to do this right. After going over it a few times and having his work corrected over and over, Aizawa nodded and sat back down at his desk. Okay, now that you aren't doing completely awful, you're going to do that over and over until your hands cramp up. Why do I have to practice something simple so much? I already know how to do it. Sure, you can do it right now when nothing else is going on and there isn't a time limit. But in the field you'll need to be able to do it perfectly in just a few seconds, all while people are trying to kill you. So, this is you building muscle memory and getting faster, so when it actually is important, it won't be an issue. And once I think you can do this without issue, I'll start teaching you how to do it from a distance with your capture weapons. Oh, that actually makes sense. Did you have to do this kind of training too? No. But I should have. Would have saved me a lot of trouble down the line if my teachers had been as tough on me as I am on my students. Now, less talking and more tying. Izuku had been at it for about 30 minutes or so before the man paused and looked at his phone and looked very serious. It looks like I'll have the chance to prove you can trust me earlier than I thought. If I could offer you the chance to learn about the investigation for you, would you take it? Yeah, that would be so helpful. Could you really do that? Second question, do you trust me to keep you safe? Answer me honestly. He barely had to think before answering. Yeah, I do. In that case, stand by that wall, turn into a bench that matches the others, and don't turn back until I tell you to. You have 10 seconds to get into position. He did as he was told, making sure to perfectly mimic the other wooden benches in the gym. He hadn't been in his transformed state for more than 20 seconds when the large door to the gym opened. To his horror and sudden understanding of Aizawa's questions, All Might himself strolled into the building. Aizawa wasn't completely certain of his decision to let Midoriya stay, but he had a gut feeling it would be beneficial in the long run. He would have shared what he could learn with Midoriya anyways, but this was the best way to make it clear that Aizawa wouldn't turn him in and that this information was valid. Overall, this was the most efficient way to give his student as much information as possible without giving him a reason to doubt any of it. All Might, I assumed you would be leaving campus after talking with Nizu. Unless I said something during the staff meeting that made you think I wanted to talk? No worries, I simply wanted to have a chat with you about something. Once the man closed the door, they were alone, so he switched to his weaker form. After a few moments of awkward silence, Aizawa spoke up again. Well, I haven't got all day. I know teaching is new to you, but I'm actually quite busy and have another hour of grading before I'm done. So there better be a good reason you searched the campus to find me. Of course, my apologies. I simply wanted to discuss the case of Izuku Midoriya with you. I'm not on that case, all I've heard is what's on the news or rumors from other heroes. So I highly doubt that I'd know anything that the head of the investigation doesn't already. There have been some concerning rumors and I wish to simply confirm some things. Of course, rumors are known to be a great use of my time. Ask away then, I'm sure none of this will be stupid. I can see why you would be skeptical. First let me explain why this is important. Early into the investigation, Izuku Midoriya contacted a family friend to inform her he was safe. From their conversation we believe that he is currently with a man pretending to be the boy's father and is using that angle to manipulate them. Why not just have the actual father make a public statement that the man he's with isn't really him? All Might scratch the back of his head. That's where things get a bit complicated. The PRDSY was the result of a drunken tryst, so it's harder to refute claims. All the information that young Midoriya would have about his father was that he was tall, had light-colored hair, a potentially similar quirk, along with implications that it would be dangerous for people to know that they were related. Aizawa sighed in frustration. How do you know he isn't with his actual father? And you still haven't said anything that's relevant to me. He paused for a moment. Wait 1 second, am I one of your candidates for someone pretending to be his father since I hit everything except the hair? There have been multiple cases where you've been seen with him, and you must have noticed that many news stations also believe you are related even without the information of him being with his supposed father. Let me get this straight. You think that I'm harboring a fugitive and pretending to be his father in order to control this child for some unknown reason. I'm not accusing you of anything, I simply want to cover all possible options. The man simply sighed in frustration. All Might, I am a happily married gay man, so if I was trying to convince some teenager I was his father, I'd have to explain quite a bit to my husband. Besides, where would I even keep a fugitive child? I live and work at UA. Not exactly the best place for a vigilante to hide. Oh, I see. Those are some fair points that I will take under consideration. Do you actually have any suspects on where he is, other than me and one blurry picture of an information broker? All Might paused, hesitant to give information on the case. You know Diamond, well, I know more about the underground than you do, If you actually want my help, at least tell me what you're working with. No. At this point our only lead is Jiren. But we've gained further evidence that the two of them work together at the very least. We have a hero keeping tabs on him in hopes that we can use him to catch bigger targets, but since he does all of his business in secure buildings, that might not work out. That makes sense, but I would consider someone like Jiren a more important target than Midoriya anyways, so don't look so pathetic about that. Yeah, I suppose you're right, it's starting to seem like that man has his hands in a lot of different things. All Might moved like he was about to leave, but Aizawa cut him off. Before you go, I've got 2 questions for you. First off, why do you care so much about this case? Because your words don't match your actions. Why would you ask such a thing? Of course I care about saving a young man in need. You see, that's exactly what I mean. In all your reports and speeches you keep saying you'll save him. This isn't a hostage situation. You keep acting like you're going to rescue him, and it's just confusing, because I can't figure out what on earth you are rescuing him from other than a life outside a prison cell. I promised his mother that I would bring her son home. Do you just go deaf when you hear things you don't like? The moment you saved him, he's going into the deepest pits of Tartarus. This isn't some cut and dry case where you can save the child and capture the villain. So make up your mind, are you trying to save Midoriya the scared child like you say? Or are you trying to capture Midoriya the vigilante like you've been acting? All Might went quiet, so Aizawa took that as permission to continue tearing into the man. You see, this is always the case with teen vigilantes, they don't fit your black and white ideals. Midoriya's not the first and he sure won't be the last. So I'll repeat the question. Why do you care so much? I see a new teen vigilante case every month or 2, so why are you putting all your time into this one when I've never seen you help with any of the other runaway kids with villainous quirks who want to do good in the world? Not whatever line you've fed his mother or the press, I want the truth. I truly do want to save this boy, to bring him in now before he gets in too deep and I can still argue for a lenient punishment. I'm also concerned that if we don't intervene now, we could have an unstoppable supervillain on our hands. So it really is just all about his quirk. It's not about the good or bad he's done, or who he is as a person. It all just boils down to you being scared of a quirk that could be all for 2.0. He took a step closer, puffing up into his All Might form. How do you know about him? Oh come on, I'm an underground hero who can nullify quirks. Of course I know about the boogeyman. Hell, if you'd lost 6 years ago the commission probably would have thrown me at him next and hoped my quirk worked on his. I see, I didn't realize other heroes were aware of him and the threat he posed. He shrunk back down, at least a little embarrassed at his outburst. The daylight. Heroes probably don't, but any hero that's had to work undercover with influential villains would need to know about him since he impacted any relevant villain organization. But that brings me to my second question. How are you so sure you'd win? You're chasing down Midoriya with reckless abandon to try and catch him, but what will you do once you actually do find him? I'm not sure what you mean. I would turn him over to the proper authorities, of course, so he could stand trial. Maybe that question was too complex for you, so I'll break it down to the 2 options I see available. Either you have some way to prevent him from taking the quirks of not only yourself, but every other hero and prisoner that would be nearby during his incarceration. Which would be tricky since we don't have a way to suppress quirks. There's a reason Tartarus has machine guns pointed at their prisoners. So I'm assuming you must have some sort of plan to either stop his quirk or place him somewhere so remote and inhumane that he'll never have the chance. Aizawa finally stood up from his desk where he'd been lounging the entire conversation and got right in his face. Or, you're going to go with the more simple and much more likely strategy of killing him before he can take any more quirks. That's what you did with All for One, right? And since you seem to be so scared he's the second coming of that man, I'm assuming your strategy has remained the same? All Might backed up slightly from the rage-filled teacher that was advancing on him while stuttering through his words. Well, All Might? Which is it? Because I've thought long and hard about this topic, and I can't think of anything else as options for you. So until you can tell me a plan that ends in something other than torture through permanent solitary confinement or the murder of a child in cold blood, I wouldn't tell you a DMN thing even if I did know something. You preach justice, but you don't think anything through and people get hurt because of it. Without any good response to that, All Might left the building. Aizawa took a deep breath. He had gotten more emotional than he had planned to. He walked over to the bench that hadn't been there that morning and spoke softly, assuming correctly that Izuku might not have taken that very well. You can come out now. It's safe. He very suddenly had his arms filled with a sobbing teenager. He was normally more distant with his students, but he could admit that Midoriya was a special case. He gently patted the sobbing boy on the head. It's okay. I'm sorry for losing my temper. I shouldn't have said most of that while you were watching. I should have kept in mind how frightening he is to you. The boy started hyperventilating and shaking in his arms. It's all right. I'll keep you safe. Just focus on me. He quickly pulled out his phone and called his husband. Hey, how's it go dash? No time to talk. I've got the kid with me and he's having a panic attack. How soon can you get here? His usually joking partner suddenly had a very serious tone. I'll be pulling up the back entrance in about 5 minutes. We're bringing the little listener home, right? Yeah, I'm not letting him go anywhere alone right now. I'll see you soon. It wasn't much longer until they had a very frazzled and exhausted Izuku wrapped up in blankets on their couch while their cat BSRD watched over him. Hisashi walked into the living room and kept his voice far quieter than usual so as not to spook the boy. Hey little listener, are you up to eat some dinner? I made some curry. Izuku looked down to the cat curled up in his lap and then looked back up at present Mike, who seemed to quickly understand the problem. Don't worry about disrupting her. I know she seems really comfy right now, but she'll be moving on her own once she realizes it's dinner time. Izuku nodded and patted her on the head. You ready for dinner, kitty cat? Oh, I guess we didn't mention it. She's deaf, so she won't respond to your words, but she reads body language well enough. In that moment, as if to prove his point, Esther to the cat saw Aizawa grab the can opener in the kitchen. She shot off of Izuku's lap like a bullet, knowing that Aizawa holding the can opener meant it was probably food time. See what I mean? She's a little menace, but we love her. You'll probably meet the rest soon since few things can keep them from dinner time. Izuku looked up at him in interest. You have more cats? Hisashi laughed loudly. Oh yeah. My very scruffy and lovable husband, said man grunted in disagreement with the description. Brings home the strays he finds on patrols if the shelter is full. We've got 5 of them already, but most of them are pretty anxious around new people since they were rescued in one way or another. As the cat food was placed in their dishes, all the cats came out of their respective hiding spots and started eating with a ferocity that would make you think they had been starved. Aizawa crouched nearby the felines and pointed them out. First was the all-gray cat. You already met Bee. She's called that because she would fight God if given the chance and has a love of chaos. She also has a bit of a protective streak and has probably already adopted you in her mind. The 2 orange cats are Shoebox and Machi. They're siblings. The bigger one is Shoebox. I found them both in a shoebox, hence the name. Hisashi gave a big smile as he set out their bowls of curry. I named Machi because Shota over here is the worst at naming, but he all but refuses to let me name the cats. Aizawa ignored his husband and pointed at a small black kitten. This is Nibbler. He's our most recent addition. He'll chew on anything and everything within reach, especially your feet if they're unprotected. He's very jumpy though since he lived in an abusive house before this. Izuku nodded, paying attention with incredible focus as if this were the most important information he'd ever heard in his life. He then gestured at their final pet, an albino one that was on the line between being a kitten and a cat. This one is called Shadow. Izuku pet his head in confusion. Shadow? Is it an ironic name? The others seemed pretty self-explanatory. Present Mike chuckled. It's a pretty accurate name actually. She kept getting returned to shelters because she has a quirk that lets her turn into an black orb that floats around. She usually only does it if she gets spooked, but if you walk around at night you might catch her floating around the house, so don't be too surprised if she's there if you need to use the bathroom. Izuku paused mid-bite of food. Why would I be in your house at night? I figured I was leaving right after this. The 2 heroes looked at each other. Present Mike scratched the back of his head. We weren't going to bring it up until later, so that's my bad, but we're both really worried about a kid as young as you living alone. Izuku moved back a bit, so it would be easier to run if he needed to. Where are you going with this? Aizawa sighed. I'll be incredibly blunt with you. We have a couple spare rooms and we want you to live here with us. Will you at least sit and listen long enough for us to explain why? He settled back into his seat a little. I guess so. But I'm not living alone anyways. Oh, I didn't realize that, little listener. I shouldn't have assumed. Who are you staying with? I'm staying with Dabi. That's the name Tuya Todoroki likes to use. Aizawa nodded. Then my point stands. You are a child who should be living with adults that care about you, not some teenage villain that's barely older than you are. He's not a teen. I think he's around 20 or 21. Yes, clearly much better. You shouldn't be living off in the middle of nowhere with a man you barely know. It's just not safe, and it's an awful environment for you to be growing up in. Izuku paused. How'd you know I live in the middle of nowhere? Hisashi gave him a soft smile. Listener, it took us less than 2 hours to find your address when we were worried about you after the muscular incident. So that's a second way that it isn't safe. The last thing we want for you is to have villains or heroes knocking down your door. UA is far more protected and we can show you how to cover your traces better. No, I can't stay with you. Why not, problem child? Because you're heroes. And I'm some villain, and best case scenario you'll lose your jobs if anyone finds out that you're helping me. Training me was already risky, but this is just asking to get caught. Aizawa locked eyes with him. Is that your main concern? His confidence leaked out of him quickly. I guess it is. That's good to hear. Because that's not an issue. Aizawa stood up for a moment to grab a folder, setting it in front of Izuku. When he opened it up, he almost burst into tears when he realized what it was. These were the application forms for the Vigilante Rehabilitation Program. You don't have to decide right now, but know that we've been working with Nizu and all you'd have to do is sign. If you are a candidate, it's no longer us harboring a fugitive, it's us meeting the requirement that applicants be kept under surveillance. I want to make it clear though that even if you don't choose to go with this program, you'd still have a place here. Izuku started crying openly, quickly moving the papers out of the way so they didn't get wet. This is so nice. All I've ever wanted is to be a hero. Why would you do something like this for me? You barely know me. Hisashi went over to him and gave him a big hug. Well, you don't have to know someone to want good things for them. Besides, I've been hearing my wonderful Shota talk about you for weeks now, so I felt it was important for you to know that we are an option and that we'll always be here for you. The rehabilitation program requires you to cut contact with all criminals, right? And they tend to not let people in that work with villains. Kid, what are you trying to tell us? If it's about that Jiren guy that All Might was talking about, there's no real issue there. Practically every underground hero works with information brokers. Izuku shook his head. If you guys are going to trust me like this, I want you to know the truth about who my dad is. Just, please don't hate me after I tell you. Aizawa snorted. That's the big thing you were leading up to? We already know your dad is all for one. Huh. You know. At his surprised shout, a few of the cats spun to look at him. BSRD looked around to see what they were all reacting to, and Shadow jumped into the air, morphed into a black orb, and shot out of the room. Neither hero seemed particularly concerned about this, so he didn't address it either. Present Mike lightly shoved his husband. You shouldn't have cut him off like that. It was clearly a very big and emotional reveal for him. He turned back to Izuku. He's right though, we did know about that. Anyone who knows about his existence would be able to piece it together pretty fast. Aizawa nodded. I knew even before we first spoke. Warp quirks are as unique as they are rare, and that line of sight teleportation you use to get around is from someone who passed away 15 years before you were born. So it was pretty obvious you got it from someone who was far older than you and could also take quirks. It didn't take a lot of thought to figure out who it was. You knew who my dad was and still wanted to train me? I would never judge a person based on who they're related to. I'm not going to demand you cut off all contact with your father. That would be cruel and excessive. But I do want you to keep in mind any discovered interaction with a villain after you've signed that paper could jeopardize this chance at being a legal hero. Izuku felt torn in two. Half wanted to stay with his father and spend his days experimenting with quirks and still helping as a vigilante. But on the other hand, this was everything he had been fighting for. I'm not trying to frighten you, I just think you deserve all the information up front. If you want to take time to think about it, you can. He nodded and almost jumped out of his seat in surprise when the orange tabby, shoebox, crawled into his lap and stared up into Izuku's eyes. Hisashi laughed. If nothing else, you have to move in here because the cats have already adopted you. Izuku looked up at them with tears in his eyes. Is it okay if I talk to my dad about this? I know he's a villain but... Aizawa nodded. But he's still your dad. We understand, kid, you don't pick your family. Just don't forget who you are and who you want to be. I can understand how you feel at least a little. My father was somewhere between a vigilante and a villain, but that's a story for another day. Izuku gave him a tight hug and kept crying into his scarf. He wasn't sure exactly what part he was crying over, it was more that he just had too many emotions and they had to get out somehow. After spending that night cuddling with the cats and sleeping in their guest room, that they insisted would be his room, he went to talk with his dad and explain the offer that was made. The ancient supervillain gave a gentle smile. Izuku, you know I support you becoming a hero. I'm not sure why you seem so worried about telling me. I'll be required to give a report of my time as a vigilante and a lot of things won't make sense without you. Things like where I got each of my quirks and where I got any funding. I see. So it likely wouldn't be possible for you to be accepted into a hero program without both acknowledging that I exist and then disavowing me. I think I understand your concern, but this isn't an unsolvable problem. Izuku nodded slowly. Are you sure? I know you take your secrecy very seriously. He waved his hand dismissively. Only because I am in such a weakened state. In the past I don't believe I put as much effort into it. It was the government that hid me, not me hiding myself. So, that's issue number 1. Are there any other roadblocks we should consider? He thought for a moment. All Might is a big issue. Most other heroes either respect the work I've been doing or fear my quirks. The main person arguing for my arrest is All Might, and few heroes are willing to openly go against something he said. His influence and popularity make it career suicide to disagree with him, so a lot of heroes might oppose me being in the program just because he does. True, but keep in mind that dealing with that might solve the other problem for the most part. While I'd prefer to be healed back to my old state, even if I remain injured, All Might is the real concern with being known to the public. In the past, the Hero Commission has been content to leave me be as long as I'm not causing chaos. The One for All users are usually the only ones to actively chase me down. So removing All Might would likely resolve all your concerns for becoming a hero. Izuku shifted uncomfortably. That makes sense. Even though all of his experiences with All Might had been very negative, it didn't change the fact that he brought hope and peace to a lot of people. The man was his idol until a few months ago, and the idea of helping to deal with him didn't sit right with him. Especially since his father's version of deal with him probably meant murder. Can I think about this? I know it would make things easier, but I'm not sure if I actually want him gone. His father hummed in response. Of course, I would never force you into this. I don't know if it will impact your decision, but you should know that Tamura is already working on a plan to take him down. Izuku nodded and teleported out of the warehouse. He didn't have a real destination in mind, he just found himself wandering around. After a few minutes he turned into a crow and just flew mindlessly. After at least an hour or so of flying, he realized where he had subconsciously gone. He was back in the neighborhood where he'd lived most of his life. He perched himself on the edge of the building across the street from his mom's apartment. He briefly activated his X-ray vision and could see that his mom was home. A large part of him was tempted to just go in and talk to her. Sure, it would be a big risk, but she wouldn't turn him in, right? She clearly hadn't told All Might who his father was, which hampered the investigation, but that might have just been to protect herself. It was so complicated, and he just wanted to hug his mom and have her tell him it would be all right. He missed her so much and was about to fly over when someone knocked on her door. He was a bit too far to get a good look at them, so he activated his enhanced senses, immediately releasing a loud caw in response out of surprise at what he saw. He couldn't believe his eyes at first, but that was definitely All Might in his small form walking into his mom's apartment. What was he doing there? Did she know that he was All Might? Was he there to threaten her because he actually knew All for One was his dad? He flew closer and perched on the windowsill so he could hear them more clearly. Izuku was shocked beyond words when what he heard wasn't talking. Were those kissing sounds? Maybe she didn't know it was All Might and he had tricked her? Sorry, I already used up my 3 hours today. I know how much you like my larger form. By the time he heard his mom's giggle in response, he had already started to fly away. He squawked very loudly and angrily, causing a few people in the street to look up and wonder what that crow was so upset about. He felt so betrayed. How could she? He was just so angry and confused and hurt, and probably even more feelings he hadn't identified yet. Izuku landed on a roof a few minutes away and turned back to his human form so he could text his dad. I'm in. I'll talk to Tamura about the plan tomorrow. After the moment of anger and rage passed, he shifted to sadness very quickly. He started sobbing on a roof, but he wasn't really sure where he was. He heard footsteps coming in his direction, so he panicked and turned into a lawn chair. After a few moments, he heard a deep sigh that he recognized as Aizawa's. Izuku, I know that's you. I heard crying on a rooftop, so I came over to check it out since I'm on patrol. And since you're the only person I know who can turn a sobbing person into a chair, it's not exactly fooling me. He quietly shifted back into his human form, tears still running down his face. What's wrong, kid? Did something go wrong when you talked with your dad? Izuku shook his head. It made sense why he'd guessed that, but it still felt like a rude assumption. I'm not a mind reader. I need you to use your words. Izuku shifted back and forth and looked away before speaking incredibly quickly, as if maybe saying it fast enough would make the information less awful. My fucking omate. Aizawa took a moment to process the sentence that came out like a single word before his eyes widened by a fraction. That is not what I was expecting at all. That would make me cry too. Izuku laughed a little at that. Can I come back with you? I don't really want to be alone tonight, and I think Dabi is out doing his own thing right now. Of course, kid, you'll always have a place with us. Bizu seemed to take a real liking to you, so I'm sure she'll be thrilled to have you back. Izuku sat with father in the warehouse. He had tried to talk to Tamura about the All Might plan, but he just kept trying to explain it in video game terms, and Izuku felt like he knew even less than before he'd asked, which was almost impressive since he didn't know anything beforehand. I'm just not sure how Tamura expects to pull this off. It's a lot easier said than done to defeat the symbol of peace. His father laughed loudly. It most certainly is, I can confirm that from experience. But on the plus side, we've had this plan in the works for a while now. I hadn't told you before now, so you'd have plausible deniability. Oh, what's the plan? Well, it's not particularly complicated at the moment. But All Might is set to be at some charity thing in a month or so, and we're going to warp in a handful of Numu that are specifically designed to counter him. Then, if they can hold him still, then Tamura will grab and disintegrate him. And to make the whole thing easier, we'll use up as much of his time as possible beforehand by orchestrating numerous small villain attacks across the city that morning. Izuku thought it over for a bit before speaking up. I want to get involved, but I don't want to throw away this chance to be a hero either. That will certainly be more tricky. What are you thinking? I won't directly attack him, but I'll get the civilians out and make a barrier around the fight. It will keep the fighting from spreading and keep civilians from getting hurt, and if anyone asks, that's the reason I'll give. But the main reason will be to stop him from getting backup. If and when he loses, I'll step in and save the day, stopping the terrifying monsters and forcing Tamura to retreat. And all of this together will make it clear to the public that I've decided to fight against my evil father. All for One wiped away imaginary tears from his eye sockets. I'm so proud. My son's already learning to manipulate the masses. Izuku was then wrapped in a massive hug and swung around a little. Izuku just giggled and pushed away from him. Knock it off. You're so embarrassing. He paused and looked up at his dad. You really think it's a good plan? Well, most of it was my plan first, but I guess your additions are all right. He gave a wide grin. I'm kidding, that is a brilliant plan and I doubt I could have done better myself. It's not too complicated but not so obvious that you'll be doubted. Your strategic abilities are nothing to scoff at. Whether you face the world as a hero, villain, or something in between, you're going to be absolutely fantastic. Izuku smiled and hugged his dad back. We'll get rid of him and then everything will be better. All for one side, I really don't want to look a gift horse in the mouth, but in the last 24 hours you went from being very unsure about facing him at all to now wholeheartedly helping with plans to kill him. Izuku looked to the side nervously. He tapped Izuku's forehead lightly. I don't mind. I just want to know what's going on in that head of yours. Did something happen that made you change how you feel? Izuku was more than a little anxious about how his dad would react to the information, so it came out as a jumbled mess. Well, you know how Inko is my mom? And how you're my dad. And those things together means that my mom cared about you a lot from how she talked about my dad in passing? We don't really know how you felt because you lost a chunk of your brain, but we're assuming you cared about her too because my mom's great and I exist. He raised a non-existent eyebrow in question. Yes? We both already knew all of those things. I'm really not sure where you're going with this. Did something happen to Inko? So, if I suddenly found out that my mom was currently doing SEC things with a person that wasn't you, then that would be cheating, or at least not very nice. All for one frowned. I was wondering if she had moved on. I can't blame her, we haven't spoken in at least 6 years and it's very likely we haven't interacted since you were born. I don't remember how close we were, so it's really not my place to judge how she lives her life. He paused for a moment as he tousled his son's hair. I can see how that would be upsetting for you, but I don't see how that has anything to do with all M-. His entire body froze and seemed to ooze bloodlust while keeping his voice eerily calm and collected. Oh, I think I see what you were trying to tell me. Am I correct that All Might was this man? Izuku nodded. Aha. I see. I believe I understand why you suddenly wish to kill him more than you previously did. If you'd excuse me, there's something that I need to attend to. Oh, I'm okay. He tapped a few buttons on his chair and one of Kurogiri's portals suddenly opened up and he walked through it. Izuku sat there awkwardly for a few moments before realizing that his dad wasn't coming back anytime soon. It was weird as hell and not like him at all. He hoped his dad wasn't doing something rash. He pulled out his phone to check the text he'd gotten from Dabi while talking with his dad. Hey, just so you know, I brought a few vigilantes to the house. One of them has a super addictive quirk and could probably use your help with that. Well, that wasn't alarming at all. He would talk to his dad about what happened later, but for now he should probably address whatever Dabi was up to. After some quick teleportation, he showed up at the house and walked in. Dabi, what's up with the weird text? Who'd you bring? Before he could finish his sentence, a girl about his age leapt at him with a knife in one hand and a straw in the other. You must be Izuku. You look super cute. But you'd be cuter all bloody. He touched her wrist before she reached him and used his touch-based telekinesis to hold her in place. She was unable to move an inch and was hovering in the air except for the hand holding her. At this point, Dabi walked over to them with a grin. I see you've met Toga. She's got a blood-based shapeshifter thing going on that's made her addicted to blood and crave it all the time. Yeah, that makes sense. Toga, do you want me to take your quirk? It would mean you wouldn't crave blood anymore and it wouldn't make your mind all cloudy. She pouted. But I love drinking blood. That's the only thing that makes me feel happy. Well, that and becoming people. Wow, this was a more serious case than what he'd dealt with before. From seeing her quirk, it looked like it functioned almost like a drag, and left her to fall down a blood-soaked spiral. He looked over to Dabi. And you said she was a vigilante? Well, about that, I would consider her a vigilante, but the police maybe wouldn't. Dabi might be a serial killer, but she mostly goes after pedophiles and arpestis. Her MO is to hang out in alleyways in her middle school uniform and wait until some dude tries to assault her, then she kiss all their blood out. I honestly don't know if she does that for moral reasons, or just because it's easy pickings, but I'm willing to believe it's because she's a cool vigilante. He sighed. Okay, Toga, I want to apologize for this. I normally only take quirks in an emergency or when they ask me to. But your quirk is clearly hurting you and those around you. And I want to give you a chance to find out who you are without this twisting your mind. Hey, put me down. You're not being cute at all. He reached out and pulled the cork out of her and put it deep within his collection, intending to leave it untouched, so as not to deal with these drawbacks. Her fangs receded and her eyes shifted so they were less cat-like. Her eyes then went wide as she gagged. Izuku quickly moved her outside and stepped out of the way as she vomited out the blood her body couldn't process as food anymore. She started to just sob and vomit as she collapsed onto the ground. Izuku had never seen such a violent reaction to losing a quirk, but he supposed this was a particularly severe quirk addiction. He'd helped a few people with similar things before, but never so severe that they became a serial killer to feed their quirk. After a few minutes she passed out and they brought her inside to set her up in a bedroom. They both then walked into the kitchen where there was a man with a lizard mutation. He sighed deeply. Dabi, who's in the kitchen, and is he going to try and drink my blood too? Nah, this is Spinner. Me, him, and Toga all want to fight against hero corruption and get rid of false heroes. Izuku decided not to think too hard about whether or not that was a good idea. Alright, well, you can keep using this place as a base of operations I guess because I'll be moving out anyways. Wait, what? Why are you leaving? It's part of me becoming a hero. I need to live somewhere more in the books than this. It looks like it might actually happen. Then, I'm happy for you, kid. Spinner nodded. You are a true hero, but if you fall to greed then I will come from you. Izuku tried not to chuckle at the threat since the man was weaker than him by magnitudes. I respect your conviction, but I wouldn't recommend trying it. There was a buzzing sound and Dabi checked his phone. Holy shit, turn on the news or something. A mountain just exploded. Izuku gave him a weird look but went and turned the TV on and to a news station. We're coming to you live from MT on Take where the top third of it was seemingly obliterated no more than 20 minutes ago by what seems to be numerous destructive quirks. The camera panned up slightly to better frame the destroyed peak that had black lightning flashing across it. At this time there are no reported casualties, as those on the mountain had begun to flee after hearing the cracks of thunder from the black lightning we can still see. It looked like there was a vicious battle going on with the numerous explosions and rippling shockwaves, but Izuku knew exactly what it was. It also explained why his dad had suddenly left during their conversation. His dad was sad beyond measure and was taking it out on that mountain. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't surprising that he would need to blow off some steam after the revelations that Izuku shared. As Izuku figured it would, this attack ended after a couple minutes, since that's how long his dad could be active off of life support without causing damage to himself. Spinner looked over in concern. What was that? Do you have any idea what that was? Oh, that was just my dad. He was having a pretty bad day. His eyes went wide but just nodded as he considered just how powerful this boy and his family were. All Might and everyone else in his and Inko's inner circles sat in her living room with concerned eyes as the destruction unfolded on the television. It's him. All for One is alive. I recognize those quirks. Tsukachi looked over to him. Are you sure? If you're right, then he's been pretending to be dead all these years. Why would he reveal himself now? I think he's challenging me. No one outside this room would know those quirks, and it's no coincidence that this is happening right as we were starting to close in on Izuku. We found out where villains go if they want to give him their quirks, and we were getting ready to raid the location the next time he was there. This feels like a threat, telling us to back off of Izuku. Tsukachi nodded. That makes sense. Maybe he thinks that revealing that he has Izuku will force you to be more cautious and slow down any plans we have. All Might nodded. And on that front he succeeded. Now that we know who Izuku is with, we can't rush in blindly. Him being with All for One instead of Jiren changes the situation a lot. We'll also have to be careful with Izuku himself, who knows what kinds of manipulation and brainwashing he's been exposed to. Inko tried and failed to hold back her tears that poured out like a waterfall. My poor little Izuku. Tashinori gave her a smile as he placed a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, we'll get him back. You could turn to just about any news station in the country and you'd probably find them talking about the same thing. Sure, they might call it different things or focus on a different part, but it was the same story. That story was rooted in the fact that Izuku planned to join the rehabilitation program after All Might was taken down, and from that point on he wouldn't be able to do any more vigilante work and wouldn't be joining heroes for 3 years. What the news was reporting on specifically was that for the past week he'd been going about his vigilante activities far more intensely than ever before. Instead of staying in a couple neighborhoods and doing little things here and there, he was taking down entire organizations one after another. Villain organizations had been growing quietly ever since All Might became less active, and now Izuku was stepping in and wiping them out. The fact that villains feared him made his work a lot easier. He'd show up, beat the villains, probably take some quirks, then demand to know who they worked for with. He had become a lot more okay with taking people's quirks, especially those that were using them to hurt others. If the crimes were more minor, then he wouldn't resort to that, but as he kicked down the door of the Creature Rejection Clan, he had no such hesitation. They had gotten his attention by kidnapping a family that all had various fox quirks. When he had scouted the building beforehand with X-ray vision, he'd found out that the parents had already been ritualistically murdered in a brutal manner, and he could spot people caged in the basement. He had no mercy for these people. With the quirks Cheetah, Spiderweb and Speed Boost, he was able to easily dodge around every attack and sprint through the complex while also restraining all of them. He ducked underneath a barrage of nails that were shot from a man's wrist and yanked the quirk from him. He quickly moved onto the next member wearing their signature skull masks, this one wielding ceremonial daggers, still dripping blood from their most recent victims. Not a single one of them stood a chance against him, and none escaped. Once he'd captured all of them, he scanned the building with X-ray vision to find the entrance to the basement. He switched out his webs and speed for slow and steady, which let him increase strength at the cost of speed, then ripped open the trapdoor and moved down into the basement below. There were 6 cages with children inside, all with various animalistic quirks. The quirks seemed to be a horse, a crab, 2 foxes, a cat, and a hummingbird. He pulled the locks off of their cages so that the kids could get out. He dropped all the quirks but Cheetah, since he thought that it might be calming for them given the circumstances. Izuku quickly texted Aizawa with a quick update of the situation, since he'd gotten into the habit of notifying Aizawa and Yamada whenever he did a raid like this. He then turned to the little kids around him. Most of them looked to be between 4 and 8. He felt a very tiny tug on his green cloak. "Are you a hero, mister?" Izuku crouched down in front of the little girl who was the oldest. She had long black hair, hooves for feet, and a horse head. "I'm not exactly a hero, but I am here to save you. Can you tell me your name?" "I'm Hina." "Hi Hina, I'm Izuku. Do you think you could help me out? Right now we need to get everyone outside." She nodded and helped corral everyone and got them to follow him. "Okay, everyone hold hands and move together." One little boy who couldn't be more than 5 cried out and held his crab claws up in the air. "But I don't have hands." "That's okay, you can hold claws too." This seemed to settle the group, and they made it past the webbed-up members without too much issue beyond more crying, which was to be expected. Once they were outside, he brought them to the dirt road that was a couple minutes' walk from the building they were kept in. "Okay kids, I need you all to wait right here. If there's a problem, just yell and I'll be over. I just need to take care of something real quick to make sure that they won't hurt any other kids." He used Shape Stone to turn a nearby boulder into a statue of a dog, then he activated Animate on it. "Protect the kids while I'm gone." The stone black lab barked in understanding and stood guard of the kids that were very interested in the dog that he just created. As they focused on the dog, Izuku went back inside and walked right up to the leader of their branch. He ripped the man out of the webbing that had held him and pulled his mask off. He pinned the man to a wall and held his mood blade to the man's throat, the quirk taking the shape of a black saber. "Rin Nakamura, you were a bit harder to find than most. You used your fear amplification quirk to control those around you and made it so no one wanted to rat you out. Now, you're going to tell me everything so my next search doesn't take as long. You and all the other animals. They aren't even human, so why should we act like they are? We won't stop until all of those abominations are dead." Izuku switched around the quirks he had active. "If it weren't for your quirk making your subjects so terrified of betraying you, I might have gotten here in time to save those people." He watched as the man's former quirk, Fear, took effect and the man's pupils began to expand as fear coursed through him. Tell me exactly where your other branches are, any allies, and anyone in law enforcement who's been working with you in any way. The man looked to the side and shook his head. No. I won't tell you anything. If that's the case, there's an interesting quirk combination I wanted to test once I learned about yours. You see, I took down this drag smuggler who had a similar quirk. It was also called fear, but I plan on calling it phobia so I don't get confused. I'd explain it, but I think you'll figure out what it does pretty fast. He released Mood Blade and brought forth phobia, a quirk that let him spray a gas that made a person hallucinate their worst fears. Normally he wouldn't use such a quirk on a person, and certainly not alongside a fear amplifier, but he'd done enough research ahead of time to know exactly how awful this man was. If he hadn't come to rescue them, those kids would have been sold to human traffickers, and that's not even addressing the parents that were murdered. Izuku really didn't think of himself as a villain or anyone evil, but people like this really brought out the worst in him. They would bring out the worst in anyone. He let the green mist waft over the man and asked him again, maybe a bit more aggressively this time. Tell me, where are the traffickers you were going to sell these kids to? And which heroes were keeping you safe? Because there's no way you made it this long without inside help. The man started thrashing and he had to dial back fear before the man had a heart attack. But he got the answers he was looking for, and that was all that mattered here. After getting what he wanted, he tied the man back up and went outside to check on the kids. They were all behind the dog who was growling at the police officers that arrived on the scene. Whenever they tried to approach the kids, it would snap at them to make them back up. Down, boy. The dog calmed down a bit but still seemed wary. He walked up to the officers. I'm the one who got these kids out of there. They were taken by the CRC. All of the members of this branch are restrained inside a building just down that way. He noticed the cops giving him dirty looks. At first he thought it was because they hated vigilantes, which he supposed he could understand from cops. Fine. What's your hero name so we can make our report? What? How did they not recognize him? Then he remembered that he'd kept Cheetah on in order to make himself a more relatable face to the kids. The only thing that would really give him away was his tracksuit and the fact that his spots were green instead of black. They didn't give him that dirty look for being a vigilante, they did it for being a mutant. Can do, it's Cheetah. Can I have your names and ID numbers? I have to make reports too. He really hoped that it was a true statement, because he had no idea if heroes had to make note of which cops were on the scene. Whatever, cat. Just get out of here so we can do our jobs. They handed him their IDs and all the pieces fit together. No wonder they had gotten here so much sooner than expected. He recognized these two from their leader's list of people who were working with him. These cops weren't called by Eraserhead, they were called by the CRC, and they wanted him to leave so they could free their allies and take back the kids. He delivered a quick blow to each of them, launching them back towards their car. He then webbed them down against it. One was quirkless and the other had a quirk that let him red faster. As he pulled the quirk from him, he decided he'd call it Speed Red. How dare you! You're supposed to protect people, but instead you use your power to hurt those that need help the most. People like you really might be the worst kind of villains. The kids were all huddled together as the dog nuzzled them as well as it could. He sat down with them as they waited for actual law enforcement to show up. He kept using shape stone on the dog so that it looked truly lifelike. If you didn't know to look for it, you'd think it was just a dog with dark gray fur until you touched it. The dog took a liking to Hina, but he didn't want the other kids to feel left out. Plus, he figured they would need a buddy in the years to come. From what he knew about the animation quirk, it lasted longer the more lifelike it looked and the more durable the material was. He didn't know exactly how long they would last, but it would probably be comparable to an actual pet. I'll have to leave soon, but I can leave you some friends that will keep you safe even when I can't. At their requests, he made them 2 cats, a scorpion, a fox, and a border collie. He looked down at the animals. All right, I have a very important job for you. I need you to protect and care for your person, and listen to what they tell you. It didn't take too much longer until heroes and cops showed up, with the wild PP cats taking point. Hey kid, name's Mandalay. Eraser told us that you rescued some kids, but we don't know much beyond that. He eyed her cautiously, unsure if he could trust her or not. Don't worry, I'm not going to try and arrest you or anything like that. My cousin is part of the water hose duo and you saved her life. That makes you good in my books. He nodded but still felt a bit suspicious after everything that just happened with the Quirkist cops. He stepped away for a second but kept his eye on the hero team while he called Aizawa. Kid? Everything okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure I can trust Mandalay. There were already some cops that were loyal to the CRC. Smart of you to verify. Yes, the PP Cats are good friends and I trust them. They would never let harm come to those kids. Okay, thanks. He walked back over to where Mandalay was smiling. I take it I check out? Yeah. I found these kids in the basement of a creature rejection clan hideout not far from here. From what I saw, it seems likely that all of their parents were killed by the CRC already. All of their members are restrained inside. I also got information from their leader on who they worked with, which included the cops webbed to their car over there. I'll send a complete list of their allies to Eraserhead later. Wow, that's a lot. Well, I'll make sure these kids make it to safe homes if we can't find their parents. She paused as she looked at the various stone animals. Did you make those? Pixie Bob can do something similar, but not with that much detail. Yeah, I thought the kids could use little protectors to help them through whatever comes next. She nodded and ruffled his hair. Yeah, you're a good kid. He smiled and said goodbye to the kids before teleporting away. His next target would be one of their allies in hating people with mutations. This group took it a step further and hated all quirks. Regardless, the shy Hasaikai would fall before him like all the others. Izuku prepared for the upcoming battle as he floated a few hundred feet above the Yakuza's stronghold. He brought forth a quirk that he'd had for a while but never had a reason to use. He activated Bell and a massive bell took form in front of him. Just before it fell, he activated Heavy, making the church bell even heavier than before. It plummeted downwards and struck the Yakuza mansion like a mortar and punched a hole right through it and into the tunnels below. He lowered himself down towards the panicking criminals. The police and heroes will be here soon. If you want to surrender, now would be the time to do that. If you want to fight me you can, but I will take your quirk if you do. They were clearly a loyal bunch, because not a single one surrendered and they all charged at him and began to attack. He pulled all the nearby quirks to himself and let webbing fly from his fingers to secure the various Yakuza. A few were strong enough he had to restrain them with his chain quirk instead, but it didn't really make a difference to him. He descended further into the tunnel system and used his X-ray vision to figure out where the fleeing members were. He saw a few people in the distance, with one clearly being a child. They'd gotten pretty far and he didn't want to waste time trying to navigate the maze or pausing to break every wall. He switched his quirks around and brought forth his fire combination with Cursed Blood, Cremation, and Hellfire. He made an orb of fire in his hand, the two flames not quite mixing at first, showing as distinct red and blue. With a bit of focus he began to combine them. He let the two fire quirk twist around each other, Hellfire's control tempering Cremation's volatility without weakening it. The resulting flame was a vicious thing. An indigo fire that hungered for destruction but had the precision of a scalpel. He let the ball of fire grow more and more condensed as it spun before releasing it as an incredibly focused beam that melted through the concrete like it was butter. All that was left behind was a tunnel with melted stone pooling on the ground. With a quick use of Blink, he teleported down his impromptu hallway and had managed to catch up to them in just a few seconds. Their leader, Overhaul, stood there holding a little girl in his arms and a handful of his goons around him. The moment they started to attack, he yanked the quirks from everyone except the little girl. His chains then shot forward and wrapped up the villains before they could try to run away with the girl. He reached for the little girl but she shrieked in fear. "Don't touch me. My curse will make you go away." He looked at her and at her quirk as well, trying to get an idea of why she was so worried. Izuku was shocked into silence by the indescribable beauty of her quirk. It was so powerful, the kind that would make the rules of reality bend to its whims. It seemed to be a stockpile of sorts with energy stored in her horn, but beyond that he couldn't guess what it did since it was so different from anything he'd seen before. He activated Confession, which he'd gotten just a minute or two ago. He turned back to Overhaul. "What is her quirk and why did you take her?" She has the ability to rewind time on living things, causing them to revert to a previous state. We have no way of stopping it once it activates other than making her unconscious. It won't remove current memories, but if used too much it can revert someone out of existence. I purchased her from her mother and have been using her flesh and blood to create a serum that will destroy quirks. Wow, that was a lot to consider. No wonder her quirk was like nothing he'd seen. It was a time manipulation quirk. The closest thing he'd ever heard of was the hero Night Eye, but what was seeing through time compared to being able to control it? He had to pull himself out of his thoughts. The quirk was undoubtedly amazing, but he needed to focus on helping her first. He reached for her again. Don't worry, I have a power that keeps me safe. So you can't make me disappear. That wasn't exactly true, but he could take her quirk if it got really bad. She was more receptive this time when he reached down and lifted her up into his arms. Hey there, I'm Izuku, what's your name? Eri. It's nice to meet you, Eri. I'm going to bring you somewhere safe far away from these bad men. She nodded against his chest and he was about to teleport them to ground level when he had a thought. She could heal any wound, even if it was years old. He thought about whether this was wrong or not for a moment before deciding to commit to his decision. Izuku leaned down and kissed her on the forehead, letting the quirk rest flow through him and caused Eri to enter a peaceful and deep sleep. With a familiar combination of bird's eye view and blink he teleported right to his father. All for one looked up in pleasant surprise. Oh, Izuku, I wasn't expecting to see you today. He paused for a moment as he noticed the girl in his arms, and it seems like you brought a guest with you. Yeah, her name is Eri. I just rescued from the Yakuza I told you I'd be taking down today. He nodded slowly. Why bring her here? Is she hurt? Actually, I brought her here to heal you. She has a quirk that can heal wounds such as mine. I'm unsure what kind of quirk she could have that would make you so certain this would work. I've tried many quirks and their combinations. She has a time manipulation quirk. She can revert any living organism to a previous state. His father leaned forward and placed his hand on her forehead in order to look more closely at her quirk. I haven't seen a quirk like that in a very long time. That just might work. Bring her here, please. Oh, I should also take any quirks you got in the last 7 years so you don't lose them. His father nodded and put his arm on Izuku's shoulder, letting over a dozen quirks flow between them and into his son. Izuku smiled and placed her in his arms. All for one formed one of his fingers into a black spear that thinned out until it was more like a needle. He cut into her arm as shallowly as possible, the usually violent quirk being restrained so that she would have no wounds afterwards. Under his breath the ancient villain muttered, "Forced quirk activation." The little girl suddenly started glowing a bright yellow and he immediately felt the change occurring. Months being pulled away every second with scars becoming less and less healed as his body grew closer and closer to the day of his injury. Izuku watched with bated breath as his father clearly grew worse and worse. Scars turned into wounds and grafted skin ceased to exist. For a single moment a large portion of his head seemed to just disappear, leaving his brain exposed and blood oozing everywhere. But just as quickly as it appeared the wound disappeared again. And not just that, every injury and scar was gone. His father deactivated the quirk and summoned a bed from thin air and placed Eri down on it. He rose to his full height of over 7 feet tall with his platinum white hair swaying as wind seemed to whip around the warehouse at the sheer pressure coming off of him. A powerful hand ripped out all the life support systems, tubes and needles ripped from his body, quickly healing the holes they left. Crushing the medical equipment in his hand, the massive man took a deep breath. He paused for a moment after a long exhale. The man laughed with a deep and booming voice that was so much clearer than the gravelly voice he'd grown accustomed to. I missed that. Breathing with my own lungs. The feel of air without any tubes or pumps. He took another deep breath and turned to Izuku with a wide smile and bright red eyes. He moved forward faster than eyes could track and wrapped his son in a tight hug. You actually did it. My amazing boy found a way to save me when I had all but given up hope that there was a way. Izuku giggled and hugged him back. I'm so happy it worked. And look at you. He held Izuku's face and moved him around so he could get a proper look at him. Dad. Don't whine about it, I haven't had a chance to see you with my own eyes until now. He ruffled his hair playfully. You really do look so much like your mother. You might have my bushy hair, but just about everything else is just like her. Izuku looked up at his dad and paused when he saw a deep and angry frown as he subtly wiped away tears. Everything okay? Yeah. Just remembered the first 150 years of my life. Then what's it not all of? Them were good ones. I've lost a lot of loved ones over the years, and it hurts in a way I can't explain to realize I'd forgotten that they had even existed for the last 6 years. He gave Izuku a strained smile. I think I'm going to need a little bit of time to get my thoughts in order. You should make sure Eri is brought to a good home. She has done something for me that I will never forget, and if she ever needs help, I would move mountains and bring down nations to make sure she gets it. He nodded, not fazed by his father's dramatics. Sure, Dad. I'll take care of her. He teleported away and arrived at the Aizawa household. Hisashi saw Izuku suddenly appear outside their house, which wasn't too odd on its own. However, there was also a little girl wearing what seemed to be rags, so he called out to his husband. Shoyuta, I know you're napping, but our kid just showed up with a smaller kid in his arms. He heard a groan as Shoyuta got up. While that happened, he opened the door for the two kids. Everything okay, little listener? Yeah, I think so at least. I found this girl being held captive by the Yakuza. They were using her blood to make a bioweapon that could remove quirks. Is she okay? She seems concerningly unconscious. Yeah, it was a scary situation, so I used a quirk that made her fall asleep. It only works for as long as the person needs to sleep, so she'll wake up once she feels rested. Aizawa shambled into the room. That is the most amazing quirk I've ever heard of, and I'm definitely helping you test it later. Now, problem child, why did you bring her here instead of to the police or a hospital? Well, it's just that I don't really trust most other heroes, and I'm worried people would try and take advantage of her quirk and she'd just end up in the same awful situation. She can manipulate time, like make people younger. Hisashi said in a surprised breath. I can see why you'd be worried. She's like a tiny fountain of youth. Izuku nodded. Apparently her mom sold her to the Yakuza, and I just don't want that to happen again. Shoyuta patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, kid. We won't let anyone take her. Aizawa made eye contact with his husband where they seemed to have a silent conversation. He sighed deeply. All right, I can't promise anything long-term yet, but I'll look into us taking her in as temporary guardians for now. We can figure out the rest later. Izuku gave him a big smile. Thank you so much. Is it okay if I'm here more often so that I can be with her? Problem child, all we've wanted is for you to be here. We just didn't want to force you to live here full-time and scare you off. Izuku nodded and hugged them both, appreciating how accepting and loving they were. It wasn't long until she woke up and looked around with groggy eyes. At first she panicked when she didn't recognize where she was, then she spotted Izuku. Hey Eri, you're safe. Just like I said, I got you away from the bad men. She latched onto him with a tight grip and eyed the other two people in the room with suspicion. Don't worry, they're good people. Even with his words, she hid behind Izuku and didn't let go of him. Izuku was the only one she'd ever seen fight Overhaul and come out alive, so she thought he must be super strong and nice to do that. Hisashi knelt nearby so they'd be at eye level. Hi there, Eri. My name's Hisashi, but my hero name is Present Mike, so that's what a lot of people call me. She peeked out a little from behind Izuku to look at Hisashi, but stayed firmly behind the only person her mind had determined was safe. Izuku looked down at her and smiled. It would take a lot of time and work, but he knew this was a good place for her and he'd do everything he could to make her happy. Izuku sat with Eri on the couch as they watched television. Over the last week of him living there pretty much full-time with Eri, they had both settled into their new home life. Plus, the cats had grown very familiar and protective of both of them. Beasardy in particular, as the oldest of the cats, would guard Eri's sleeping body most nights as if she were one of her kittens. Right now they were watching a baking show, with Eri watching the various cakes and desserts being made with rapt attention. As the episode ended, Eri's eyes lit up with joy as her favorite contestant had won. She hadn't smiled yet in the time she'd been living with them, but it was still clear when she was happy. He chuckled and ruffled her hair. We've still got a little time before they get back from work, so we can watch one more. He started scrolling through the channels, looking for another of the numerous cooking shows that aired throughout the day. He paused when he saw a picture of himself on the screen. It was a news station, and from the picture they were discussing a fight that he'd had that morning. The picture was of an absolutely massive version of himself, with his entire body made of water and standing at least a few hundred feet tall in the ocean with a drag smuggling ship in his hands. Wow. Is that why you were all wet during breakfast? Yeah, Eri. I was out stopping bad people. They're all in jail now so they can't hurt anyone else. She gave him the biggest hug she could. Thank you for stopping bad people and saving me. He hugged her back as he tried and failed to not cry. They ended up watching the news for a few more minutes since Eri was thrilled to see her big brother on TV. He smirked a little when they reported on a new group of vigilantes that he recognized as Tuya, Spinner, and Toga. It was nice to see them out fighting for what they believed in. In this case, they were exposing the wrongdoings of politicians and heroes that were corrupt in one way or another. Himiko had only joined them on their corruption-fighting excursions in the last couple of days since the quirk removal process had been harder on her than he'd ever seen before. He'd had to leave her with Dr. Garaki since she almost died from the very sudden withdrawal from her quirk. It was definitely a mistake on his part to not consider how hazardous it was to remove her quirk in such an extreme addiction situation, but luckily she had pulled through. They went back to watching baking competitions until the two heroes returned from work. As soon as they walked in the door, Eri ran over and hugged their legs, since she couldn't reach much higher than that. His attention was pulled away as his phone buzzed. He hadn't really talked to his dad since the man told him he needed to think and teleported away, so he was a little surprised when he saw a text asking him to come over so they could talk. He looked over at Aizawa and felt a little weird to ask, but it would be worse to just disappear without explanation. Hey, I'm going to go meet up with Dad for a bit if that's okay. I don't know how long it's going to be though. Sure, kid. Just text us if you won't be back tonight. He smiled and teleported to the mountain where Gigantomachia lived. Izuku looked around for his father, unsure as to why they were meeting here instead of the usual spot. Dad? You here? After a minute of looking around, he spotted his father staring at a flower. Oh, sorry Izuku. I was just enjoying myself looking at all the wildlife. You don't realize how much you'll miss looking at trees and flowers until you can't anymore. That makes sense. Was that what you called me out here for? Honestly, he wouldn't be even slightly upset if it turned out that the entire plan was just a nature walk. He got a loud belly laugh in response. No, but that does sound nice. I wanted to show you something that I keep hidden here. In fact, Gigantomachia is stationed in this area to protect it. I would have shown you sooner, but sadly I had forgotten it existed until a week ago. Oh wow, that must be a pretty valuable something. Well, more like many somethings. But you're right that they are valuable. He began to walk towards a rocky cliff face on the side of the mountain. Follow me. He floated up into the air and hovered at a spot about 50 feet in the air and placed his hand against the stone. The jagged rock receded, revealing a tunnel that bore into the mountain. Izuku joined his father and briefly used the dragonfly quirk to fly up and into the entrance. After a few steps into the tunnel, the rock slid back into place, disguising the entrance once more. There were tiny floating orbs of light that lined the path and gave it a very mystical feeling. They reached a sudden drop as the tunnel turned downwards at a 90-degree angle. After a quick float down, they reached a very large and imposing metal door. Izuku, my son, you are one of a very select few that have ever been here. I call this place the Vault. The name definitely fit, since the entrance looked like an old-fashioned bank vault. After he imputed a few different codes, the door to the vault opened up and revealed a sight he wasn't expecting. Izuku stared, slack-jawed at what was inside, glancing up at his dad with a silent question. Yes, these are all exactly what they look like. Although I haven't been able to indulge the last few years, I've always been a collector at heart. Someone I once knew very well would joke that I was like an ancient dragon, hoarding anything of value in the center of a mountain. The inside of the vault was an absolutely massive and expansive area that held countless items that all looked like they were probably all priceless. Dad? Is that the Mona Lisa? Yes, yes it is. As I'm sure any history book would tell you, the world was a very chaotic time during the Quirk Wars, and many pieces of history were either destroyed or simply went missing. I may have been responsible for quite a few that fell into the latter category. Izuku's eyes were in absolute wonder as he went from item to item. He almost wept in happiness as he found a gorgeous library filled to the brim with ancient texts. But what stuck out the most was the architecture of the library. You saved the books. I can tell you recognize what this was based off of. This library is entirely made up of books that were nearly lost in the rampant destruction that happened in the US. I wasn't able to save them all, but I managed to collect about half of the Library of Congress before it burned to the ground over 100 years ago. The world had been driven into countless civil wars and revolutions within the first 50 years of Quirks coming into existence. They were all summed up as being the Quirk Wars, as the entire world tore itself apart. And as was always the case with wars, history was destroyed. Museums and libraries were leveled, sometimes purposefully, sometimes just because of bad luck. Sure, there were digital copies of everything, so very little knowledge was lost, but the books and items themselves were lost on a scale that would make any history lover weep. Or at least, it was assumed that they were lost. I suppose this entire place is a healthy mix between robbery and rescue. Sure, the most moral thing to do would be to donate it all back to a museum now that things are stable, but there's just something about having all of these things hidden away that's beautiful in a way I can't explain. Izuku understood exactly what he meant. Maybe there was some deep instinct within the Quirk that wanted nothing more than to just take and take and take. To hoard everything from quirks to jewels to antique airplanes. He wondered if one day he would have his own hollowed-out mountain of valuables collected over the course of a century. They continued their way through and came to a secondary vault-like door, but this one wasn't locked. They strode into the room and Izuku was shocked to find that nothing of value was inside. It was an open area the size of a small house, but instead of ancient texts, this area held simple furnishings, like a couch, a bed, a simple kitchen. His father sat on one of the couches and waved Izuku to sit next to him. "Come here, my boy. Ever since you restored my memories, the plans we made will have to change, for the better in my opinion. But in order for it to make sense, I need to answer a question I'm sure you've had since you met me, but that I couldn't answer until my mind was returned to me. Why I became a villain?" Izuku just nodded. It was true, he had been wondering that. His father never seemed particularly evil or malicious. Was he a bit greedy? Absolutely, but villainous? Izuku didn't think so, at least. When I was about your age, the world had already started falling apart. Nothing extreme had happened yet, but the world now knew of quirks and started growing paranoid that everyone around them was secretly a metahuman, as we were called back then. He smiled and ruffled Izuku's hair. "I started out a lot like you did. The first quirk was an accident, but after that I was only taking quirks from those that didn't want them. When the first anti-quirk laws were getting enacted, I was an activist, protesting in the streets for metahumans to have equal rights. As the fear and anger grew worse, people started lashing out at anyone they thought had a quirk. People started disappearing and cops didn't care if you got attacked or killed. Hell, they encouraged it. And that's not even looking at the government-run experiments that they conveniently leave out of your textbooks. All of us metahumans came to realize that if we wanted to survive, we'd have to stick together and fight for ourselves instead of expecting anyone in power to do it. And that was how the first villain organization took form." He nodded along. He remembered his dad mentioning something about how he was initially a freedom fighter. Honestly, it made a lot of sense. Anyone who commits a crime with a quirk is legally a villain, and suddenly a minority defending themselves instead of just laying down and dying counts as a crime where you don't get a trial. Especially back then, most quirks were just for show and didn't actually help in a fight. So we made a team that would defend our people and fight back against the government that thought we were subhuman. He gave a sad smile as he reminisced over the memories from over a century ago. In the beginning, our revolution was just 5 friends wanting to fight against a cruel world. I'm probably the last person who even remembers their names, since our existence was all but scrubbed from history. But you'd probably recognize their quirks. Fire-breathing, physical peak, claws, and body swap. Those were all quirks that his father had listed in his binder. He'd even given fire breathing and physical peak to Izuku. Claws was a very simple quirk. It was a mutation that replaced their nails with claws, almost like a raptor. Body swap was exactly what it sounded like. You make contact with the target, putting your consciousness into their body and theirs into yours. He chuckled as he looked down at his son. It may surprise you, but I wasn't actually the leader when things got started. I was still a teenager when we made our little team, so even though I was the strongest, I was most certainly not fit to lead. That title belonged to Suzuki Yua, the original holder of physical peak. It's been speculated that she was one of, if not the first metahuman to exist. But even though she was 7 years older than me and 5 older than the glowing baby, she didn't even know she had a quirk until she was 26 and doctors had started doing X-rays of everyone's feet. She was one of the greatest athletes that had ever graced the Olympics. She had multiple gold medals in both gymnastics and martial arts. But when it was discovered that she had a quirk, all of her awards were stripped from her, and she was turned into propaganda of how metahumans would hide and deceive regular people. He sneered angrily, completely ignoring the fact that her quirk by its very nature didn't make her stronger than a quirkless person. All it did was keep her in top shape and prevent any degradation. And it most certainly did not give her any ingrained skill. She had spent her entire life training to be the best, just to be treated like a fraud and a cheater. After taking a deep breath, his mouth curved into a soft smile as he spoke about Suzuki. I will have to show you videos of her later. Her gymnastic routines were truly a thing of beauty, but they were nothing in comparison to watching that woman take out entire strike teams with her bare hands. She led us into battle countless times as our group got bigger and bigger. I helped with recruiting by giving quirks to those that wanted them and were willing to join. His father gave a sad sigh. Somewhere along during the half a decade spent fighting by each other's side, we fell in love. We actually held a town hall hostage so we could get our marriage officiated. I was 25 when our beautiful baby girl was born. Her name was Maiko, and I don't think I've ever loved something like I did that little girl. Izuku looked up and saw his father wipe away tears. He had a bad feeling that this story didn't end well. While all of this had been going on, my brother and I had grown further and further apart. He hated what I was doing and got angry every time I used my quirk, even if it was senseless. Yoichi was idealistic and was furious at me for resorting to violence and murder, completely ignoring the fact that metahumans were being gunned down in the streets. I suppose one day he truly had enough and gave away our base's location to the police, who passed it on to the military. You see, nowadays they would have sent heroes and cops after us, but we were considered a terrorist organization made of metahuman monsters. So, instead of heroes in spandex, we received a missile strike that leveled the entire building to rubble. I was the only one sturdy enough to survive the explosion, and that was the day I found out I could take quirks from corpses. After I buried my best friends, my wife, and my 2-year-old daughter, I locked my brother in this very vault and swore to destroy the so-called heroes that the government created to stop me. All for one sat and organized the quirk binders while Izuku had run off deeper into the vault, eager to explore the many treasures within. It would certainly take a while for him to look at everything, considering the entirety of the vault took up about half the mountain they were in. Having Izuku admire and compliment every single thing he had collected filled him with pride and was a real ego boost. They had traded quirks back and forth for about 3 hours to make sure they both had the best combinations for everything that would be unfolding soon. He shuffled around all of the quirk cards into categories that would seem arbitrary to an outsider but made absolute sense to him. He also spent a little bit making new cards for the quirks Izuku had picked up recently but hadn't cataloged yet. After a few minutes he heard a distant metallic clinking sound accompanied by a giggle. He smiled to himself and went to see what Izuku was up to. If a stranger looked at the two of them they might argue that the hero hopeful and the supervillain were the furthest things apart. But when you looked closer, it was clear that they were more similar than not. They shared a fascination with the world and all of the things it held, and it takes such a small push to turn fascination into greed. He could see it when Izuku spotted a particularly unique quirk, the burning desire to take everything that they want and never let it go. He was sure a large part of that was the very similar quirk. There was always a question of what came first, the personality or the quirk. Did your personality shape what kind of quirk you'd get, or did your quirk shape your personality? Because no one could deny that the two were closely tied. His own personal theory was that quirks had some small level of sentience, though not in the same way people did. But there was some part of a quirk that influenced its user. He saw this especially in people that used their quirks as often as possible, getting warped by their power, for better or for worse. So really, whether or not Izuku remained a hero would boil down to one thing. Would heroes be willing to feed his growing appetite, or would they try and force him to be content with what he had? And one would only need to look around this very vault to know how voracious that growing desire to collect would become. He made his way towards the laughter and smiled at what he saw. It was the largest single room in the vault and held an old shipwreck from the early 1700s. The ship had been split in half when he found it, so he'd arranged it so each half was on one end of the room, and the numerous Spanish doubloons that had been inside were made into a pile in the middle. He had then added additional gold and jewels to the pile far beyond what was found in the ship to make a very impressive mound. From what he could see, Izuku had activated the quirks Naga, Wyvern, and Growth, a minor gigantification quirk. He had curled up on the top of the gold pile as a 50-foot-long emerald green snake with wings, a dragon-like head, and spines running down its tail. He was also clearly enjoying himself from the sounds of laughter and coins being pushed around. How did a mighty Amphiptera get into my lair? He activated a handful of quirks that when used together allowed him to become just about anything. He referred to this combo as polymorph. Growing into a towering silvery white dragon that was about the same length. However, while Izuku's was a thin and lithe creature, his was muscular and bulky. Even in his very large size, he still was dwarfed by his gold mound, the diameter of it about 100 feet across. Izuku was clearly still getting used to moving with a snake body as he shimmied his way over in excitement, but even without practice that form was clearly built for speed. I didn't know you could turn into a dragon too. His voice was a little lower and had a bit of a raspy hiss behind it. In return he gave a chuckle. His voice in such a large body came out like the deep rumbling of a kettle drum. You really think you're the only person who thinks turning into a dragon is a fun idea? Besides, of any mythical creature, dragons certainly fit us. Izuku looked away. It was hard to read his current face for emotions, but he was pretty sure it was shame. You don't need to hide your nature from me. I understand more than anyone that deep desire to hoard that which interests you. It is up to you whether or not you accept it. He picked up a massive handful of jewels and gold and let it slip through his fingers. I obviously chose to embrace that feeling, but that doesn't mean you have to. Izuku looked up at him with wide, hopeful eyes. You don't think I'm bad for having that feeling? For wanting power and quirks and cool stuff? Of course not. Everyone wants things. In fact, the most esteemed and influential people in society are those that are greedy for something. CEOs want money, politicians want power, celebrities want attention, heroes want admiration and respect. It's all the same thing. He sat in silence for a moment. I guess that makes sense. Now, the only thing I will not waver on is this. Do not be a fool that casts his trophies aside once he has them. If there is something you want, you must enjoy it to its fullest once you have it. He then clapped his massive hands twice. At first Izuku couldn't tell what he had done, but after a few moments he felt warmth begin to radiate up through the mountain of gold below them. Is this a heated gold pile? Like I said, if you're going to take something, enjoy it to its fullest. And I can't imagine a way to enjoy a pile of gold more than to put heaters in it and lay on it as a dragon. Izuku followed his advice and coiled up against his father's chest, letting himself sink into the warm coins. He looked up as his dad with big eyes. Hey Dad, do you think you could tell me more about Suzuki? His eyes swirled with many conflicting emotions, between wanting Izuku to know about her but also the pain of discussing his dead wife. After a few moments he gave a slow nod with a gentle smile. Of course, what did you want to know? How about how you met? He gave him a very serious look. Very well, I will tell you, but you must never tell anyone of this. Oh. Of course, why is it such a secret? He gave an overly dramatic sigh. I fear that I would never be taken seriously again as a villain if people knew how much of a lovesick fool I was. I would lose all my hard-earned reputation if anyone found out I met my first love by walking into a wall because I was so distracted by her beauty. Izuku smiled wide and settled in for the story. Hideaki Shigaraki walked through the grocery store and did his best to keep to himself. He had dyed brown hair and was wearing a beanie so no one could see his white roots. He hated the colored contacts, so he just wore sunglasses this time to cover up his unnaturally red eyes. On top of that, he had to always wear gloves to hide the small holes in his palms. Technically, the color of his hair and eyes were just albinism, but it got him too much attention, and he was clearly a meta once you looked closer. He and his brother both had the same mutation where they had white pupils, which logically should make them blind, but they could see just fine. He was lucky at least that he was tall for his 17 years of age. Standing at 6 feet 1 inch with a beard, also dyed brown, he looked a bit older than he was, which was very good. Everyone knew that only those who were 23 and younger had the potential of carrying a meta ability with the likelihood of being born with a quirk going up each year. This meant the younger you looked, the more suspicious people became, even if there was less than a 5% chance of being born with a meta power. He knew dim and well that one look at his eyes would make anyone realize he was a meta, and he really didn't want to get banned from another grocery store. It was such bullshit he shouldn't have to hide who he was. There was a part of him that wanted to laugh at them though. If they thought his no-pupil eyes were scary, then they'd probably sheet themselves at what his power actually was. At first he'd thought his ability was just to identify what abilities other people had. Their abilities showed themselves to him like a glowing ball of energy, and from how it looked and acted he could make a general guess. He'd figured out his true power by accident after bumping into a man with 3 eyes while thinking that it looked cool. He'd been filled with a feeling of want, instinctively grabbing the confused man by the forehead, not realizing why he was doing it until afterwards. He'd reflexively given the power back, but that didn't change that he'd figured out what he could do. He had 3 meta powers at this point, all taken because their owners didn't want them. One could make his hair grow rapidly, which was pretty useless but still cool. Another made his skin tough and rubbery. It was a nice subtle defense if nothing else. His absolute favorite and first purposefully acquired meta power was fire breath. Hideaki had spent hours practicing shooting bursts of fire out of his mouth just to feel the heat and power from that ability. He really needed to pay more attention to his surroundings. Some old lady was staring at him. That's what he gets for being part of the meta generation, he supposed. He went around grabbing the basics. His job at the junkyard didn't pay for much more than that. It wasn't a great job, but not many places willingly hired metas, so he took what he could get. He had been making his way down the aisle to grab a new bag of rice when a woman walked by him. She was probably about 5 feet 2 inches or 5 feet 3 inches and had jet black hair in a bob. Hideaki barely contained a gasp when he saw her. Her meta ability was the most gorgeous and intricate one he'd ever seen. While most were isolated in one part of the body or another, hers was everywhere and seemed to seep into each and every cell. He couldn't even guess what it did, but it was subtle and blinding at the same time, somehow doing everything and nothing at once, a perfectly coordinated dance between a trillion microscopic dancers. By the time the whispered thought made it past his lips, he'd been staring at this stranger for 3 entire seconds. Before he could even consider apologizing for how incredibly rude and weird he was being, he walked full force into a stand holding chips, sending everything on it flying. As he tried to right himself with pinwheeling arms, he managed to step on a bag of them, causing his foot to slide forward and remove any semblance of balance he'd been holding onto. This sent him careening into a pillar that he smacked his head against. After a few moments, he tentatively started to stand back up. The woman he'd been staring at walked over to him with concern in her voice. "Oh my God, are you Odash?" Her words came to a halt as he turned to face her, belatedly realizing that his glasses were laying broken on the floor. His red and white eyes were fully on display, and with a glance he saw the old lady from before already making a call, which was probably the police. Nope, he was not getting arrested and shipped off to a lab. The government had promised to only experiment on meta-criminals, which meant getting arrested on any charge, regardless of innocence, was a death sentence at best. Fuck 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 fuck. He quickly got himself together and hurried out of the store with a hastily grabbed bag of rice. Yes, he knew it was stealing, but they were dangerously low on food and he wasn't risking his brother starving over this bullshit. He had gotten about a block away when he realized that the random lady was running alongside him. Oh right, she was a meta too, so anyone calling the cops was probably a bad place for her to be as well. And based on her following him, she probably didn't know the area. He ducked into an alleyway and pulled at her arm. This way. After a few quick turns they reached their destination, the back door of a cafe. He was out of breath and panting while she seemed to be completely fine. Maybe that was her ability, even looking at it again he couldn't figure out what it did. She looked nonplussed with him, her arms crossed and a scowl on her face. Name's Suzuki. Why do you keep staring at me like that? Because your ability is super pretty and I'm too dumb not to get distracted? Let's go inside to talk. The owner of this place is a closeted meta who will happily let us hang out in the back until the cops give up. Wait, what? You can see powers. You can tell me what my ability is. Yeah, he said like the liar he was. All right, let's go. And with that she led the way into the quiet coffee shop. Izuku laughed loudly. You can't be serious. Your first words to your future wife were basically, "You're gorgeous and I'm dumb, let's be friends." I can't believe that actually worked. His father gave a playful shove that made him tumble through the gold pile. I am serious. You can see why this must remain a secret. Besides, those weren't my first words to her, that honor goes to the word, wow, because I didn't know what to do when you're a pretty lady with an equally pretty quirk. What happened after that? That's a story for another day. It's getting pretty late and I don't want your heroes thinking I've abducted you. Izuku pouted as he dropped his quirks and shifted back to his human form. I probably won't see you until the plan happens, will I? Yes, but that's really only a few days. We can talk as much as we want once everything is handled. He gave one last hug. All right. He scrunched his eyes in concentration, then confusion. He laughed a little. The vault prevents teleportation, so you'll have to go outside first. Love you, Dad. Love you too, kiddo. I'll see you in a few days. Izuku sat in the living room with Aizawa while Hisashi was in the kitchen making some lunch. Today was the big day. The plan was going to go into action and this would theoretically be his last day as a vigilante. He had tried to keep that to himself, but the two heroes had seen right through him. They didn't like that he didn't share what he was going to do, but they did their best to respect it and support him. Eri had been put down for a nap with a quick kiss to her forehead. He didn't know how this would go, but he had a feeling it wouldn't be something Eri should watch. It wasn't unusual though, rest was probably the quirk he used the most in the house, making sure everyone got enough sleep. It was especially helpful because they found out it prevented dreams, letting Eri rest without nightmares. Despite his best efforts to keep it hidden, they'd figured it out when the news mentioned the big event that All Might would be appearing at on the same day. Aizawa had looked down at Izuku with focused eyes that were hard to read. So, you're planning to crash his party? He looked to the side and shook his head. More like stop the actual party crashers. Try not to worry though, any fighting I do will probably be, kinda staged. I won't be in real danger. Aizawa nodded slightly. I see, you'll save All Might, making you look like the ultimate hero and last line of defense going forward. I can't say I fully approve, but the plan makes sense and is pretty solid. Just be careful, alright? He smiled and gave him a big hug. I will. Thanks for being understanding, even though this isn't exactly legal. He got his hair ruffled in response. Kid, almost nothing about you is legal. You can't scare us off that easily. You don't have to go into the details, but I have 2 rules for you. Izuku nodded slowly. Sure. What are they? Number 1, you come back to us after you're done with whatever this is. And number 2, stay true to who you are. You're a good kid with a good heart, don't be afraid to stand by what you think is right. I'll do my best. That had been a few days ago. Now they both waited, watching the news where they were giving live coverage of the park where the event was happening. Portals began to open and menacing villains walked through them. People were frozen in fear as dozens of villains infiltrated the area. The last individual to come through was a towering man in a business suit with a blood-red tie and black helmet. I apologize for interrupting this lovely get-together, but I'm afraid I have important business. My name is All for One, and I won't be leaving until All Might is dead at my feet. Izuku stood up from the couch. That's my cue. Remember the rules, kid. I'll see you soon. He smiled up at Aizawa. I'll see you soon. And with that, Izuku teleported away, Aizawa watching him appear a few seconds later about 50 in the air, with every camera turning to see what he'd do. Izuku floated in the air for a moment as he took in the situation. He had purposefully not been given most of the information on the attack so his reactions would be more genuine. The entire area had quickly turned into chaos. He looked over and saw All Might staring at him with an intense look that he couldn't interpret. You handle the main ones, I'll handle the evacuation and the small fry. He didn't wait for All Might's response and quickly flew down to the edge of the crowd and near an open street. He used growth and rose up to be about 15 feet tall and base boost in order to be heard. Everyone, evacuate this way. His voice was unnaturally deep and echoed across the park. Luckily, people seemed to be following that order and were moving towards him. He began flying around with Dragonfly and using one of his telekinesis quirks called Psychic Hand to lift up anyone that was in danger of getting trampled in the stampede. There were about 100 small-time villains from the portals scattered around. He swapped around a few quirks, so he just had Dragonfly and a few plant manipulation quirks. As he raised his hands up into the air, the grass below followed his direction and began to grow and wrap around their legs. It wasn't the strongest restraint by any means, but it would certainly slow them down enough to give civilians time to reach safety. He suddenly caught sight of movement hurtling towards the crowd of fleeing people. He shot forward to intercept with the addition of speed boost. He just barely managed to brush his hand against it before it went hurtling by. The projectile, which he now realized was a large stage light and the metal beam it had been attached to, turned it into a fine powder as overhaul activated. With that, it rapidly lost its momentum and wafted down like a stainless steel snow. He brushed himself off and took to the air once more and looked to see where that had come from. Good catch, young Midoriya. It had been launched during the fight between All Might and a couple of Nomu while his father just watched from above. He shot out lengths of chain and began tying up whoever he could and moving them to the edge of the park where they wouldn't be in danger of getting crushed in the fight. There weren't any that really put up a fight, they were more of a distraction than a serious threat, but they would certainly be able to harm civilians if left unchecked. Even at his high speeds and moving 5 to 10 at a time, it had taken a couple of minutes to get all of the criminals detained and out of harm's way. He then flew around and grabbed any stragglers, people who were either injured or too panicked to evacuate with the others. He landed next to a little girl who seemed to have a hurt ankle from tripping. Normally he'd stop to chat and try and comfort her, but time was definitely a factor here. He didn't necessarily have a healing quirk, but he had a combination that did the trick just as well. He activated regeneration and injury absorption, letting him transfer her sprained ankle to himself, where it was rapidly healed by the self-healing quirk. It hurt to have his ankle suddenly sprained and unsprained, but it was manageable and worth it to help people. He flew her over to a small-time hero he spotted helping the civilians and passed her off with barely a few words. She got separated from her parents. I healed her, but she seems pretty shaken up. The hero with goat horns just nodded and took her into his arms. Understood. It was a weirdly good feeling to have people listen to him so instantly like that, to be treated with respect as a person with authority and power. There had been well over 1,000 people in the park, so he was proud of himself for getting all the villains arrested and everyone evacuated to a safe distance within 10 minutes. He flew back over to see what exactly the situation was with the big fight that he could hear was still raging. He finally paid real attention to the two Nomu that were beating All Might into the ground, trying to identify which quirk combinations had made the final cut. The first was a hulking mass of black skin and external muscle. It didn't take a genius to recognize muscle augmentation, which in this case was boosted by physical enhancement, doubling the already monstrous strength and for defense it had shock absorption and the same regeneration quirk he did, since his dad had made a bunch of copies of it. The second foe that the number 1 hero had to contend with was built to weaken him, making it much more possible for the other to win in their contest of strength. It had vitality stealing, making itself bigger and All Might weaker every moment they were in contact. To make sure it couldn't be pried off, it had a combination of vice grip and octopus, giving it a powerful crushing force and the ability to transform into an octopus of equal mass. To top it off, it also had regeneration, making it a very tough enemy to kill. Together, this meant that All Might was getting squeezed by a rapidly growing octopus while also being repeatedly punched by the muscular behemoth that was even larger than the hero himself. Izuku certainly didn't like the hero, but he couldn't deny he felt a twinge of guilt as he was overwhelmed. It was Izuku who had told him that All Might's greatest weakness was his stamina and ability to hold his form, and it was Izuku that provided the quirks that would exploit that CHK in his armor. His next move should be simple and straightforward. He'll fight his dad until the two Nomu defeat, and in all likelihood kill All Might. Maybe if it had just been one of them, the hero would have won. But with him being weakened and attacked at the same time, it didn't seem like he had a chance. On the other hand, if he pulled the quirks from the Nomu first, All Might would have a pretty good chance of coming out of this okay. He was definitely having some reservations. Sure, All Might caused a lot of problems in his family, but it was hard to argue that he was a bad person. The man did a lot of good in the world, even if he wasn't perfect. It seemed like this was his last moment to make his choice, as a powerful claw strike headed directly for his old wound. Izuku was about to get involved and yank their quirks away when he heard the telepathic voice of his father slip into his mind. Not yet. That was certainly enough to make Izuku freeze and do nothing but watch. He wasn't trying to actually go against his father, was he? Their fight was only pretend, so he should still listen and follow him, right? He tried to make peace with whatever would come next and trust that his father knew what was best here. At the last moment, All Might spun to the side, causing the octopus Nomu to take the hit instead, carving deep lacerations through its body. In that brief respite where it was stunned and hadn't healed from the powerful blow, All Might tore the creature off, ripping off a few stubborn tentacles in the process. With his power no longer being sapped, he threw all of his strength at the other monstrosity. They traded blows with such speed and force that it created a whirlwind, keeping him from getting closer without using strength of durability modifiers. His father seemed completely unaffected by the gusts of wind and sudden shifts in pressure, but it certainly gave Izuku an excuse not to get involved yet. He was still a bit shaken from his father's words but pulled into focus as a final blow launched the creature through the air and away from the now decimated park. Steam was rolling off his body, which Izuku knew meant he was on the verge of poofing into his small form. He raised a fist high in victory. As he looked at the quickly retreating image of the Nomi flying through the air, he saw it suddenly turn an even darker color then disappear. That same black sludge appeared right next to All for One, who was laughing loudly as the Nomu was easily retrieved. Really? That was your big plan? Just punching it as hard as you can and hoping it doesn't come back? I'm starting to think I've been over-preparing for this battle. I'll remind you that punching something so hard it goes away worked well enough that you disappeared for the last 7 years. With All Might's full attention on the masked villain, he didn't notice the now-healed octopus wrap a tentacle around his legs. This reactivation of vitality stealing was what it took to finally push him over the edge and dissipate his larger form. When the steam quickly cleared, all that was left was the frail Yagi Tashinori buckling under the massive tentacle of the 30-foot-tall octopus monster. Oh, how the mighty have fallen, All Might. Izuku didn't know exactly when his father wanted him to step in, but he wasn't waiting any longer. He refused to let anyone else die because of him. He shot forward once more and yanked away their quirks while his father was speaking to taunting the hero. The two Nomu shrunk down to more human sizes and collapsed to the ground, returning back to their once lifeless states. As the Nomu deflated, his father gathered a ball of red energy into his hand and launched it towards the barely conscious hero. Izuku blinked in front of the hero and activated Statue, which made him nearly indestructible, but would be deactivated by the slightest movement. The energy blast exploded against him, leaving another crater in the park, but both of them were unharmed. His father's masked head seemed to stare directly at him, a menacing aura radiating off of him. I see you've made your choice. It was definitely unpleasant to have that malice in his direction, but he just kept reminding himself that it was pretend. All Might, I know we stand on very different sides of things, and that you want me arrested. But I don't want you dead, so I need you to trust me at least a little. The hero weakly nodded in response, coughing up blood as he tried to stand. Right now I just need you to stay behind me until I have a chance to teleport you to safety. The two multi-quirked fighters stared each other down, waiting to see what the other's first move would be. As if it were a quick draw, Izuku pulled seeds from a pouch at his hip and threw them on the ground. In that same moment his father retaliated by summoning forth massive stone hands that began to rise from the ground and surge towards him. Accompanying this wave of limbs was a strafe of the red ball of energy that tore through whatever they hit. Izuku dropped to the ground, dodging one of the incoming blasts, and decided it was time to show off to his father just what he could do now after months of training separately under Aizawa's guidance. After training both his body and quirk, he'd gotten his stamina to the point he could easily use 4 quirks at a time for a few minutes before he couldn't maintain it. He brought forth Green Thumb, Plant Manipulation, Leaf Spike, and Vine Whip. And on top of that, the seeds he'd thrown were ones he'd specially made with gene splicing, a quirk that let him modify plant DNA. This particular one was primarily based on a wisteria vine, mixed with blackberries, roses, kudzu vines, and a bit of yucca for fire resistance. It was the kind of plant that would make you think Frankenstein got into botany. With the power of 3 different plant quirks boosting their growth, powerful vines burst from the ground like something from a fairy tale. Each was nearly 2 feet thick and had massive thorns that were able to cut through steel, he checked. The leaves weren't particularly large, but they were numerous and very tough. Which meant when those leaves were hardened and shot forward like bullets with Leaf Spike, they blew apart most of the incoming stone hands and forced his father to briefly go on the defense. It took less than 5 seconds for the evacuated park to become a mythical jungle as writhing plants took over everything in their path. As the terrain was completely altered, he turned back to face All Might, who was still coughing up blood. Alright, that should give us a few seconds. He grabbed the scrawny hero and teleported them both to the roof of a tall building that he could see. He couldn't stop himself from considering the role reversal, since less than a year ago it had been All Might leaving him on a rooftop. Without waiting for a response, he took a running leap off the building, activating Dragonfly and dropping the others. His father had caused some sort of implosion, pulling most of the vines into a super compressed ball, which was then launched at Izuku's flying form. With a quick use of Heavy, the incoming plant projectile plummeted to the ground before it hit him or any of the buildings behind him. To return fire, he activated the combo he had used on Muscular. Dragonfly, Extra Eyes, Laser Eyes, Bending Vision. He'd had a bit more practice this time around though, which meant instead of being a giant pillar of light, it was a beam concentrated down to be no wider than his fist. By the time the quirks had slipped into place and fired off the destructive blast, his father countered by activating Mirror Image, flooding the field with illusions of himself and making it far more difficult to find and target his actual body. This back and forth went on for nearly half an hour, each of them firing an attack that could decimate armies, only for the other to find a counter to it. All for 1 cent stone blocks at him. He used Sculpt and Overhaul together to instantly turn them to statues that would fight for him. He shot chains that were liquefied and left as puddles to fill one of the many craters left behind. Izuku was exhausted and didn't have any more strength to give. He collapsed against a stone lion that he'd created a few minutes prior but hadn't had a chance to animate. When they'd made the plan for him to fight against his dad, he'd thought it would be fun in a way. It was a rare chance to go all out and show off his many quirks against someone who could take it. But it wasn't fun. It was just terrifying. Every attack could potentially kill hundreds if it was redirected wrong. He tried to stand back up, to keep fighting, to prove to his father that he could hold his own. As he got one shaky leg below himself, he fell back into the dirt. He'd lost. As his father walked towards him with a menacing aura, he actually felt afraid of him for the first time. He'd never seen the villainous side of him, only ever witnessing the nerdy dad that told him stories and chatted about quirks. But now he was looking at All for One, and Izuku did his best not to give in to the soul-crushing terror that seemed to come off the man in waves. A sudden blur burst through the air, forcing his advancing father back. I appreciate the assistance, young Midoriya, but we'll take it from here. Standing before him was All Might, back in his muscle form after taking half an hour to regain some of his strength. But what was far more significant to him was the crowd of heroes rallying along with him. Hundreds of heroes of different ranks swarmed forward and stood between Izuku and All for One, willing to protect him no matter the cost. Part of him wanted to scream at them that he wasn't actually in danger and that they should leave before getting hurt. But he had grown less confident in his safety and couldn't deny how comforted he felt with having people actually show up as backup. He was vaguely aware of seeing his father teleport away in a swirl of black goo, of people cheering and shouting. As he fought against the mounting exhaustion, he felt calloused hands lift him up. "It's all right, problem child, you can rest now." He couldn't quite manage to keep his eyes open. "Zawa?" "Yeah kid, we're going home." "Alright. This isn't a real chapter, but it is helpful info. Since Izuku is giving up crime and becoming a hero student, he won't be getting any new quirks for a while. With that in mind, here is a comprehensive list of all quirks Izuku currently has, even if you haven't seen them used yet. As a side note, Izuku got way more quirks than this, but a lot of them were either not good enough or given to All for One. These are just the ones he decided to keep. Taken quirks. Slime Body. A mutation where you are made of icky slime instead of icky flesh. Hellfire, all that flamey stuff Endeavor can do. Transform, y'all know Toga's quirk already. Speed Boost, doubles your speed for 1 minute, can train up how often you can use it. Slow and Steady, allows you to increase strength to insane levels, but the stronger you go the slower your body moves. Nail Gun, the user can shoot nails from their wrist. Fear, amplifies any existing feelings of fear. Phobia, sprays a gas that makes you see your worst fears, totally not Scarecrow from Batman. Shape Stone, can change the shape of stone, sort of like instant sculpting. Animate, can bring animal-shaped objects to life. The more sturdy and lifelike the object is, the longer the animation lasts. They are completely loyal, but personality is based on species. Growth, user can grow up to triple their normal size. Speed Read, reads very fast. Bell, can create bells of various sizes between your hands. Rest, kisses make people immediately fall asleep, they will not wake up until they have gotten all of the rest their body needs. This quirk does not do anything if the target is well rested. Eagle Head, mutation to have the head of an eagle, which comes with a powerful beak and crazy good eyesight. Metallic Muscle, muscle fibers are metallic, making user very strong and durable. Redirect, can redirect the momentum of something within eyesight, the further away and the more force behind the thing requires more energy, reader suggested. Overhaul, y'all know this one, he takes stuff apart and puts it back together. Chronostasis, you probably know all of these, so it feels silly to write out descriptions. Mimic, but I'm still going to write something here so you know he has them. Confession, in case you didn't notice, he doesn't have 2 of their quirks. Vitality Stealing, AFO kept sloshed since you can't use it without getting drunk. Larceny, FO also took Barrier, because Izuku wouldn't be able to use it well. Crystallize, but AFO has enough practice with mental quirks that he masters it easily. Food, I don't know what else to put here, but leaving it blank looks weird. Strong Arm, the next 5 are still from 8 precepts, but from random henchmen. Resilience, gives the user a large egg-shaped body that is more durable than the average person. Based on the egg-looking dude from the very beginning of the raid. Leaf Spike, can sharpen and fire leaves from living plants, strong enough to pierce metal riot shields from what little we see. Air Horn, turns the tongue into a horn that releases a sound blast, essentially a much weaker version of present mic. Bronze Skull, the top half of the skull is made of solid bronze, making it tougher than bone. Skin Deep, turns items into tattoos to store them, the size remains the same, so nothing large, reader suggested. Water Body, can turn body to water and absorb other water nearby to grow larger. Max size is about 10 times normal height. Vine Whip, can control and increase the growth of pre-existing vines, reader suggested. Soup Blood, instead of blood the user has tomato soup, it regenerates near instantly preventing user from bleeding out. This was suggested by my cousin. Ingredients. When looking at food you instantly know everything in it. Great for detecting poisons and secret recipes. Also suggested by my cousin, I think he was just hungry. Iron stomach. Can consume anything without getting sick and can still get nutrients if it's organic. You guessed it, another from my cousin. Statue. User becomes nearly indestructible but cannot move while active. Violent empathy. Physical violence causes the user and target to gain information and perspective from the other. They will understand their hearts, hopes, dreams, emotions, fears, and weaknesses. You only receive info understanding when you are on the attack. The villain had used this as a way to interrogate prisoners. Reader suggested. Bass boost. Allows voice to be very deep and loud. Physical enhancement. User is twice as fast and strong as they would naturally be. Muscle augmentation. Muscular's ability to do the big punchy stuff. Shock absorption. The power to receive the big punchy stuff. Octopus. Transformation that lets user turn into an octopus of the same mass. Vice grip. An incredibly powerful grip that can crush most things. Includes near indestructible hands, reader suggested. Quirks gifted from dad. Laser eyes, eyes that shoot lasers. Totally not like Superman. Bird's eye view. Astral projected versions of your eyes appear a quarter mile above a place you have been before. Cannot change altitude. Blind while actively using quirk. Extra eyes. Can grow extra eyes across the body, limit of bending sight. Can curve your vision. Dragonfly. Mutation that gives 4 dragonfly wings and insect eyes. Blink. Line of sight teleport. It has a greater strain more times you use it in a row. Requires direct eye line, no glass mirror camera. Regeneration. The same quirk copy that they gave to the Nomu that heal crazy fast. 2 copies taken from Nomu. Physical peak. Keeps your body at its peak. Don't age past your late 20s and be resistant to most diseases and drags. Also prevents issues like atrophy and arthritis. Tough skin. What it sounds like, skin is more durable and is very hard to damage. Plant manipulation. Can control any existing plant within a given radius determined by training. Totally isn't poison ivy without the weird SEC pollen. X-ray vision. Can see through things. Totally not like Superman. Conjured chains. Can conjure 10 chains. The chains come from the metal ring mutation on each finger. Can theoretically nullify the quirks of targets wrapped in the chains. Totally isn't Kurapika from Hunter x Hunter. Cursed blood. Blood bursts into black flame when exposed to air. Fire spreads instantly to anything it touches. The spread fire is normal fire, but the initial black fire can't be put out. Black fire goes out when the blood cells die. This also has a mutation where the user is 100% fireproof. Weak telekinesis. Can manipulate 10 pounds at a time, has to be within feet, can move numerous objects as long as you are under the weight limit. Heavy. Can temporarily double the weight of something. How long it lasts is based on training. Dominant hand. Briefly switches someone's dominant hand from right to left or vice versa, reader suggested. Airwalk. You can walk on air, Lady Nagin's second quirk in canon. Parroting. Can copy someone's voice once they hear it in person, reader suggested. Quirk amplifier. Can boost the power of someone else's quirk, does not affect self. Ocean hydrokinesis. Powerful manipulation of water, much weaker if not saltwater. Resonate. Allows you to match the pitch of any item's resonating frequency by looking at it. Minor increase in user's natural volume. Fire lance. Focus nearby flame into a spear shape that can be controlled. This spear is hotter and stronger than the initial fire. Babble. Can understand and speak any spoken language, totally not from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Weapons master. User has knowledge on how best to use a weapon as soon as they touch it, does not give skill to do these moves, just the knowledge on how to do them. Psychic hand. Create an invisible hand that can float through the air and is as strong as the user. Quirks requiring contact with hands typically work through this hand as well. Quirks from corpses. Chair. The best quirk to ever exist, allows user to become any type of chair. Kali, 8 arms, blue skin, added strength and height. King Kong. gorilla mutation all the time and a gigantification quirk of up to 40 feet. Exponential punch. Each punch in a row adds 50% to the punch's power. Resets if you're hit back or 5 seconds pass between hits. Totally not combo star from 7 Deadly Sins. Deriry. Hair color. Can change hair color at will. Reader suggested. Spiderweb. Shoot spider web from your fingertips. Totally not like Spider-Man. Silk. Can create silk fabrics. Mend. If something is torn or cracked, it can be instantly fixed. But any missing material cannot be replaced with the quirk. Totally not the spell mending from Dan D. Green thumb. Your thumb is literally green. Putting your thumb into the ground causes plants of your choice to grow there no matter how fertile infertile that area is. Touch-based telekinesis. Exactly what it sounds like. Telekinesis, but you have to be touching the item. Crow. You can turn into a crow. Can still talk while a bird. Totally not like Crow from RWBY. Moodblade. Create a sword made of light. The color, shape, sharpness depends on your feelings. Vision video. Allows you to record what you see. Also gives you a USB finger mutation so you can upload these videos. Gene splice. Can alter seeds from plants permanently to create new species. Reader suggested. Axolotl mutation. Gives advanced healing and gills. Otherwise just aesthetic changes. Reader suggested. Blood spikes. Turn your blood into spikes. These spikes are incredibly tough. Drawback is blood loss is a real issue. Preserve. Can prevent dead organics from decaying for a very long but undetermined amount of time. Quirks given with consent. Wyvern. Scales, tail, horns instead of hair, and arms become powerful wings. Snail. Eyes are on eye stalks. Can create shells on command. Causes the user to be deaf because snails don't have ears. Acid touch. Sweat and spit is a potent nitric acid. Stone golem. Your body is made of stone. Very durable but have basically no sense of touch. Totally isn't like the Thing from the Fantastic Four, except gray instead of orange. Poison ivy. Skin has the properties of poison ivy, giving a rash to anyone that touches you. Enhanced senses. Your senses are enhanced. Can't change how enhanced, so it can be easy to become overstimulated. Freeze tag. Can cause muscle cramps with a touch. Activates easily, especially when emotional. Clothing in the way weakens but doesn't stop it. Cheetah. Can do anything a cheetah can. Has cheetah-based mutations with the eyes, ears, and fur. Totally isn't Cheetah from DC. Cremation. All that flamey stuff Dobby can do. Enchanted fruits and vegetables. Anytime the user touches a fruit or vegetable, it gives an effect to it depending on what plant it is. The prior user gave a notebook explaining what different plants do, so there's not too much trial and error needed. Detachable limbs. Can detach body parts by pulling on them, but any harsh tug will remove a body part and it takes about a week to grow back. Naga. Snake scales all over and a long tail instead of legs. Injury absorption. Can take on someone else's wounds for yourself, doesn't work with scars or healed wounds, cannot be used to regrow anything missing. Soundproof. User cannot create sound and absorbs nearby sound, making the general area quieter the closer it is to the user, causing user to be deaf and mute. Pain share. Anyone within a given radius feels, but does not receive any wounds that the user has. Reader suggested. Mantis shrimp. Has a colorful exoskeleton and has a club instead of hands. Also has mantis shrimp eye stalks and sees far more of the color spectrum, reader suggested. Spring legs. Instead of legs the user has coiled springs. Making jumping very easy, but walking very hard. Mermaid. Has a mermaid body and hydrokinesis, can breathe air or water but cannot be out of water for long periods. Translucent. User is completely see-through. Hagakure's grandmother. No pain no gain. The more injured the user is, the stronger they become. Gives a rush whenever activated. User is at risk of becoming addicted to the quirk. Totally not Metal Bat from One Punch Man. Poison quills. User is covered in short spikes, under 1 inch. Each has properties of an anesthetic. Taser teeth. User's teeth have an electrical charge. User is resistant to electricity. Electric ice. User freezes any conductive material they come in contact with. User wore rubber clothing to restrain quirk. Scissor hands. User has razor-sharp scissors instead of fingers. Totally not Edward Scissorhands. The last 10 months had been like a constant emotional roller coaster. Everything had been so chaotic and hectic. Just about everything in her life was getting shifted around. She'd gone from coming home to Izuku and, occasionally, missing Toshinori to missing Izuku and coming home to Toshinori. To be honest, she felt awful about herself every moment. She was happy and content. Because even if she couldn't do anything about it, her baby boy was out there going through who knows what and probably being manipulated and shaped into a villain. They'd put together that Izuku had been convinced that All for One was his father, and it seemed likely that he was trying to turn Izuku against the heroes, or at the very least against All Might. The idea that the two most important men in her life might fight each other broke her heart in ways she couldn't put into words. But there wasn't anything she could do about it. It was her day off from working at the hospital, so she just sat in the living room watching the news. She'd started doing that more and more since Izuku and Toshi tended to show up on it, so it was a good way to keep up with what they were doing and making sure they were safe. The moment she turned on the television, she saw Toshi doing battle with mindless beasts while her sweet little Izuku got everyone away from the danger. The whole time there was the villain that had announced himself as All for One. She'd heard so many terrifying things about him, but she'd never actually known what he looked like, not that she really knew now since his mask was in the way. It was odd to finally see the villain. She'd known about him for a long time, but he'd always been more of a concept than an actual person, and he definitely lived up to his reputation. Then, after about 15 minutes of everyone watching on the edge of their seats, the unimaginable happened. Toshinori lost. Well, unimaginable to the rest of the world. She imagined it every single time he went out, his time getting shorter and his body getting weaker. The cameras all turned to show her son stepping forward and taking on the villain, saving All Might. But she saw the fear and hesitation in his eyes and remembered that, from his perspective, that awful man was his father. She was ashamed of herself for thinking even the mightiest of villains could make her little boy any less heroic. Even though he was clearly scared, he stood his ground and fought back. It was near impossible to tell what was happening. Everything was happening too fast to stay in focus, and the entire landscape changed over and over. The park went from grass, to a vine forest, to a pit of fire, to a field of hands, then back to regular dirt and stone. She gasped loudly as Izuku swayed on his feet, trying to continue but completely out of strength. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she feared for the life of her son. But before everything could go horribly wrong, a horde of heroes led by Toshinori forced the villain to retreat. Despite how catastrophic the fight looked, there were no casualties as far as anyone could tell. All the cameras nearby focused on Izuku, who had gone pale, collapsing into the arms of a nearby hero. He was then picked up by the hero homeless man that had caught him. The man then got into a car with a giant albino rat and drove away. No one tried to stop them, so hopefully they were heroes. She never could remember all the different heroes out there. But that didn't actually answer the question of who just drove off with her kid. After a quick Google search, she found out that the giant rat hero was the principal of UA. Which was good because he wasn't just a random person, but bad because she had no idea what that school wanted with her kid. On the plus side, now she knew where her kid was and who to talk to until she got to see him. If that meant banging on the doors of UA itself, then so be it. Her attention was drawn away by her phone making the tone of her receiving a voicemail, which was odd since it hadn't rung. It wasn't a number she recognized, but she listened to it just in case it was important. Hello there. If you, Inko Midoriya, are receiving this message, that means Izuku Midoriya has been successfully relocated to UA. This message also means that any legal and/or medical issues have not been sorted and you will not be able to see him yet. You will be called within a week once I've finished resolving his status as a criminal. Well, that was a very odd message, even if it was both helpful and optimistic. Would it really be possible to keep her baby safe from the law? She supposed she could wait a few days, but if she didn't hear something within 48 hours, she would absolutely be calling. She had been thinking things over when she heard a knock at the door. It was probably Mitsuki checking in after seeing everything that just happened on the news. To her surprise, it was Tsukachi. She took a step back to let him in. I wasn't expecting you to come over. I figured you and everyone else would be busy with Toshi's real form getting revealed. He sighed deeply and sat down in the living room. Oh, we are. But this took priority. We got a new witness that shared a lot of information on where Izuku was for the last year. Her eyes lit up. That's good, right? Why do you look so conflicted? Was he somewhere awful? Calm down, Izuku was and is fine. But that's really not why I'm here. I'm here to give you the benefit of the doubt because we're friends and my quirk isn't actually perfect, it only works if the person knows they're lying. Now she started to get a bit nervous. I appreciate it, but I can't really imagine what I could have done to get this reaction, so it's probably not true? She didn't sound or feel very sure since she had no idea what she was being accused of, but she also couldn't think of doing a single criminal thing in her life. I really hope so. About an hour ago a man came into my office and honestly said he was Izuku's father. Which means one of two things: he wrongly believes he's Izuku's father, or you cheated on my best friend and he's not Izuku's biological father. She was stunned into silence. She was motionless for nearly half a minute before responding with sorrow in her voice. That was not a mistake I ever expected to come back to bite me after all these years. By any chance, is it a man named Hisashi with a fire-breathing quirk? Tsukachi was obviously angry on behalf of his friend and took a moment to compose himself. Moral judgments aside, why on earth didn't you bring this up when we were all scrambling to find out who could be pretending to be his father? To be perfectly honest, it never even crossed my mind until you just brought it up. I know that sounds fake, but it was a single drunken night a decade and a half ago. Plus, I knew Toshi was the father since fire breathing and my weak telekinesis would never create quirk stealing. Do you know what Hisashi's last name is? She paused, surprised by the question. I honestly can't say that I do. It's Shigaraki. As in, the son of Hideaki Shigaki, which is apparently all for one's actual name. What? This. The story I was given was that Hisashi is a businessman that had little to no contact with his villainous father. But when he saw Izuku getting arrested he put things together and requested that all for one rescue his newfound son. Izuku then primarily lived with Hisashi and his adopted son Tamura. Hisashi came to the precinct today hoping to warn us of the big attack, but was too late for us to use the information. He stood up from the couch and moved to leave. I know you and Toshinori would both probably want to keep this under wraps, but it's too relevant to keep out of the official reports. He had left before she'd gotten her wits together enough to actually say anything in response to that sudden dump of information. Inko sat patiently, knowing exactly what was coming. She had taken at least a few minutes to look through the internet to figure out who on earth this Hisashi Shigaraki person actually was. She would have loved to leave that man in the past, but since it seemed like she'd have to interact with him going forward, she might as well know more about him. From what she found out, he was the CEO of a pharmaceutical company with a focus on quirk research. Inko kept looking for scandals or signs that he was as evil as his father. She really hoped she hadn't slept with someone evil. From everything she saw, he was just a man trying to do good in the world, donating to charity and giving medicine to children's hospitals. She couldn't find any scandals, which wasn't too odd. No one really cared enough about some niche medication development company to go looking for one. She was relieved that he didn't have a spouse, current or past. She didn't want to deal with another layer of drama, and she didn't think she could handle the idea of being replaced by another mom. At least he didn't seem like an awful person, but she was still reeling from the information that Izuku was potentially all for one's grandchild. After she'd looked up a fair amount, she put on a pot of tea and waited. It wasn't long until there was a familiar knock on her door, always sounding a bit hesitant, like he was nervous to put more than the bare minimum of force into it. Come in. And in walked a very uncomfortable-looking Toshinori Yagi. She could see he was already fidgeting with his hands and looking everywhere in the room except at her. She sighed and put out 2 cups of tea on the living room table. Have a seat, Toshi. I know we have a lot to talk about. He nodded slowly and sat down, still not quite looking at her. Honestly, today has turned everything upside down. My weak form was revealed to the public. Izuku is safely with heroes, but all for one got away. And as if that wasn't enough, Tsukachi told me that all for one's son spoke to him and is claiming to be Izuku's father. Tsukachi said he already confirmed it with you. She just nodded, unsure what to say. Can I ask why? Did I do something wrong? I know I wasn't the most attentive partner back then. If you want me to explain it, I can. It doesn't excuse it, but I can at least explain. He finally raised his head and looked into her eyes. The sorrow within them nearly broke her heart. It only happened the one time, though I suppose that doesn't really help anything now. I had just been so angry with you. It was our anniversary and you canceled the reservation we'd made months in advance. There had been some breakthrough in an investigation and you said it couldn't wait, so you made your way to America and spent the weekend with David. She sighed. I didn't know what to do with all those feelings, and it felt wrong to get angry at you for saving the world. So I dealt with it by going out and getting drunk at some bar I don't remember the name of, and then Hisashi found me crying at the bar about my boyfriend. And well, I'm sure you can guess what happened from there. He didn't speak, so she kept going, not able to look him in the eyes. To be honest, I probably wouldn't have been so upset if it hadn't been David. You two always seemed to have a thing for each other. I guess I was always paranoid that you two were sleeping together since you seemed to go visit him so often. Toshinori's eyes suddenly went wide. A deer in headlights was an understatement. Well, that certainly wasn't the expression she was expecting. He had a look that was a mix of surprise and guilt. He wrung his hands out a few times as he collected himself. Well, in the spirit of being open about bad choices we made about a decade and a half ago. Her response came out in a whisper. No way. I'm Melissa's father. Bushido isn't know that. She blinked a few times, processing that garbled sentence. Even if it wasn't the most important part, the first question out of her mouth was, wait, Dave is trans? That clearly wasn't the response he expected either. Yeah. Sometimes I forget how little you two interacted. It wasn't a secret, but he didn't advertise it either. Let me get this straight. You have two different secret love children, assuming that Izuku is yours? If there are any more, now's really the time to share. No, just the two. Once it's possible, we really need to do a paternity test. Inko had started laughing and crying into her tea. Our lives are such a mess. How did this all turn into such a soap opera? He moved closer and wrapped his arms around her and held her close. I have no idea. My guess is a lack of impulse control. Do you think we can still make this work? She nodded with a smile. We both made mistakes, but that was a long time ago, and going forward we'll be honest with each other and do better. Hopefully nothing else crazy happens anytime soon. Toshinori laughed. Good luck with that. In my experience, something world-shattering and mind-blowing usually happens once every week or so.